He's like a small animal. You shut up. From a distance, the rider dispatched by Alexei earlier as a scout returned with an urgent expression. The main force at Sulawesi Grand Bridge was probably headed their way. Where has Major General Alexei gone to? His Excellency has gone further westward pursuing the enemy leader. What's the matter? Calm down and tell me what you've seen. When Shera stood up and inquired, she received a surprising turn of events. The main force at Sulawesi Grand Bridge was fake. Certainly, they are numerous, but half of them are demilitarized civilians. The main force of the rebel army is somewhere else. Quickly report to His Excellency Alexei. You don't have to tell me, I know. You guys too, hurry up and link up. He spurred on his horse and chased after the main unit of Alexei's. Seeing him go off, Shera crossed her arms. What shall we do, I wonder? The main force is not at the Grand Bridge, which means that they put emphasis on defending Antigua. No, that has no strategic value. Don't tell me we're surrounded. Vanda spread out the map he had and checked. Katerina followed suit, and stated her opinion. Major, I believe we are in quite a dangerous position. Earlier, that force of Altora's has an extremely high possibility of being bait, I think. I see. If we move carelessly, there is the danger that we will be hit by an ambush. Immediately, the scouts. Another rider came running. His face was also extremely agitated. Where did His Excellency Major General Alexei go? I have urgent news. His Excellency has marched forward to pursue enemy forces. What is happening? Our river crossing site is being attacked. They are completed besieged. No way. Antigua Branch Castle was the bottom of a bag. Alusha crossing site was the entrance to the bag. The kingdom's army, of their own volition, had entered this giant bag, this hell. The fact that the forces of David's unit at Sulawesi Grand Bridge was a ruse had been completely seen through. As a plan, it wasn't bad, but with the secret out, the plan had no substance. This plan was ill-suited in the first place for the kingdom's army with its numerous colluders and deserters. Furthermore, because of the mixed units that had been recently reorganized, no one was suspicious, even though spies had infiltrated them. Their information had gone completely to the other side. The cavalry of the 1st Division were pulled in by Altora. The 2nd Division ventured to cross the river, and just as they were crossing, ambushers attacked the platoon bridges, and they were destroyed. Along with the 3rd Division, the supply train, they were divided. Completely surrounded, with Alusha River at their backs and the Liberation Army that had lay concealed at their front, they ate a devastating offensive. The infantry of the 2nd Division, trying to flee, increasingly became corpses. There were also people who were pushed into the river and drowned. As they were wearing armor, they could not sufficiently swim in places where the water was deep. The encampment that should have become the beachhead was currently like a picture from hell. What should we do? Vanda, Katerina, say your opinions. Sir. Our troops are merely 1,000. There is no meaning in us going to reinforce the crossing site. I believe we ought to merge with Major General Alexei, who I fear is about to be ambushed. Currently, with the 3rd Division unable to merge with us, the capture of Antigua will fail. If we do not think about withdrawing. Katerina stated her opinion, and Vanda his. Further, there is also the possibility of us being destroyed. We cannot think about how to deal with the cavalry that was baited. Major Shera. Either way, there is no time. Your decision. All right, Major. Enemy cavalry unit approaching. Their numbers are about 1,000. A horseman in the middle of lookout discovered a cloud of dust of enemy cavalry. Shera jumped onto her horse and raised her large scythe. We intercept them. Follow me. Kill them, leave not one of the rebel army lot alive. Ooh. Shera and her forces started galloping towards the enemy cavalry. The white crow of the battle flag, basked in the evening sun, was bathed red like blood. The adjutants also followed her, though while confused at the appearance of their superior officer behaving differently than normal. Was this really the same person? They did not have the confidence to say. Cavalry raising a black battle flag collided into the side of the cavalry raising the flag of the Liberation Army. Shera fluidly robbed 4 men of their heads, and once again harshly shouted. In a wedge formation with their commander as the tip, Shera's unit on the assault split the enemy into 2. Wahoo you guys? Whose unit? You lot, are the kingdom's army? We are Death's cavalry. Now you know, hurry up and die. While impelling everyone behind her, she mowed down the dismayed cavalry. A rider who had lost the upper half of his body was carried forward. She spurred on her horse and swung her scythe in all directions, cutting ferociously. A thrusted spear had its tip cut off, and the soldier's head was blown off by the scythe that traced out a wide arc and came back. A man who resolutely raised his sword over his head was split vertically from the helmet. Blood and grey matter mixed and scattered like trickling fluid when biting a berry. That sensation when she crushed the scarlet was like that walnut she ate earlier, and her appetite was involuntarily stimulated. Hard on the inside, but soft on the inside. Food was very mysterious. Speaking of which, there were still walnuts inside her bag. Shera took out a walnut, put strength in her crimson hand, and crushed it. The nut mixed with someone's blood, and it came to look like some sauce. She tried tentatively licking it, and it tasted like iron. Was it tasty? She didn't really know. She decided to try giving it another lick, and then a nuisance appeared. Shera wiped her mouth and turned around. You're the commander? Your army is already collapsing. Give up and surrender. You'll at least save your life. A commander who thought himself of high cachet closed in on Shera's dilemma while raising his voice. Ha! The only joke's your face. Stop your useless resistance. Spear and scythe crossed. Horses stopped, they locked weapons. They intensified their grips on their weapons. The man's face changed to one of anguish. Strong, what's with you? Come on, my scythe's gradually getting closer it seems. If you don't persevere, you'll get stabbed you know. Stop. Stop please. That's impossible. You are the rebel army after all. The one who dominated the binding of weapons was Shera. Simultaneously repelling him, the scythe's point stabbed into the commander's face. Shera pushed hard, and his face caved in. The body of the Liberation Army general spasmed in intense pain. He was still living. Now your face has become a joke. Congratulations. When she slowly pulled out, blood spray spewed out. Shera showered in it and was painted deep red. Not giving him the finishing blow, she knocked him off his horse. Several seconds later, he would probably lose consciousness and die though. She thought his manner of twitching was like a fish washed up on land. When their commander was killed, the unit prepared to flee. Shera's unit, after being thoroughly riled up, routed the enemy cavalry unit. While shocked, Katerina acknowledged her superior officer's effort. Shera's strength, as she had imagined, no, even more than she had imagined, gripped her. Her tongue wouldn't move well. Her brain as an adjutant didn't function. That was splendid, Major Shera. Our unit's damage is negligible. It is an overwhelming victory. All right, we will continue and meet up with Major General Alexei. Cavalry unit, after me. Sir. Shera's unit dashed in the evening light. Shera's body was covered in blood, and the crow carved onto her armor had changed to red. Blood unceasingly dripped and fell from her scythe. In just a day, how many lives had she reaped? She herself also didn't know. The other party, the advance cavalry unit led by Alexei, around 10,000 riders, invaded up to the vicinity of Antigua, caught by Altura's diversion. His ambition of wanting to kill her by whatever means necessary now could not be stopped. Your Excellency Major General, Do you not think we have pushed out too far? The ones behind us. Like I care. Isn't our target Antigua anyway? Being able to eliminate a nuisance is in fact convenient for us. Still. In the middle of the adjutant urging caution, the drawbridge of Antigua Branch Castle lowered, and a cavalry unit rushed out savagely from inside the castle. It was Finn's elite unit, publicizing the flag of the lion. They had stored their strength and waited for an opportunity all this time. Altura's unit that was pretending to be routed combined with them, turned around, and contributed to the counteroffensive. Your Excellency, the enemy has launched themselves on us. Don't be flustered. The enemy is a small force, keep calm and counterattack. In accordance with Alexi's directions, the cavalry in the front set out. The cavalry unit changed their formation, as if trying to wrap them up, to the inverted wedge formation. Then a report came in again. Bad news, Your Excellency. Our plan has been seen through. What do you mean? The enemy's main force has attacked the crossing site. The 2nd Division is besieged. The 3rd Division is unable to cross the river and are at a standstill. We are completely isolated. What did you say? New supply of enemy troops. They're coming from the left and right. The spread out 2 wings the beast dashed while baring its fangs to tear them off. That's ridiculous. Why? Why is a main force of the enemy here? Alexei was shocked, and as he was overcome with surprise, ambushers from the left and right beat their war drums and resolutely started an assault. Enemy soldiers were approaching their headquarters that was low in manpower. Under the command of Liberation Army Commander Beiruz, they were his picked troops that he moved like his own limbs. Due to Altura taking command of the troops, their morale had raised to maximum. No one bore any anxiety. Under pressure from the left and right, the vanguard cavalry unit was forced to take a close formation, and their numbers were gradually diminishing. Mobility was a cavalry's life. They were fragile if surrounded. Warhorses that had lost their riders ran around aimlessly. His voice dry, Alexei decided to take command, but the progress of battle was already no longer in his hands. Making soldiers who had fallen into chaos to be steady would be difficult no matter how great or famous the commander. Charging onto them, the Lion's cavalry split their troops and pushed in. Their vanguard was Lieutenant Colonel Finn. He took steady aim while spinning his spear. He repelled Alexei's elite guards and drew near with the force of raging tides. Hey! Don't be distracted. You bastards, aren't you listening to my orders? Don't let the enemy soldiers approach me. Defend without fail. I see you, Major General of the Kingdom's army, Sir Alexei. I will have your head. Silent scoundrel. Alexei took his sword and fought against him, but Finn's long spear stabbed into his heart. His ambition was vanishing along with his life. As a simple finishing blow, his head was cut off horizontally. The battlefield bursted into cheers, and at their limits, the kingdom's cavalry whose morale had fallen to tatters scattered in every direction. The Liberation Army persistently continued pursuit and killed half of them. The 1st Division was pretty much annihilated. Many soldiers of the kingdom and battle flags were tragically abandoned. Moving to meet up with the advance cavalry unit, Scherer and company discovered the defeated cavalry of the kingdom. The several tens of Liberation Army cavalry in pursuit were crushingly mowed down in payback. She asked for the circumstances. Where is Major General Alexei? Is he safe? His Excellency Alexei was killed in battle. We fell into a state of complete anarchy due to the enemy's encirclement, and escaped in all 4 directions for dear life. What happened afterwards I do not know. Muttered the soldier saved from his predicament while putting his breathing in order. The cavalry that was saved all bore wounds. There were none that could not move. The men that couldn't were already left behind and had fallen into enemy hands probably. I see, so he died, huh? You've done well to make it safely back. Lucky for you. Come, you should get treated at once. It would be a shame if you died. Someone, Come treat this person. Death gently stroked his shoulders, and the wounded soldier twitched and stiffened. A nearby soldier rogered while performing a respectful bow. Sir. Understood. After instructing for the treatment of the remnants of the defeated army, Shera faced her adjutants. What ought we do after this? Your opinions. The sun will fall soon. We can only slip into the night, march, and find a place we can somehow cross the river. However, places where we can cross are few in number. I think we should hold back and watch. The places we will head to will assuredly have ambushes. Vander pointed out several places on his map. He was a pragmatic man, and was starting to think that surrender was inevitable. That he had almost no loyalty to the kingdom was actually his true feelings. He didn't know what his colleague Katerina was thinking though. She had an easy-to-understand personality, he thought, but there was something strange about her. He could say the same for this respected, young hero though. There was something uncanny. What do you think became of the river crossing site? I do not know. However, it would be dangerous to think optimistically. We ought to act while assuming the worst. What about the possibility that they've crossed the bridge, noticing that General David was a ruse? That, I do not know, but I fear they are in a confrontation. In all probability, they probably couldn't move. David was attached to his very first strategy, and he would not cross the bridge. Similarly, reinforcements would probably not come from the crossing site, expressed Katerina, giving her own personal opinion. All right, we will head northward and rest for a short while. We will recover the remnants of the 1st Division, and then devise to retreat. Northward? But Sulawesi Grand Bridge is in that direction. That was my intention. If we can confidently make it back, then that is undeniably good. Even if something like a pontoon bridge isn't built, haven't we already dealt with bigger things? I've also used it myself to escape once so. If you get it, then we will hurry and depart. First, I have to have a meal. Shera shouldered her scythe and began galloping as the vanguard. The white crows silently started following after her. Hoisted on diagonally forward spears, they started the parade. Perhaps they were no longer feeling fear. The light in the cavalryman's eyes had vanished. They just simply followed the instructions of Shera, their superior officer. There was not a single sound of insecurity. Their formation was precise, and their horses advanced forward, focusing on the darkness in front of them. Vander thought that very eerie. Katerina was trembling in delight. Her eyes weren't wrong. This girl was definitely a god of death, she thought. She was convinced. She wiped off the blood adhered to her glasses, and moved her horse in line beside Shera's. She was glad to be alive. So glad. Katerina wanted to loudly shout. Shera's unit camped at night in a place hard to be discovered by the enemy, and met and recovered cavalrymen from the defeated 1st Division. In total, they were now 2,500, and they planned to change course for Sulawesi. The defeated cavalrymen, every single one of them, were those that had been taken away from Shera's unit, and they had as if enthralled by death came in a straight line to Shera's campground. Vander was lost for words, and he felt chills on his spine. Such a ridiculous thing couldn't happen, he thought. How could these defeated soldiers know of this place? It was unimaginable no matter how one used common sense. They were not broadcasting this location either, no way they could build something like a fire. They were stifling their breaths so as not to stand out. Why? How? He was drowning in doubt. And then, the scariest thing was not a single person thought this strange, as if this was something obvious. The cavalrymen had welcomed them with smiles. The escaped people, too, were more pleased that they were able to be reunited than they were at having their lives saved. Vander could not understand no matter how he thought. Katerina took it as was it was. It turned out like this, so this is how it should be, she said. The battle flags of Shera's unit melted into the darkness, but they were raised high as if on display. The soldiers held them over their heads, while smiling as if they had gone mad somewhere. As if not feeling fatigue, they continued. And continued. Every soldier except Vander was looking up at the flags. A bird prowled the dark scenery, an ominous bird that governed life and death. These men had come home, with this black flag as their objective. Shera chewed on dried meat while gazing at them, and she laughed happily and mischievously. Shera's speech pattern changes. Hopefully my translation accurately reflects that she is now more forceful and no longer as lofty. Chapter 14, Food eaten with everyone after exercise. Is delicious. Sulawesi Grand Bridge, David's diversion unit headquarters. Thinking that they had successfully pinned down the enemy main force, David was in an extremely good mood. He composedly sat in his chair, and was waiting for time to pass while drinking cider. There's no battle this comfortable, probably. Just by taking a battle formation, victory was in their hands. Humph, those rebel army guys aren't such a big deal. After all this, are the insurgents little girls? Friggin' Yalda, to have fallen behind these kind of guys. He'll never be called a brave general ever again. Certainly, General Yalda was weak-minded. He did receive his just deserts though. This time, there will be no mercy. We will continue to Antigua, and Salvador Fortress will also fall. We'll massacre all the survivors together. We'll also weed out those that worked with them. So that a matter like this never occurs again, we will thoroughly do them in. David stabbed a knife onto the rebel army's stronghold on the map. However, they are not showing any movements entirely. Despite us already confronting them for 3 days. They have not even shown a sign of changing course. Are they planning on abandoning Antigua? They're probably scared of a pursuit attack and can't move. After all, they are a gathering of small fry. They can't advance, they can't withdraw, enemy though they may be, I pity them. They aren't worthy of sympathy. Replied David, confidently, at the chief staff officer's words. While we are like this, it is probably about time our main body has arrived at Antigua. I believe it is likely they are in the middle of the siege. Or maybe even it has already fallen. Umu. They're truly idiots. They probably know what has befallen their castle about now. How about tying a letter to an arrow and letting them know? They'll think it's a sham, but it's real hair. Once they know, they'll be helpless. When David laughed loudly, the servile chief staff officer also smiled. Victory was before his eyes. He expected information to reach them that they made Antigua surrender soon. If the enemy planned on staying, then they would be pincered from Antigua. The enemy's momentum would be halted, and if they retreated to their headquarters, Salvador Fortress, they would pursue at once. After that, they would start the clean-up, and it would be the best chance to accrue achievements. Trample, pillage, and then massacre. The things soldiers wanted. Military officers surely were also filled with fighting spirit. The door to glory would soon be opened. Interrupting him, the sounds of horns reverberating sonorously could be heard. Following were the sounds of drums and chimes. So they're doing that too, huh? Let them unreservedly and gaudily play. It's good entertainment. G. YPY. G. No, they have not given the order for a fake attack today yet, a staff officer stated his doubt, but he was brushed away with a whatever. Since the unit would currently not move out, there was no need to care about military regulations. A short time later, a messenger came to David's headquarters with a report. "Excuse me, Your Excellency." A staff officer inquired to the messenger, who executed a salute. "What's up?" "Sir, the confronted rebel army has movement. An enemy force composed mostly of infantry is advancing to Sulawesi Grand Bridge." "Humph, idiotic pretense. Is this a desperation move? They're just asking to be crushed." David drained his cider while amazed. "Your Excellency, there is no need to panic. Let us wait and make it rain arrows. I believe they are just testing the waters. If we go for an offensive, they will easily retreat. I leave it to you, Chief Staff Officer. I permit you to pursue a little. But, avoid chasing too far. There is absolutely no need to lose troops over something so trivial. Sir, please leave it to me. I will immediately drive them away. The chief staff officer gave his instructions, and the messenger double-timed back to the vanguard. Then, another messenger flew in. This time, it was different than last time. His face was agitated. Please excuse me. His face was caked in mud and sweat, he bore wounds, and his breathing was haggard. David unwittingly grimaced and berated the messenger before he could speak up. You are a messenger of the glorious kingdom's army, aren't you? With such an appearance, can you really accurately communicate your information? Why, Your Excellency, bad news. Calm down, you fool. You're so noisy, what the heck happened? The 1st Division aiming for Antigua was destroyed. Major General Alexei was killed in action. The advance cavalry unit was annihilated. At the messenger's voice, the place fell silent. No one could speak up. The messenger continued and reported sad news. The 2nd Division that crossed the river had their backs to it and were suddenly attacked. They were besieged, lost half their numbers, and are preparing to flee. Don't screw with me. Like there would be something so ridiculous. Check one more time. Isn't the enemy's main force right in front of our eyes? David threw down the glass in his hands. But the report was not over yet. The enemy has reconstructed the destroyed pontoon bridges and crushed the 3rd Division. Furthermore, they are heading this way. They crushed the 1st Division, routed the 2nd Division infantry unit, and afterwards repaired and reconstructed the pontoon bridges. The 3rd Division at a standstill before the river crossing had encountered them. As they were a force mainly of siege weapons and supply convoys, they were annihilated with no means of resistance. Having crossed the river, the Liberation Army main forces were not heading to Belta but to Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They had not prepared the siege weapons necessary to assault Belta, but more importantly, Sulawesi Grand Bridge was an important position that they wanted under their control. If they took this place, that would be similar to driving a wedge into the Belta area. Lies. I can't believe it. This is misinformation. No, the enemies lie, no doubt. David stood up while trembling. The staff officers' faces were pale. If this was true, staying here would be too dangerous, since the enemy's main force that crossed the river would be heading here. They would be pincered. Your Excellency, the vanguard has started battle at the Grand Bridge, and many of the enemy are trying to cross the river using ferry boats. Shoot them down with arrows. Absolutely do not let them approach. Roger, sir. Understood. Your Excellency, we must urgently pull troops from Belta. We will be pincered like this. Silence, continue the strategy. Soon, a report that Antigua has been taken control of will come, surely. Going along with these lies is going along with the enemy's plan, right? I won't be tricked. David kicked away his command post desk. The 4th Army's main force was still going strong. He could only believe that. They were only a mishmash of insurgents, a defeat was impossible. That he, David, would be defeated was impossible. The final piece of information flew in for the agitated David. Reporting. A great number of enemy soldiers has been confirmed from the south, their flag is the rebel armies. We are being attacked from the side. The violent sounds of war could be heard. From far away were the coming sounds of horses' hooves. Time, for David, stopped. Sulawesi Grand Bridge, Liberation Army encampment on the opposite shore. Having confirmed the progress of battle, a silver-haired general was nodding many times. He was the commander who led the main force unit that David was thinking of. To not have seen through the decoy from the very beginning, how pitiful. It would suck to be them, huh? To have every particular of their strategy seen though, just judging from their staff officers, they are crazy, just thinking about it gives me the shivers. Taking that into consideration, the ones that set up this strategy were probably the staff officers. That they don't know of our army is proof. Those guys will be defeated just as they should be. Muttered the colonel silently, and a staff officer agreed. The colonel's words pains my ears. Although our morale is sufficient, we are insecure about our skill therefore. This diversion unit in particular was an assembled force of 10,000 regular soldiers, 5,000 militiamen, and the rest were volunteering civilians. Due to their battle flags and phony straw soldiers, they kind of appeared something like 30,000 or 40,000. But one cannot win a battle with just skill. It is the soldiers' morale that matters in the end. They must have the drive to win, they're nothing without it. No matter how one uses plans, or how an excellent commander commands. Certainly. We have an ideal that needs to be realized. We will not lose to the lot of the completely decayed kingdom. That's the spirit. These old bones are a bit tired. The commander joking patted his back, and the adjutant spoke up while smiling bitterly. We will work you until the end, Colonel. The extremely comical monkey show of mutual decoys glaring at each other would soon end. They were coercively crossing from the front of the river using the bridges and small ferries. Their main force would attack from the side. The situation had completely reversed right now, and overrunning the enemy encampment was only a matter of time probably. The Grand Bridge's defenses and offenses were equal, but the difference was that the enemy would be completely pressured from the side by a unit hitting their flank. Just one more push, and the enemy that had fallen into chaos would be kicked aside, and they would take possession of Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They had already inflicted serious damage onto the enemy's defense forces, and it wouldn't be long before Belta Castle also fell probably. The aged commander recalled the face of the young man who distinguished himself in this battle, the face of the hero carrying the future kingdom on his shoulders. He was a man who would realize their dreams without fail. He wondered if he would be able to see it with his own eyes. You know, I heard Lieutenant Colonel Finn took the head of the enemy commander again. What frightening performance as always. The flag of the lion is not just a decoration it seems. He had smashed the enemy cavalry unit and had taken Major General Alexei's head, he heard. He took it upon himself to pursue the remnants of the enemy's 2nd Division, it appeared. He will soon be the hero of this battle, I bet, Lieutenant Colonel Finn will. His fame amongst the soldiers is also on the rise too. If he gets promoted again, he'll finally be on par with you, huh? Princess Altura, and now Lieutenant Colonel Finn, with this, the reputation of us old people will collapse. Humph, we definitely don't want to lose to the youths, we'll just have to show them the difference in how long we've served, how about it? The commander exhaled with his nose and stood up. Old though he may be, he could still move his body. He took his battle-axe in hand, and swung it around, just warming up. The colonel still has much active service left in him, is it not about time we also go for a full-on charge? Okay. Shove the rearguard infantry unit to the front. Tell the civilians that have cooperated with us to stand back. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. All that's left is to squash them. We'll splendidly take the enemy commander's head, and devote our battle Princess Altura, how about it? Sir, understood. The Liberation Army, Sulawesi Grand Bridge Diversion Unit, started the attack. This battle should have been concluded with this one attack. David's 20,000 were pulverized from the front, and they had already fallen into pandemonium. They were inferior in numbers, lacked leadership ability, and their soldiers had not the will to fight. As a consequence of the mixed units which had been haphazardly merged, each unit's cooperation was in a sorry state. Already, the units would collapse before long, and the Liberation Army would be able to rout them. Every one of the Liberation Army generals nearby Sulawesi Grand Bridge expected an overwhelmingly favorable victory for the Liberation Army. This battle should have ended. Until behind the civilians who breathed sighs of relief, bathing in their victory, a white, ominous bird appeared. It was a unit galloping with terrible speed, in ranks with not one thread out of file, uninvited to the party. The people watched them with smiles. It was reinforcements from Salvador Fortress. They waved their hands in their air and beckoned them. Someone even raised a cheer. They linked shoulders and were laughing. These men no longer oppressed smiled from their souls. They had finally been liberated, and they were content from the bottom of their hearts. Until a blood-stained scythe would mercilessly swoop down on them. Now at an audaciously close distance, Shera's cavalry had gone northward, aiming for Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They had soundly shut down all the Liberation Army scouts, and they had finally arrived behind Sulawesi Grand Bridge. Luckily for them, they had not encountered an enemy unit. Not a single horseman had defected. They had 0 deserters. For a unit in the middle of a rout, this was almost unbelievable. Their provisions carried on hand had already been exhausted. Shera was at the limits of her endurance. She was awfully hungry. Why did she have to experience such an empty hunger? "Major, this is the last candy. Please help yourself." When Katerina offered a sacrifice to death, Shera silently took it and crunched it. Absolutely not enough. Her irritation due to the empty hunger did not stop. Her shouldered scythe was trembling in rage. Vanda asked carefully, so as to not disturb that rage. Major, what will we do after this? In front of us, an enemy unit is lying in wait. We have made it this far safely. If we go a little more northward, there is a ford we can cross." He cut his words off there because he was glared at with bloodshot eyes. If he spoke poorly, it seemed like that maddened scythe would swing down at any moment. Shera was just in that bad a mood. Despite there being a shortcut right in front of our eyes, why is there a necessity to make a detour? Second Lieutenant Katerina. Are you of the same opinion? While oozing bloodlust from her small body, she glared at another adjutant. There is indeed no need. We will stab them in the rear, and they will only be smashed altogether. We can absolutely break through. I will devote even the last vestiges of my poor strength. That so? Then no problem. Let's go. Sir, there is no problem at all. Major Shera. Katerina pushed up her glasses, and took out a small rod from her waist and elongated it. It was a telescoping, portable magic cane. This was the first time Vanda had seen that cane. He had heard not a single word that this second lieutenant colleague of his had knowledge in sorcery. "Oh, oi. You can use sorcery? I've never heard of it." "I just never said it. However, there is no longer a need to keep it hidden. For Major Shera's sake, I will devote all my power. I had decided this some time ago. I will happily use pagan magic. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The daughter of a heretic is a heretic," spoke Katerina rapidly on and on. Her eyes were the same as the other cavalry members. "What do you mean?" asked back Vanda, who could not understand. Katerina did not respond to that question. 2,500 cavalry waited for orders. For the order to charge and decimate. The horses neighed, sensing their bloodthirst, and their bodies shook. Shera raised her scythe, and gave her command. "Target, Sulawesi Grand Bridge. All members charge. Kill them." "Ooh." Their yells resonated, and Shera galloped down the hill at the vanguard. Her 2 adjutants followed. The 2,500 cavalry kicked up a cloud of dust, and they started dashing like a fierce wave. The Liberation Army flag was drawing closer. Many enemy soldiers began to notice Shera and her group. They soon started to let out cheers and waved their hands. They were welcoming death. The unarmed civilian people were smiling. However, Shera's expression did not change. Before her eyes were simply enemies. Food just waiting to be eaten. Wait, stop. Stop your ore." Her scythe mowed down several civilians who tried to flee, and she went straight ahead. The cavalry following behind her charged while reaching with their spears, and they trampled and killed scores of people. Kill whoever you get your hands on. Don't bother asking who they are. Kill all the rebel army. Death gave her command, and the cavalrymen's devastation began. Weaponless civilians ran, trying to escape. Some poorly equipped militiamen resisted, but they were pierced by spears thrusted from on horseback, and they died. Shera massacred the enemy camp like cutting weeds. Her scythe flew left and right, spun like a watermill, and randomly cut off limbs. Her momentum did not stop, and she rushed all the way to the front of the enemy camp. Spare us. We aren't soldiers. You guys are the kingdom, right? Why would you do this? Let us go. Silently, towards these men who had sank to the ground, the scythe's tempered edge extended, and killed them. Accompanying her, Katerina pointed her cane towards their bodies and chanted a spell. It was necromancy, which manipulated soulless corpses. It was magic for people who had fallen off God's path. Their only one usable spell. The corpses could not move freely like the caster. There was also no way to move hundreds. It was her limit to move too. From self-study, she could only learn just this one spell. Go. How interesting that is. To reuse corpses, very intriguing. Thank you very much, Major Shera. What happens after? This, explode. The reanimated corpses crawled deep into the enemy soldiers and deliberately exploded. The blast swallowed the surrounding soldiers, and the area was pregnant with the smell of burning bodies. Shera observed, seemingly very satisfied, and once again started the slaughter. Vander took only humans that had weapons as his opponents. Before his eyes were clearly not soldiers. Only humans that seemed to live in farm villages until a few days ago. He had not become a soldier to slaughter the citizens, not to conduct this kind of indiscriminate slaughter. He was different. He was different from them. Die. Shut up. Take this. Thrusted spears crossed, and stabbed into a body. Aiming for that opening, a lunged spear stabbed into Vander's back. Shit. He thought, but the arm was immature it seemed, and the spear's tip grinded against his armor and was deflected. He pulled out his spear, intending to counterattack, and he hastily turned his horse's head around. It was a Liberation Army soldier wearing crude armor on his body. His height, short. It appeared to be a boy soldier. Maybe about the same size as Shera, maybe even a little shorter. His face was still childish. He was shaking in surprise that his spear that he had thrusted as hard as he could was deflected. He was completely disheartened. TSK, be obedient, kid. Do you have a death wish? Hi. Don't be so brazen. Vander knocked away the boy soldier's weapon with his spear. He did not have the intention of killing children. But I said to kill everyone, Second Lieutenant Vander. From behind the unarmed boy soldier, the blade of misfortune swung down. After a cry like a squeal, he died. He was still a child, Major. Vander scowled at her, but Shera paid no mind and swung off the blood. She shifted her gaze, searching for her next prey. Then, why was he on the battlefield? If you will resent the one who brought him here. He could no longer fight. If he can pick up a sword, he can still fight. And then, he will challenge you again. Are you not a soldier? Or are you a saint? Do you think we're at a church? All members, gather. We will crush the enemy at the Grand Bridge. Under Shera's command, the cavalry gathered, and turned their horses towards the Grand Bridge. Colonel, enemy attack from the rear. Cavalry are advancing while killing the civilians. What did you say? Where the heck did they come from? The enemy cavalry should have been annihilated, right? But they're here. Enemy has a white bird coat of arms on a black flag. Their vanguard is a commander holding a scythe. The rumored death god? All right, we'll stop them in their tracks here. Absolutely do not let them break through the bridge. We'll be laughed at if they can get away successfully. The raiding cavalry that raised havoc for their supply trains from before, the unit associated with the name Death. He had heard of their rumored commander. Sir. Infantry unit. Assemble the formation. Will obstruct the Death God's charge. The infantry unit dispatched to the middle of the bridge, constructed a wall of spears. A cavalry certainly had rushing power, but they were weak against readied spears. They would absolutely hesitate, fearing death. If they encircled them at that time and attacked, there would be nothing to fear. Spear line, forward. Shoulder to shoulder. Spears, brace. The spearmen, overflowing with morale, braced their spears. From the direction their allies should have been, blood spurts flew, and an odd army came charging. While they were in a column formation, they were coming in just a single, straight line. Spears. Forward. The troops holding the black flag plunged into the wall of spears with absolutely no hesitation. They propelled their spears from atop horseback and decided to run the spearmen over with their horses' momentum. They felt not a moment's indecision. Horses and rider were skewered. While being skewered, they were also taking down the enemy infantry. Soldiers that had fallen off their horses threw themselves off the Grand Bridge, making sure to take the enemy with them. Sherah's unit had teared open a section of the spear line by sacrificing dozens of soldiers. In that opening, Sherah was swinging her scythe from atop her horse. Katerina, who had exhausted her magical power, was also swinging a sword. The regular soldiers of the Liberation Army were pushed back. They couldn't stop the enemy's momentum. The commander, kill that commander. That'll weaken the enemy's momentum. Absolutely halt them. Colonel, you are too far forward. Please step back. The adjutant stopped him, but he shook him off and wielded his battle-axe. He smashed a charging cavalryman. Though he inflicted a fatal wound, the rider was about to stand up again, so he cut off his head. What fearsome metal, he was inwardly shocked. They were clearly different from the other soldiers of the kingdom. Shut up. They'll break through this bridge at this rate. You monsters. What's with the force of their charge? Colonel, this is dangerous. Surround them with soldiers, flatten them with numbers. Do not show them any leniency. Raising his voice, he encouraged his soldiers. One rider in black armor stood out conspicuously. She was their commander, no doubt. When the colonel thoughtlessly glared at her, he met her eyes. Sherah smiled like a little girl, whose face was covered in blood. The colonel was entranced by death. Ah! A small sickle stabbed into the face of the speechless colonel. It was a throw with no prior movements. The commander of the Liberation Army Diversion Unit had easily died. The throat of the adjutant who tried to help him up as well, was pierced by a thrown sickle, David's headquarters, being pincered. Disastrous reports were coming in one after another. David's headquarters had also become perilous. He unsheathed his heirloom sword and steeled himself for when the time would come. A noble had to proudly die. Why, Your Excellency? Please, you of all people must escape, Your Excellency. We will open a way out to Belter. Spoke up the chief staff officer, but David shook his head sideways. I cannot. If I escape right now, we will be completely routed. If I had to run away and uncouthly die, I would die here. I have my pride as a noble. But Belter. If David escaped, it would be assured that they would be routed. But, in this situation, it was the defeated commander's duty to save even a single soldier and repatriate to Belter. David may have his pride as a noble, but he was the worst commander. To David, who stood at the head of the army with his elite guards, a report for the umpteenth time came. Your Excellency David. What is it this time? Have they finally broken through the bridge? Reinforcements. Reinforcements from our army has come. Bullshit. Where the heck did they come from? Don't tell me they abandoned Belter. David was not fool enough to leave Belter Castle empty. He had sent out a messenger, and strictly told them to devote themselves to defense. As far as he was concerned, it was absolutely unthinkable for reinforcements to come from the Belter area. No. Reinforcements from Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They have boldly penetrated the enemy camp. For a second, David had thought this messenger had gone mad. the other staff officers as well. But, when he shifted his attention to the bridge, the situation was strange. David's unit that was being pushed back was making a comeback. The enemy's river crossing unit was also turning away without reaching land. Whose unit came? Is it Alexei's cavalry? David naturally leaned forward in excitement, his voice cracked in anticipation. Who came? Did Alexei's cavalry survive? Reinforcements from the royal capital? It would be difficult to believe, but it wasn't impossible for it to be volunteer soldiers. White crow coat of arms on a black flag. The commander is unknown, but they are overrunning the enemy encampment. Why, Your Excellency? Please use this. A staff officer handed over an eyepiece. It wasn't as good an Empire-made one, but one could see close enough to the Grand Bridge. David investigated steadily. A black flag and a white crow emblem. He hadn't seen it before. He had no recollection of there being such a family crest. Black was also bad luck. He looked at the cavalrymen holding the flags. Everyone was fighting with terrific valor. They trampled the enemy without paying any mind to thrusted spears. He stared at the especially conspicuous commander holding a scythe. She was wearing a helmet, but she had that characteristic short stature, a young face covered in crimson blood. She was a young, female commander with a twisted smile while slashing at her prey. P.Y.T. That's S. Major Scherer. Her name escaped his lips, and he was lost for words. At such a fearsome manner of fighting, he could not articulate. She was splitting the enemy as if she was a veteran general. When he thought they had broken through the bridge, she gave a further command, and once again charged towards the opposite shore. The spirit of the enemy soldiers, who had not expected them to turn around, was completely crushed. The enemy unit who had lost their leader were like novices scrambling for their lives, trying to escape from death's scythe. Following them from behind were the cavalrymen savagely swooping down on them. The Grand Bridge was awash with fresh blood. Why, Your Excellency David? We cannot just let this be. Take our forces on the bridge and allocate them to our flank, and then plan to retreat. I do not think we have faculty to fight the enemy's main force in a series of battle anymore. Your Excellency. Major General David, Your Excellency. Your orders immediately. Yeah? I leave it to you. Hurry and deal with it. Sir. The chief staff officer barked his orders to the military officers angrily. They had to avoid being annihilated at all costs. They were desperate. That's a death god. Certainly, death itself. Was why, Yalda right? While shivering, David gazed long at Scherer's style of fighting, as if eating it up. He had completely forgotten about commanding. Afterwards, the troops of David's unit assigned to the river bank and Grand Bridge were successfully moved to the flanks. The Liberation Army contributing a fierce attack from the side were bewildered at a counterattack beyond their expectations. The unit that was on the verge of being routed had suddenly gotten a second wind and were making a comeback. The Liberation Army that was striking from the side, though they were called the main force, were mostly comprised of only units swift on their feet. They stressed the ability to pincer, and they should have made the enemy take to their heels with a swift attack. After a series of battles, they had built up fatigue, and the soldiers' power had fallen as one would expect. Due to the difference in stamina and their declining might, the casualties on the Liberation Army side gradually started increasing. The Liberation Army commander, Beiruz, deciding now was enough, temporarily pulled his soldiers back. There was also the report that many civilians and militiamen were victimized. He needed for the state of affairs to calm down. David escaped from his predicament and somehow scurried back to Belta. Defeated soldiers were continuously returning. All the soldiers were completely exhausted. The kingdom's army had lost too many things in this battle. Fourth Army surviving soldiers, 30,000. A third had died in battle, and the rest had thrown down their swords and surrendered or deserted. Driving a wedge into Belta, Sulawesi Grand Bridge was taken, and even the river crossing site was snatched away from them. Afterwards, the Liberation Army would probably close in on them like a noose around their necks. David was angry and embarrassed, and he fell ill from his anxiety due to self-condemnation. The Battle of Alusha Crossing ended in the crushing defeat for the kingdom's army. Their loss did not end in just losing troops and Sulawesi Grand Bridge. As the sun set on the kingdom, it had the result of making known to the populace that the kingdom no longer had the power to put an end to the rebel army. The victorious Liberation Army took the surrendered soldiers into their fold and further surged in power. Shera quietly repatriated, taking her cavalry along with her. Each and every one was bloodstained, but they entered the castle as if proud of that. The castle garrison that had ushered them in could only watch them with held breaths. The white bird was painted deep crimson. Just how many lives had it sucked in? While wearing her bloodied armor, Shera rushed into the barracks cafeteria. She took as much as she could, and headed to the campgrounds where her soldiers were waiting. All the surviving cavalrymen were smiling while eating together with their commander. That she was able to have an enjoyable meal with her comrades made Shera very happy. After consuming enough for 3 men, Shera fell asleep with a contented smile. As for those victimized civilians, their story would be handed down to posterity as the tragedy of Sulawesi Grand Bridge. They boldly faced the death god's surprise attack, fought, and then died noble deaths. They were heroes. In commemoration of their altruism, a large monument to comfort their spirits would be erected beside the Grand Bridge. Eastern religious term that I have westernized for brevity. Chapter 15, Even Rotten Fruit from a Distance. Looks delicious. One of the causes for the kingdom's decline could be said to be its harsh taxation. The wealthy who lived luxurious lived were one part, but the majority of the kingdom's citizens were comprised of peasants who were especially oppressed. Violent tax collectors would frequently turn up and take away what little property there was. Punishments would even be dispensed on people who could not pay the established amount. Same if they refused conscription. The peasants of the kingdom were all sick of it. Even so, the people who would rise up were few, since they had grown accustomed to being oppressed. Despite being under deathly hardship, despite all the people who would starve and die, they would not kill. But, when danger to one's life actually approached, anyone would take up arms. Humans were not ones to silently submit their necks. They were not going to be victims. What had changed the lamentations of these men to seething rage was a single event. It was the Tanang Rebellion. Having emerged victorious in the battle a few days ago, the Royal Capital Liberation Army moved headquarters from Salvador Fortress to Branch Castle Antigua. They had also done so as there was the appeal of gradually drawing closer to the royal capital. They assimilated the surrendered soldiers and expanded in scope. They had also taken possession of Sulawesi Grand Bridge. Currently, they were capturing every fortress and town in the Belta area. Then, if Belta Castle where David had secluded himself fell, the central border zone would completely fall under Liberation Army influence. It would solidify their weak foothold in the area, and it would become increasingly possible to launch an invasion in the royal capital's direction. As the Liberation Army continued to win consecutively, the might of their officers and men would rise in tandem. Though they had paid the price of not a few victims, for the sake of the oppressed citizens, they would voluntarily throw themselves into battle. Everyone embraced the hopes and dreams of their young symbol, Princess Altura. Branch Castle Antigua Conference Room. Military officers and civil officers were arrayed. Here, topics relating to military affairs, financial affairs, government and diplomacy were debated, and where Altura would give her ruling. As they were currently expanding their sphere of influence, there were a mountain of challenges. What they were discussing now was regarding the aftermath of the Alusha River engagement. In the other day's battle, is it true that there were many civilian casualties? Why did Borjek have to die? Altura depressedly inquired. Colonel Borjek served long before she had raised an army and was an extremely helpful man, always taking care of her. He excelled at leadership and was a military man she could place faith in. She wanted to fight with him. She wanted him to watch over her. The generals who happened to be present at the time were also making grieving faces. To that question, tactician Thina reported that it was the truth. Yes. The weaponless civilians who were taking refuge in the back were attacked by the kingdom's cavalry. Having launched a surprise attack, that group of the kingdom began to overrun them, gunning for only the civilians. Deciding to obstruct this atrocity, Colonel Borjek departed for the front, and though he boldly fought back, he was killed in battle. However, due to his noble sacrifice, he was successful in saving many civilians. Colonel Borjek absolutely did not die a meaningless death. At Thina's words, the military officers showed expressions of indignation. Those guys were a disgrace to all military men, they thought. The kingdom was rotten to this extent. They thought. One group of people of course noticed that the truth had been distorted when it was reported. But they did not speak up. They reasoned that it wasn't all lies. Thina, you said there should be no injury to the people. That is why I approved your dummy soldiers' plan. Then, how did we end up with this kind of result? I did not think that a commissioned officer of the kingdom would take the initiative and target only the citizens. They hunted down only the weak, and their figures enjoyed themselves slaughtering as they pleased. It was like the work of a beast. They probably do not have any pride left as knights. It was completely my mistake, Thina. Naturally, he had expected the possibility that there would be victims amongst the civilians. If his plan went well, he would hail the civilians as heroes. If they were caught in the crossfire and became victims, he would call it a tragedy. It would promote morale, and he would use it as material to spread groundless rumors, he schemed. It was a definite truth that they, unarmed civilians and citizens of the very kingdom, were killed. He would take that truth, mix in some exaggerations, and disseminate it, further circulating the kingdom's bad reputation. He had already given his secret orders and released his agents into the Belter area. The fruits of his labor will show sooner or later. Give the families of the victims liberal remunerations. They cooperated with our dreams and lost their valuable lives. We have to surmount their sacrifices and realize our ideals. Thina, please help us. So leave it to me. I will give the bereaved families suitable recompense. Next report. Hearing Princess Altora's words, a civil official plainly read aloud documents. A request for aid has come from a farm village under Liberation Army influence. It is a request saying they want goods and provisions as they are in poverty. There are many more identical to this one. Many texts telling of wretched conditions had come addressed to Altora. Thina, do we have any surplus goods? Lines of sight turned to tactician Thina, who responded without a change in expression. There is no way we would have that amount of surplus, however we cannot just overlook them. After all, the great cause that we stand for is to overthrow the current monarchy and rescue the suffering people of the kingdom. That future will absolutely not come to those who cannot care for those below them, or take advantage of them. Then, urgently give them charity. Show them the morality of our Liberation Army. As soon as possible, we must have the incompetent Christoph off the throne. I do understand. Please leave the matter of goods to me. We have received no shortage of support from the Empire as a consequence of the princess never wavering and betraying her faith. Many civil officials fixed their eyes on Thina with a look that asked, "Just what are you saying?" But Altora showed no signs of noticing their behavior. If one were to talk about the civil officials, all of them knew that they had no surplus with their current finances. As they had just put Belter under their influence, their tax yields were not extremely high. It would still take some time until the chaos died down and they put a system of government in order. Thina ignored the glances coming from the group of civil officials. I am begging you, Thina. I will be pushing hardships on you. Those words alone are enough for me, Thina. Thina closed his eyes and lowered his head. Seeing that, Altora augustly nodded. Are there any other reports? Then, we will conclude here today. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Sir, understood. When Altura left her seat, the general saluted and followed after her. Left behind was Thina, still sitting in his seat in the conference room, and Vice Commander of the Liberation Army, Prince Alan. Alan approached Thina's side, and spoke in a small voice. Thina. Are you planning on doing that again? Do you really think this is correct? You don't know when Altura will find out. Alan was being notified of Thina's activities from a unit of agents of the Empire. It was not a matter that could be disclosed, and there was a strict gag order on the participants. Those intelligence agents were Alan's protégés, so he could trust them. Of course, he was not informing his homeland, the Empire, since in the future, it would become a weakness. But, if it ever became intolerable, he planned on overthrowing Thina and banishing him. He could not let him become a cause of ruin for the Liberation Army. Absolutely, I am paying careful attention so that I do not get noticed. I am only allowing my own mercenaries to execute it. As long as they get paid a large amount of money, they will not say anything. They in fact will enjoy doing it. He did not know how many hamlets they had attacked. They would plunder while disguised as kingdom soldiers. They were originally humans who resorted to robbery. Gleefully, they were endeavoring in their duty. It ended at just pillaging. They had been instructed for the time being to not kill if possible. Because in the end, these villages would enter under the control of the Liberation Army. Their labor was valuable. If his mercenaries grew too impudent and couldn't stay their hands, he would just get rid of them and hire the next batch. It was a very simple matter. Mercenaries were not the Liberation Army's companions, just disposable pieces. Alan was silently listening. Thina apathetically continued his talk. Moreover, I cannot make goods appear out of thin air. The world is not so generous. No matter what means I have to use, I will absolutely must obtain them. For the sake of our expanding Liberation Army, and for the sake of supporting the citizens entering under our jurisdiction. To bring about a time of peace requires an initial investment. These are emergency measures until we can expect steady tax revenue. Nevertheless, this ought to be the last time. Calmly, but quickly, detailed Thina. The central border zone was from the start a fertile land. If they raised the morale of the peasants and created an appropriate government, it would surely become wealthy. They could also expect commerce with each bordering nation. They would remedy the excessive tax rate, perform a clean sweep of government officials and feudal lords lining their own pockets, and conduct a thorough reform. The Liberation Army had enticed them, guaranteeing their social position, chipped away at their political power, and stolen their power to resist. When they noticed they had been deceived, everything would be over probably. The Royal Capital Liberation Army had taken drastic measures in their duty to wash away the accumulated pus. However, to accomplish this, they needed tremendous support from the people, otherwise, it would all end as a pipe dream. An impetus was needed to change the people's hatred towards the kingdom into support for the Liberation Army. This time will be the last? What do you mean, Thina? If we take complete control of the central border zone, there will no longer be any need for these troublesome matters. Also, this final commodity procurement operation will be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Belter Castle. Having suffered a crushing defeat, this right now is the greatest chance to erase the kingdom's authority over this region. Thina spread out a map on the table and pointed out Belter Castle. Behind it was the town of Tanang with a red mark on it. It was a place not included in their capturing plans. We are already capturing fortresses on the front line of Belter. What more are you planning? Are we not just going to wait for a proper time and encircle Belter's main castle? Insufficient. Still not enough. The force of their fire is absolutely not enough. For our great cause, it has to become a hellfire strong enough to burn the entire kingdom to the ground. The commander David can probably no longer move. He is frightened and only hardening the defenses. A commander who has lost his self-confidence, soldiers of the kingdom in chaos, a populace with accumulated discontent, and the spreading infamy all the kindle has been assembled. Afterwards, it just needs to catch fire. What the heck are you thinking? When Alan looked at him with eyes of misgiving, Thina with a tranquil expression distinctly answered. Of course, only victory for the Liberation Army, and overthrowing the current monarchy. My life was used only for this one purpose. The Royal Capital Liberation Army is my everything. Do Altora's ideals really exist in you? Is this not too reckless? The one perverting her ideals the most, Thina, is it not you? A clean war does not exist in this world, Your Highness Prince Alan. All that there is only a hideous reality that makes one want to avert their eyes. However, there are also things that do not need to be known. Princess Altora is fine as she is. The people see their aspirations in her. Humans as completely filthy like me as well. He stood up from his seat, faced Prince Alan, and gazed into his eyes. Prince Alan, your cooperation is necessary. I would like you to shoulder the dirty work along with me. I want you to defile yourself with dishonor enough to smear even your soul with blood. We will crown ourselves with filth. After this war is over, I will take all the sins onto myself consequently. Thina was making a bet. He had seen through that this man harbored personal feelings for Altora. Thina was also aware that these emotions very much exceeded his affection towards his fatherland. He would take advantage of that and pull Alan to his side. He would bind him hand and foot so that he could never turn back. This man could be expected to play the role of negotiator with the Empire. By all means, Thina wanted to entice him. Alan avoided an immediate reply. It took resolution and determination to accept this proposal. He had to make sure he had it. To immediately cut down any selfish motives he may have, his hand reached for his sword. Will this truly be for Altora's sake? So that her ideals may continue to be pure. Reality is not. Someone has to protect her from this dirty mud. We will be that shield. I want you to shoulder that role next to the princess. I understand. I will listen to you. Do with me as you wish. After a long silence, Alan consented. Quietly, Thina spoke. Altora would certainly rage if she heard this plan. It was an act completely polar to her ideals. It sacrificed the few to save the many. It would not be strange for her to cut him down in such a situation. The other commissioned officers probably wouldn't stay silent either. Actually, having heard the matter, Alan was also enraged, and he seized Thina by the lapels. For the sake of victory for the Royal Capital Liberation Army, Thina sold his soul. In a place slightly east of Belter Castle was a town called Tanang. Protected by low ramparts, it was a simple and commonplace hamlet with no redeeming features. In that hamlet, neighboring peasants suddenly gathered and were raising furious voices. Each one held crude weapons and, filled with anger, were closing in on the feudal lord's building. It was a town with no appreciable defense besides its ramparts. Soldiers that tried to obstruct them were pushed down and violently beaten up. The townspeople, completely startled, did not leave their houses. They did not want to get involved. When the figure of the bewildered feudal lord appeared from the building's terrace, the peasants bitterly screamed. "We've paid our taxes like we were told. We complied with repeated demands. And yet, why will you kill us? Do you intend on stealing even our lives?" they were saying. The feudal lord didn't understand what they were saying. Sure, he was imposing a harsh tax. He was also requisitioning goods as per orders from the kingdom and funding the war. But there was no order saying to kill. They would not part with their precious labor force for no reason. The peasants were wrung dry, but they had just barely enough to live. If not, then they would no longer have any tax revenue. That was why they would not be killed. I don't get what you're saying. But what you guys have done will not be pardoned. Hurry and break up and return to your work. Any more will be regarded as treachery against the kingdom, and everyone will be apprehended, he responded. The peasants did not consent. A genocide was happening at a neighboring farm village right now. Survivors were extremely few. Also, everyone had seen the figures of the kingdom's soldiers. How could they believe the words of someone that was habitually oppressing them? Even if he was the feudal lord, it was difficult for him to force the peasants to retire. Soldiers had been lost at the earlier battle, and the town's guards were few in number. In just numbers, the peasants that had visited for a directly appeal exceeded the guards. The instant when he was thinking how to deceive and pacify them, from his building flew out a single arrow. That arrow struck the breast of a woman holding a baby in the middle of the crowd. The feudal lord had not given an order to attack. But an arrow was fired. Silence enveloped the surroundings, now packed with bloodlust. Then, it instantly exploded. "Kill him, kill him!" The order came, and the peasants rushed into the feudal lord's building. Bodies of soldiers were torn by farm tools, and they died. Luxurious furniture and works of art were all broken. The feudal lord and his family were dragged out and burned alive. The building was set ablaze, and the town of Tanang had been completely occupied by peasants. The weak people who had wrested victory from their depriver through their own hands roared in celebration. When someone shouted hooray, everyone followed afterwards and yelled repeatedly. In the end, the flag flown high was the flag of the Royal Capital Liberation Army. David fell into a state of panic, hearing that they had lost Tanang behind Belter Castle. At most, it was just a feudal lord being killed by peasants and making a town of the kingdom fall. But panicking that their path of retreat had been cut off, it's preposterous for the likes of peasants to kill the feudal lord. Wipe everyone out, he had arbitrarily issued the order, and sent 2,000 infantry immediately to Tanang. The peasants put up a good fight, but in the end, they were laymen who had not received training. In not even a few hours, the gate was broken down, and the town was invaded. Everyone who had participated in the rebellion was cut down. It was wholesale slaughter with no heed to young or old, man or woman. There were also townspeople who got mixed in and bit the dust. Everyone suspicious was killed. News of the Tanang Rebellion and the Tanang atrocity spread throughout the Belter area, and many feudal lords trembled in fear of receiving the resentment of the peasants. Many feudal lords who were on the fence, anxious that they would be killed too, declared support for the Liberation Army. Soldiers guarding fortresses also lost their fighting spirit, and they discarded their swords and threw open the gates. Most of them were peasants that had been conscripted from a farming village in this very Belter. In not even half a month, the Liberation Army had captured the towns and fortresses of Belter, and all that was remaining was Belter Castle. The kingdom has lost power in the central border zone to that extent. The Fourth Army was further weakened from successive desertion and surrender, and now only a force of 10,000 had to defend the castle. David had sent a request for reinforcements ASAP to the royal capital, but the only response was defend Belter to the last. As the empire in the northwest was increasing their movements, there were no spare forces left to be sent in aid. Field Marshal Sharov had appealed that the First Army ought to be sent forth, but Prime Minister Farzam had rejected it, saying it was unnecessary. What ought to take precedence was defense of the royal capital, and he would not approve anything that would weaken it. At the end of his wits, Sharov decided to dispatch 5,000 of his troops as a rear guard. They made an expedition to Roshanak's stronghold, which amounted to an outpost wall for the royal capital area. After Belter fell, it was not unlikely for the Liberation Army to carry on their momentum and close in on the royal capital in one go. As well as to gain time, they needed to hold back the Liberation Army there temporarily. Roshanak was a stronghold in name only. Its walls were low, and it was on low-lying ground. The reshuffled General Yalda was appointed to be the commander. Do not act rashly and avoid excessive ardor, he was strictly ordered. No voices of opposition were raised from the generals. They thought of him as simply a disposable rock. On the other side of the map, David at a loss had resolved himself. He would not approve evacuating until the end. Goods continued to be brought into Belter Castle, and they fortified their preparations for a siege. It would be a siege battle with no hope of reinforcements. Before the battle, morale kept on falling. As for Shara, she had used up all the money provisioned for the siege and bought food in bulk. Reports that the Liberation Army guys were making an expedition and gradually approaching Belter Castle had come in. Naturally, they could not buy from neighboring towns, as they were no longer under kingdom rule. As there was no other way, they called the merchants from Alusha River, and had purchased from the smuggling merchants of the Union. They were exploited all the while. Those guys sold cheap to their partner, the Liberation Army, and blew up the price for their adversaries, the kingdom's army. So that their future customers would think well of them, of course they would do that. They would make up the deficit from their trade partner the kingdom. Prices had jumped up to 5 times their normal value. If you don't like it, don't buy, they had said. Shera's office room was completely buried by bags of wheat and dried food. At this landscape crowded to the point where one couldn't even find a place to stand, even Katerina was surprised as one would expect. With this much, even if the castle's provisions are used up, we can seclude ourselves for a month. We're out of money thanks to this though. How refreshing, said Shera while giving the wheat bags a satisfactory smack, as if just saying, check it out. Katerina pushed up her glasses and looked around. It was certainly a good stash, she thought. But Major Shera. Even if the Major is able to seclude herself, we do not have so much. If it was Shera, even if the castle were to fall for example, she would lock herself in the office alone and would definitely show the will to fight. As long as there was food, she seemed to be able to fight forever. Katerina had a hope, she wanted to be present in such a situation if possible. How would Shera welcome her last moments? What kind of face would her dead body have? It was imprudent, but she couldn't say she wasn't interested. Though she too would probably die right after, she would be careful to not die until then, considered Katerina. Would she rise to fame? Would she fall to ruin? Which one it would be was still not clear. All she could do was support this superior officer with all her being. Katerina renewed her determination. You don't have to worry, I'll give you your share too. Food tastes better when eaten together, right? But, if my cavalry eat, even this amount would soon be gone, it seems. As she was not starving, Shera was still in a good humor. My gratitude for the Major's generosity. However, well, let's think about that after the food's gone, since I feel hungry when I think. Oh yeah, what happened to Second Lieutenant Vander? Sir, he has completely shut himself in his room. He will not even show his face. His physical condition is poor, I heard. Oh. That's fine then. I will be going to Staff Officer Sidamo's place after this. You do what you find appropriate. Go rest your body so you don't collapse at a crucial time. Understood. Shera headed to Sidamo's office room and knocked. Sidamo had been expelled from the position of Chief Staff Officer and was relocated to a Staff Officer's office. He was given material management duty as per David's order. This is Major Shera. You called, sir? Enter. Excuse me. After raising her voice, she opened the door, and there was Sidamo with his grim face. Compared to when she first met him, his face was worn out. He probably had his worries. Shera didn't ask because she didn't care, though. She didn't bring bread today as a present. She had eaten it earlier. It's been a while, Major Shera. As always, I've heard about your style of fighting. You've probably also preserved the honor of General Yalda, who recommended you. It seems there was no point in giving you adjutants. No, their work was extremely helpful. Well, that's good. I understand now that you're an existence that won't be killed so easily. Your infamy has also befittingly spread. Death God of the Kingdom, Major Sherazade. A deplorable female commander that had massacred great numbers of officers, soldiers, and civilians, they say. Doesn't it seem like you're being made an enemy by the rebel army? A black flag with a white bird coat of arms at the previous Battle of Alusha Crossing, Shera's name had instantly spread. At this current point in time, she had killed the most commanders of the Liberation Army. There was no longer anyone amongst the officers and men of the Liberation Army that did not know of her. She was recognized as the worst enemy that ought to be despised. Sir, I killed all those guys of the rebel army. Is there any problem? No problem at all. Infamy is an indispensable part of a hero. If we win, it'll turn the complete opposite. You should behave as you see fit, like you are now until the end. Cynically laughed Sidamo, who then returned to his serious expression. Sir. Understood. Moving to the main question, unfortunately, this Belter castle will probably fall. No sight of reinforcements, and even if the enemy surrounds us, we can't stop them. From an objective standpoint, we have 1 month give or take. There's more or less a source of error though. I fear that there will be an outbreak of a great number of betrayers. How long we can persist, only God knows. Sidamo disinterestedly announced the fall of the castle. If he were heard by the military police, he would have been restrained. But lying doesn't change anything, so he stated only the truth. What were important for a siege battle were goods, morale of the soldiers, and whether one could expect reinforcements. No matter how superior the defense power of a castle looked, it was worthless if its interior was rotten. In a state where even one was missing, the fall could be said to be a matter of time. Shera was listening silently. No particular surprise could be seen. She had a face that said she really didn't care at all. Sidamo felt his stomach hurting bit by bit. When push comes to shove, you take your soldiers and aim for Roshanak's stronghold. It's meaningless and stupid to have cavalry die inside a castle. The time taken to train them, the money, and the maintenance costs, all of it will be futile. If you're going to die, die outside the castle. Sir, I will do my best to die outside the castle. Worried that she might not have understood, Sidamo restated it, in a way that even this girl would understand. In simpler terms, don't see the fate of this castle as your fate. Crawl, struggle unseemly until the very end. Consult with your adjutants in detail. That is why they were assigned to you. Sir, I, Major Shera, understand. Very well. Dismissed. Excuse me. Sidamo watched Shera's figure leave. As usual, he didn't know if she was listening to people talking, but he felt the unique drive that brave warriors with long military service had. If he saw Shera's almost fearsome fighting style, he would have thought that natural. As they had lost the battle, she could say goodbye to a promotion, but by all rights, she should have a medal. That David's unit was somehow able to escape was due to there being an offensive from Sulawesi Grand Bridge. Speaking of David, he had wasted away after losing the battle, and it seemed he could no longer stand. His glorious future was shut, and the infamy that he was the perpetrator of the atrocity was thoroughly being spread. His filthy name would be left in posterity certainly. History was written by the winners. Sidamo guessed that David planned to die here. If he was going to leave, he would have escaped a long time ago. He would probably fight proudly until the end like a noble and then die in satisfaction. Sidamo was thinking like it was someone else's problem. His body was already on the decline. He was comfortable with that fact. But he did not intend to die in a place like this. It would be a futile death in that case. He would once again crawl up somehow. He planned on surviving from Belter at all costs. I cannot die yet. There are still things I have to. Vander, secluded in his office. Ever since the morning, he had continued to gaze at a single letter. He was troubled. This would influence the rest of his life. He had to think this through. He put strength in his hands gripping the brush, and slowly wrote a reply. After the ceiling wax dried, after he looked around the area, he left his room. With this, I can no longer go back. The one to smile upon me, in the end, will it be a goddess, or a god of death? Vander muttered to no one in particular, and he recalled the figure of his superior officer. He took a deep sigh, and with his eyes on a certain place inside the castle, he started walking. Beautiful wordplay by the author. This is an idiom that literally means to look below one's foot, but overall means to take advantage of. Similarly, Thiner is literally saying that they must not overlook those below them, but he's insinuating that they must take advantage of them. I cannot make this sound good for the life of me. Chapter 16. If food were to fall from the sky, it would surely be delicious. Having expanded their war potential, the Royal Capital Liberation Army had gradually set about their strategy to gain total control of Belta. Reshuffling former soldiers of the kingdom's army added to their forces, the participating soldiers in this strategy numbered 60,000. 20,000 guards were stationed at Antigua and Salvador. Their support from the citizens was plenty, and now that harvest time was over, goods were in abundance. The long-standing Altura became supreme commander and had carried out the encirclement of Belta Castle. She was constantly seen together with the soldiers, and this was also to show that her ideals were not lies. First, she recommended surrender to David, the commander on the defensive. In exchange for the lives of the castle garrison and civilians, immediately vacate Belta Castle, she said. However, on the condition that only David, the man regarded as the main perpetrator behind the Tanang atrocity, be put to proper trial. David refused. He sent a violent hail of arrows in response to the Liberation Army surrounding them. Judging that there was no room for negotiations, Altura stepped forward to give the siege order to the soldiers. She unsheathed her treasured sword from atop horseback and turned its point towards Belta Castle. We are righteous. Belta Castle will fall, and the hammer of justice will strike the man behind the massacres, David. Kindred souls of the Royal Capital Liberation Army. For our dreams, please lend us your strength. Victory for the Royal Capital Liberation Army. Judgment unto David. Long live, Princess Altura. Long live the Liberation Army. The organized Liberation Army soldiers raised up their weapons and shouted in fervor. Their voices were intense enough to shake the heavens and probably circulated as fear inside the castle. Army, start the attack. Victory to the Royal Capital Liberation Army. All units advance. Forward. Catapults, begin the advance. When Altura sent the signal to start the siege, the unit commanders all simultaneously gave their orders to advance. Infantry carrying shields held sandbags and rushed to the moat. As the drawbridge was raised, they first had to make a path. Siege towers would then send in soldiers to the ramparts, and battering rams would then hit the gates. This was the preliminary step to allow those siege weapons to get close. First, they would fill in the moat. Because Belta's moat was both wide and deep with water, they needed a proportionate volume to fill it up. To halt that, archers on the walls systematically lined up and assiduously shot arrows at the Liberation Army covering the ground like ants. Defend. It's over if they fill up the moat. Absolutely stop them. But the numbers are too different. Don't worry about aiming. Just shoot. Kill them. Damn it. The archer's commanding officer frantically rebuked the shouting group members. They kept on shooting, but the Liberation Army's numbers were endless. Moreover, the opponents did not keep letting themselves be attacked. Naturally, they were returning the volley from below, and then the true threat, the catapults being hauled from behind. They originally belonged to the kingdom's army, but at the river battle, they were seized by the Liberation Army. These powerful siege weapons that should have been pointed towards the enemy would be let loose on their own heads. While gazing at the giant's rocks that were drawing nearer at a frightening speed, the archer's commanding officer cursed his own misfortune. Prepare the catapults. Target, enemies west. Rampart. Catapult preparations complete. Targeting, enemies west rampart. Start the catapult. Fire. Giant stones that were heavier than humans collided with the wall. Stone and wall were smashed, and many archers were blown away. Hit confirmed, load the next shot, hurry. Catapults were set up uniformly in front of every castle wall. Their stone supply was maintained due to the efforts of 500 men, and attacks were sporadically fired at the wall and inside the castle. These weapons had problems regarding their accuracy rate and rate of fire, but those weren't important. That they had a long range and could perform a unilateral attack with no fear of counterattack were their great advantages. It would be fatal if struck by these giant stones, and they flew everywhere, surmounting the castle walls. It would also inflict considerable psychological burden, and the organization inside the castle could also be expected to be disrupted. What was thrown were not just stones. Oil, garbage, corpses, sorcery mines, anything was fine. It would be great if they got a direct hit on the well, their source of water. The corpses and garbage would also be a source of disease. The besieged side would have no means to defend against that. If the enemy came out from the gates to destroy the catapults, that would be in accordance with the Liberation Army's expectations. Finn was quietly watching the catapult offensive be repeated. As his unit was cavalry at its core, a siege battle was not a place for his activity. He could just pursue fleeing enemies as well as be guards for the catapults. His adjutant, Mila, addressed him. So we resorted to force in the end. It would be better if they just obediently opened the gates. There is no meaning in persisting here after all. Is a commander's final duty not to save the lives of his garrison? General David probably has something he calls honor. Though if it were me I would have immediately surrendered. Spare me the rain of rocks. To be crushed and flattened to death is no joke. He muttered while watching a rock sail through the air that was shot alongside an encouraging yell. Finn had been promoted to colonel, rewarded for his merit up to here. As he had worked his way up from being a private, he was the most successful man among the Liberation Army. Though currently it was nothing more than an honorary rank, it could be thought of as a promissory note for future promotions. If Altura became the next queen, he was already recognized to be the one who would probably carry on the essence of the rebirthed kingdom. He was young, full of wisdom, and had real achievements. He was gathering enough popularity from the soldiers that he was right after Altura in fame. Finn conducted himself appropriately too, and he was hailed as a warrior soldier and hero. Colonel Finn. Will they launch themselves at us, do you think? Do I think indeed? As their moat is filled, they are more and more likely to come. In such a case, when they run into our firm siege, a hell is waiting, where our troops stationed in ambush slip behind them and cut off their path of retreat. I do honestly recommend that they surrender. Be that as it may be, because Belta is a solid fortress, our side will have many casualties as well, it seems. I believe it would not be unreasonable for starvation tactics here. It would take time, but if they cut off their supply of goods, Belta would fall without any fighting. Though, due to the supply they had in stock, it would probably take half a year before they would starve and admit defeat. Well, our tactician, Sir Thina, did not think it as up to the task as a planless offensive. It is my guess that he hates conservative plans like starvation. He intends to put on display that we have enough war potential to make a castle capitulate in a short time frame. Of course, I cannot assert that as unconditionally true. It is hard to understand what that man is truly thinking. The drafted strategies of the Liberation Army were predominantly created through Thina's hands. Altura would agree to it and give the order to implement it. That was it. There were wicked rumors circulating around Thina, and Finn didn't have trust in him. Finn didn't think he would turn traitor, but there was no doubt that Thina would calmly throw away the lives of soldiers. He was different fundamentally from Finn, who had been drawn by Altura's ideals, and the former general of the kingdom Beirut, who hastened to join seeing the misgovernment. Those rumors, are they really true? For example, the rebellion. There was a plausible rumor whispered between the generals about the Tanang rebellion being contrived. There was no proof. But everyone unanimously agreed that Thina, if it was him, would be quite capable of doing it. Their arrangements for after the Tanang rebellion and Tanang atrocity were too quick. That in half a month their sphere of influence had extended this far was all due to Thina's ability. The rumor had jealousy and envy mixed in, but there was no smoke without fire. Finn cut Mila short, telling her to be careful with his gaze. It would be troublesome if she was heard by someone. Thina's protégés, his spies, were scattered everywhere in the Liberation Army. It was to guard against traitors in their midst. Everyone's affiliations, birthplaces, and social positions were different. There were also people who earlier were soldiers of the kingdom. Finn understood that Thina was vigilant, that Thina's vigilance was also near Finn himself. That man trusted no one except Altora. What spurred Thina on to that extent? Finn could not even imagine. Mila. Rumors are rumors to the very end. If one were to launch an accusation, one has to have a myriad of proof and facts. You ought to be careful about uttering suspicions of a Liberation Army comrade in the middle of a battle. There is nothing we have to worry about. We should just work solely for the realization of our ideals. Sir. Please excuse me. I misspoke. Mila unintentionally stiffened at Finn's forced smile. His eyes weren't laughing, and they were only focused at his aspirations. Finn had two sides to him, one as an innocent military man, and one ambitious for future promotion. His adjutant, Mila, was serving him on top of understand that, but even so, she was pressured by his emitted spirit. This is just me talking to myself, but I believe we do not have to do anything. There is only one fate for those who have sold their soul to the devil. He will surely not be able to escape from his doings. Death will simply devour him to his very soul, and he will be perpetually tormented in eternal purgatory. Finn recalled the face of the death god while muttering in a small voice that female commander that he had once driven away. At Sulawesi Grand Bridge, her cavalry unit had killed a veteran army general, an acquaintance of his, and rampaged as they pleased. Most likely, she was still alive. That would not die so simply. She was probably sharpening her scythe in Belter Castle even now, waiting for an opportunity to prey upon them. Finn prayed for her to hurry up and die, before that scythe would reach his own neck. Belter Castle, south side wall. Stones continued to be thrown, and while showered by an intense volley of arrows, Shera was commanding an archer unit. Cavalry obviously had no role to play inside a castle, so everyone had dismounted and taken up bows. Katerina was unabashedly exhibiting her proficiency in archery that she had engraved onto her body through training. Vander had also finally returned to his normal self and was commanding the soldiers. Back to speaking of Shera, because she had never used a bow before, she was lining up small sickles that she had bought in advance from the town inside the castle. There were 100 in total. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she had bought all that there were. As for the money, it was borrowed from Katerina since Shera had already used all of hers up. Major? What in the world are you planning to do with those sickles? Asked Vander with a quizzical expression, and Shera answered him with naked murderous intent. Want to know? This. She threw it with absurd force that there was recoil. It stabbed between the eyebrows of a soldier who had gotten into the mood and was frolicking beside the catapult. Seeing their comrade fall down, the soldiers panicked. Shera threw in rapid succession. Seeing the sickles as if homing onto them strike the vitals of the soldiers, Vander's breath caught in his throat. Monstrous as always. What kind of brute strength is that? But there aren't many left, you know. Once they're gone, I'll just be throwing rocks. G. She threw a fist-sized rock at a soldier holding up a shield beside the moat under the ramparts. During that time too, an arrow grazed Shera's side, but she was absolutely heedless to it. The rock scored a direct hit on the helmet, and the soldier fainted. Shera thought it was regrettable that she couldn't confirm if he died. How long can this hold out? This castle. It seems though that the moat will be filled in after 3 days or so. What will become of us, do you think? Muttered Vander while surveying the Liberation Army surrounding Belter Castle. Until the moat was filled with sandbags, they would probably continue delaying like they were now. Once the moat was filled, it would be all the more dangerous. The siege towers for getting soldiers on the walls would be unleashed. Then, if the castle gates were broken down, there would be a melee inside the castle. That happening would be the same as the castle falling. The enemy soldiers would endlessly rush in. Shera glared at Vander, who decided to sigh. Don't think about extraneous things, Think about killing even one more trash of the Liberation Army. Second Lieutenant Vander, your hands haven't moved since a while ago. Is your condition still poor? Or maybe you're just thinking of something, I wonder? You don't have to hold back. Tell me at once. Like she was peering into his innermost thoughts, Shara stared into Vander's eyes. Vander felt chills down his spine at the sharpness of Death's intuition. He had to immediately deny it. Otherwise he would be killed. Please, I beg your pardon. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my condition. Why? Then hurry and kill. There are enemies in swarms. Starting from the guys you don't fancy, kill. Shara kept on throwing rocks while shouting. A good many were crushing the faces of enemy soldiers. There were also times when body and shield were blasted away. Seeing their commander's strenuous effort, the cavalrymen who had switched to bows also roused themselves. Don't fall behind Major Shara. Bows ready. A cavalryman who had experience with bows had taken command in place of Shara. Shara was occupied throwing rocks. Ooh. Volley, fire. All the arrows were simultaneously fired. Like rain they deluged onto the Liberation Army soldiers, raising screams and sprays of blood. One beat too late, Vander pulled back his arrow, and released. Katerina was observing Vander's behavior from the side. She held suspicions that he was probably, but she did not say anything. He still hadn't done anything. However, there was need for precaution. When the sun began to set, horns echoed, and the Liberation Army was backing off. It seemed today's siege was over. The catapults were also moved back outside of weapon range. But the defending side had to constantly be vigilant. There was also the possibility they would wake up early and find their moat being filled. There was also the consideration that a construction unit would put up rope ladders and scale the walls. They absolutely could not take their eyes off of the Liberation Army's movements. A siege battle was a clash of stamina and willpower. They would have no choice but to rest their bodies while paying attention to lookout at night. The flames of torches lit the Liberation Army's camp and completely covered the perimeter of Belter Castle. At the same time it was to guard against a night attack, it was also to demonstrate their own power. These lights were arrayed in a way that seemed to surround a coffin that was being filled, bit, by their hands. It was as if the Liberation Army was giving them a burial, Shara thought. Here was her third home. First was her poor village, next was Antigua, then this Belter. Would she be chased out again, at the hands of the Liberation Army scum? Or would she die here maybe? She couldn't die yet. Still not enough. Shara took off her helmet, leaned against the wall, and silently took a breath. She tucked back her sweat-stained brown hair, she took off her gauntlets and rested. She was hungry. It would be nice if not rocks but food were to fall from the sky. Everyone would surely be happy then. Belter Castle, David's office. David had assembled the staff officers and opened a war council. With this, they had lost count of how many pointless war councils they had. David, with an utterly worn-out face, was sitting in his seat. Next to him stood the ex-military officer, staff officer, propping up David's weakened body. Reinforcements? Have the reinforcements not come yet? Hurry them. If they don't hurry, Belter will fall. Your Excellency, we can no longer send out messengers from this castle. It is impossible for even a mouse to escape. The chief staff officer plainly told the truth. Not a single released messenger had returned. There was no way they could return. Why won't they send reinforcements? Despite that, if Belter falls, the royal capital will be in jeopardy. That garbage Fartsam is crumpling up the reports, I bet. That nothing but incompetent upstart who only kisses ass. Agitated, David shouted in anger, and then painfully coughed. Your Excellency David. Getting excited will harm your body. Indeed. Without His Excellency David, this castle will not even last a day. Please take care of yourself. In such a situation, no matter what it takes, we need to get in contact with the royal capital. If we strike an opening, surely we should be able to do something. I do not doubt it. Umu. The enemy is just a mishmash, and the garrison's morale is booming. If we pincer them from inside and outside, we can definitely win. The staff officers spit words contrary to their true feelings. It now no longer required confirmation Belter had been forsaken. Reinforcements from the royal capital would absolutely not come. While everyone was making a show of caring about David, they would afterward consider their own future plans. They were surrounded by a large army of 60,000, stones rained on them, and the moat was in the process of being filled. The castle would doubtlessly fall. If they stayed as they were, they would share the same offense as David, as partners in crime for the atrocity. There was still time. If they defected, they could probably still distinguish themselves. If they could get a guarantee for their own social status and rank, they wouldn't particularly mind the Liberation Army. Deeds that would be leverage, throwing open the gates, burning the food, and then, David's head. Implementation would require their own troops. They had to lay the groundwork to gain the cooperation of the generals. It would be a race against time. It would be futile if someone else betrayed first. Except the chief staff officer and the ex-military officer staff officer, not one man had the intention of dying alongside David. Today's war council will conclude. Gentlemen, you are dismissed. Good work. Sir, excuse us. David too was a noble who had fought in a factional dispute to the end and ascended to his position now. Understanding the workings of those men's hearts was like taking candy from a baby. He did not plan on letting a single one escape. He would take them to hell too. When the staff officers that had been of David's clique departed, he addressed the ex-military officer staff officer, Conrad. Conrad. As of today, you are released from your duties as staff officer, and will be restored to military officer. I will instruct you in matters hereafter in due course. Until then, lead the military police and patrol each and every gate and provisions warehouse. No mercy to those taking suspicious actions. No matter who they are, execute them. Sir, understood. Major Conrad saluted. As a pure military man, he personally did not understand difficult matters. He would simply just follow his superior's orders. After all this time, he had no intention of groveling to live. Chief Staff Officer. This is how it'll be. Your burdens will increase, sorry, and please. Understood. Your Excellency and I will share the same fate. I will follow you until the end. He had staked everything on David. If they were to be defeated right now, he had made the resolve to accept that return. After all he had been through, he had no plans of switching to the winning horse. Sorry, but let me rest, just a bit. Humph, I didn't expect that I would have fallen so low. No matter how tall the tower, it takes just an instant to collapse. I can't make fun of Sidamo like this. While receiving support from Conrad, David returned to his room. His glory had fallen and scattered from his hands. In exchange, he had obtained notoriety that would remain for generations to come. A heretical noble who massacred civilians. How would he meet his end? He couldn't help but laugh. If he was going down, he would have his betrayers meet the same fate. He had heard that the dead tried to drag down the living. In that case, shouldn't he too emulate that? Fortunately for him, there existed a person under his command suitable for that role. Death God? Huh? Your Excellency David. No, nothing. The scythe brushed his own neck, he felt. He felt the monster impatiently, restlessly waiting for that time to reap it. Its figure was of Scheherazade. Chapter 17, More Than Pretty Medals, I Want Food. That's delicious. Liberation Army Campground, front line. The general's morale was soaring, and everyone galvanized themselves, saying tomorrow would be the day they bring down Belter. Thiner estimated that the siege operation would end after 1 week. If they ignored casualties and sieged zealously day and night, it might even fall immediately, he thought, but there was no need to push themselves. Now that they'd come this far, even if he erred at the very end, it would not change anything. The moat was being filled in while the catapults were backing the infantry. Then, once they were able to use the siege towers and battering rams, they would instantly have superiority. With no sign that enemy reinforcements were coming right now, they were incessantly only making a frontal attack. It would pressure the enemy soldiers' wills, bring out internal collapse, and make them open the gates from the inside. Now that they succeeding in converting numerous traitors, the surrender of the castle was only a matter of time. Sir Thina, seems the siege operation is progressing as you firstly planned. Our subordinates are also rising in energy. The veteran General Behruz greeted Thina. Excelling at clever tactics, Behruz was the center of all the Liberation Army generals. Everything is according to Keikaku. In the not-so-distant future, maybe, the doors will be thrown open. Belter Castle, shown on the map, was completely surrounded by Liberation Army pieces from all four sides. Afterwards, we just have to pay attention for a desperate attack from the enemy. What the cornered enemy will do, we do not know. We have to keep sustained surveillance. That is true, however. In a little while, I plan on weakening just one place in our encirclement. If we venture to show an opening, we will lure out the enemy. The pieces arranged on the eastern side were pulled back. I see. You intend on deploying ambush troops to their path of retreat. Even if they know, the enemy planning to escape will have to take their chances. Staying is just waiting to be destroyed. Here, I plan on killing the rumored death god. Because she has steadily become a dangerous existence, even if I have to resort to force, I will have her leave the castle. That cavalry unit will definitely plan to escape at the fall of the castle. On their path of retreat, they may conceal themselves and march, but there is a perfect woodlands area. They should be passing through it. I will accost them there. He guided with his hand to be understood. He hit that hand. He would lay an ambush for the soldiers on their path of retreat, and kill in one fell swoop the defenseless cavalry that could only progress forwards. The enemy would doubtlessly move at night, their field of vision would be obscured, and they would not notice the troops in ambush. No matter how stalwart she may be according to the rumors, she was limited to being human. If he crushed her with numbers, he could undeniably kill her. No matter what kind of hero she was. Death God. Going by the name of Sherazade, if I recall. A daring and resolute, young, female general I heard. I would love to see her once. Behruz jokingly played around. However, his eyes weren't laughing. Many of his colleagues had been killed, and he was inwardly grinding his teeth. Losing Borjek and Vola was painful. As officers with a plethora of experiences, they carried the important role of guiding the next generation. That death god had simply clipped that away. While unfortunate, that opportunity may never visit you, I believe. I will have the death god urgently return home to her former world. The perishing kingdom doesn't need something like a hero. Thina declared, and he sent his gaze towards Belter Castle. The severe hail of stones were continuing even now. The enemy's counterattacks were gradually dropping in severity. Everything was going well. 6 days passed since the start of the siege. As usual, reinforcements hadn't come. The moat was being filled up hour by hour. Belter Castle, under such a hopeless situation, VIP room. Shera had received an invitation from David and was festively enjoying an extravagant, fancy dinner. It was thanks for undertaking a certain duty for him, and to show that he valued her labor the other day. When he asked her what she wanted, she had unashamedly responded, delicious food. David, who had no appetite, was watching the female commissioned officer consuming the meal before his eyes and unintentionally, wryly smiled. Major Shera, is it delicious? Yes. Tasty. She responded without raising her face. She was not wearing her armor or gauntlets right now. Though, her weapon was left under her. That's so, that's good. It's something our finest chef made. You should slowly taste it. Sir. Understood. It's fine if you don't talk while eating. You calm down and eat. She nodded, and cut the meat using the knife. It was the meat of the rare Cologne cow taken from the kingdom's northwest region. Food made using it was something commoners could never even dream of eating. While tasting the trickling blood sauce, Scherer was throwing steak into her flapping mouth. In addition, things like fruit taken from the Union and Empire brand wine were laid out. It was, so to speak, a dinner table of high-class nobility. Scherer was insatiably wolfing everything down. This little girl who looked to be the same age as his own daughter did not at all appear to him as a feared death god. David was gazing at this supper scene with profound interest. There, the latest intruder barged in. It was a man of nobility leading 10 of his own troops. He was a human who curried favor with David and had the position of staff officer. Triumphantly pointing his unsheathed sword, he had a vulgar smile. Scherer paid him no mind and continued eating. From their perspective, they could only see her small back. I wondered who it was, if it isn't Staff Officer Assar. How rare of you to hold something like a sword. What happened? David asked with blank eyes, and the man called Assar snorted. Humph, that's evident. I'll surrender to the Liberation Army and present your Excellency's head. Princess Altora was originally connected to the royal family. Going to serve her has no demerits. And so you came all the way over here? I've truly troubled you. David tipped the wine bottle. Scherer stabbed a fruit using her fork. The fruit was green with a vascular pattern, and it had been cut into uniform, perfectly sized pieces. It was really sweet when eaten. How unlike you, Your Excellency. For this little girl from God knows where to be shown this amount of compassion. As the perpetrator behind the Tanang atrocity, you have to behave so until the end for me. Assar gave the signal, and a soldier approached the table. Yo, this ain't the situation to be carefreely eating. After strong poking Scherer's head, he overbearingly pulled out the tablecloth. The tidily arranged silverware, as well as the food, fell and scattered on the group. The wine bottles broke, and the liquid streamed to Scherer's feet. In Scherer's hands were left only a fork and knife. I was made extremely despondent by you, Your Excellency David. I had, risking my own life, served you up until here because I was sure that would be walking the road to success. There is no value in a ruined noble. Nevertheless, your head still has value, I heard. Therefore, as consolation for serving you until now, I have come asking for such. If you can sympathize, Sir David, will you submit that head to me, without any pointless resistance? Joked Assar, making a motion cutting his own neck. Up until gathering his own troops, he thought he had been slow, but his target was still lingering, and he was relieved. He had been worried that those other guys had gone ahead of him, but that was needless anxiety. The other staff officers also unexpectedly had their hands full, it seemed. In that case, he wouldn't hold back, and he, Assar, would claim his prize. He would instruct his soldiers to kill. After that was done with, he would have to open the gates and get inside the Liberation Army. There was still work to be done, as there were in no small numbers fellows who would devote themselves to the kingdom until the end. Sir Assar, what do we do about this little girl? She would be a setback, so can I kill her? That one soldier gripped Scherer's slightly shivering hair. She was quaking in fear, it seemed. It aroused the soldier's sadistic heart. It seems like His Excellency favors her. We was probably lonely all by himself. Blast 'em both off. Sir. Yo, you heard, eh? He said I could kill ya. He, what kind of face will ya die with, nah? This moment the soldier's face drew near. Scherer turned and drilled the knife into his face and gouged deeply. Not caring how much he struggled, she stabbed, over and over again. Grisly howls echoed throughout the room. Hey! My food has become a mess thanks to you. Hey, you listening? Basking in the blood spray, Scherer asked close to his ears. Because he was doing nothing but screaming, she rammed the fork into the crown of his head and threw him at the wall. After a light, mushy sound, the room finally became silent. David, rubbing his beard in exasperation, had also gotten embroiled and was spattered with blood. W. What's with you? N. No wait. Why, you're Major Scherer? That's right. It's over with you, it appears. I was ordered to by His Excellency David, you know. He told me to deal with the scum who decided to betray the kingdom. As thanks, he served me this meal. She picked up a piece of meat that had fallen to the ground, and ate it. The meat juices poured out inside her mouth, and then, a rich, iron taste. It's to death, God Scherer. Hey, I didn't hear about this. What d'ya mean this guy hates bodyguards? You shitty noble. Ain't this different from what you said? Indignant, a commanding officer like man shouted. He knew of Scherer's strength. He had been in David's unit on the retreat. They surely could not win. Terror coursed through him just by confronting her. Before he was seized by death, he had to escape. Immediately. Silence. Do you know who you are questioning? Anyway, our opponent is alone. Surround and kill her. You're retard. You can say that crap cause you dunno her strength. Even if we had 100 we couldn't win. Ain't no way we can win against a monster. Screw this, I'm out. Yo, we're leaving. Quickly. Commanding officer, please wait for us. The soldiers were scrambling to leave the room. Despite them defecting to survive, death lying in wait was nothing to sneeze at. Life over merit. This was a shared thought for them. Wait. Hey. You disobeying my orders. I said to wait. He went to run after them, when something was thrown at his back. His posture destroyed, he fell to his knees on the floor, and his eyes met that something. It was a staff officer, who had been his colleague until a while ago. Also, an opponent that he was fiercely competing against for promotions in David's clique. Hi. Staff Officer Assar. You were the slowest, you know. Others had come even earlier. I didn't expect you to do the same overused actions and achieve the same result though. You actually disappointed me. Come, take a look. The end of the betrayers. David stood up and kicked numerous spheres that were hidden under the table. Seeing them, Assar soiled himself from unmeasurable fear. They were human heads. Scherer grabbed her scythe left on the floor and started walking to Assar while cracking her neck, very irritated. Wah, wait please. Spare me. If it's money I can give it, Major Scherer, I beg you. Oh, yeah, kill David, not me. And together to the Liberation Army. Go together to the Liberation Army, you say? Ahaha, what amusing things you say. Well then, since I was able to hear an interesting chat, I guess it's about time. She smiled with a blood-smeared face, aimed for the bawling Assar, and swung it down. David nodded, seemingly satisfied, and gulped down his wine that had something red mixed in. Major Scherer. My apologies troubling you, also, I'm going to apologize for my rash remarks before. Just like this, I apologize. David lowered his head. Scherer was watching him with no strong feelings in particular. You, escape from this castle. Sidamo has also requested you to do so. I dare say that the moat will be filled in tomorrow. If that happens, we won't be able to hold out. Sir, understood. I will remain here, but I plan on making an escape with the soldiers that can move. Command has been entrusted to Major Conrad. The plan will include both you and him. Carry it out tomorrow night. I, Major Scherer, understand. Dismissed. May the fortunes of war be with you. Scherer saluted, swung the blood off her scythe, and departed. In the room where the smell of blood permeated, David closed his eyes for a short while. Next day. The moat was completely filled. The real siege would begin. Siege towers begin the advance. Shoot down the enemy archers. The siege towers advanced until point-blank range of Belter Castle and started a furious assault. Draw bows. Fire. From inside the tower while hiding their bodies, they started shooting at the rampart archers. Having lost the high ground advantage, the soldiers of the kingdom were dying one by one. Still, they could not take refuge. If they descended from the castle walls, the siege towers would send out planks. Infantry would break in from there in succession. They wouldn't be able to stop them if that happened, hence, they absolutely had to defend the castle walls to the death. The besieged side not only had to pay attention to the siege towers, but also to below them. There was also the possibility of the enemy setting up rope ladders and scaling the walls by force. There was further need to concentrate fire so the gates wouldn't be broken by battering rams. Absolutely don't let them break through. Don't hand over Belta to the rebel army. Show them the tenacity of the Fourth Army. The garrison commander's voice rang in vain. The spirit of the defenders was already on the verge of collapse. In such situations, there were cases where the soldiers roused themselves from the commander's sternness. But that would be difficult due to the ex-noble David. More important than anything was that he had not once come out from the main building. There was no way morale would rise. Shera had entrusted the job of commander to Katerina, and she was discussing with Major Conrad. It was concerning the escape plan that would be executed this evening. Conrad was the very picture of a boorish man, and he spoke nothing but what was needed. Major Shera. I'm Conrad, newly appointed to commander of the Fourth Army. As for the plan, we'll carry it out at the same time the day changes this evening. As far as I can see from up high, it appears the encirclement of the East Gate is thin. Accordingly, we'll break through from the East Gate and aim for Roshanak's stronghold of the Canaan area. Interposed between the Belta area and the royal capital area was the Canaan area. It was surrounded by steep mountains, and one had to pass this Canaan to reach the royal capital. After traversing the single, plying main road, the expansive Great Plains stretched out, and in its center stood the royal capital Blanca. Canaan itself was a barren land, and agriculture could not be expected from it. As it had no special industry to speak of, it was a poor area with a low population. Even if one attacked it, there would be no benefit. However, one had to pass through if aiming for the royal capital. And so, what should my cavalry do, I wonder? As Conrad was of the same rank as her, Shera stopped with the tiring formalities. She was swinging her feet while chewing beans. Conrad didn't particularly care. Stand as the vanguard, or be the rearguard. Either way, it'll probably be a harsh battle. I'll go with whatever's left. I don't care which. If they were to make the best of their mobility, it would be correct to be the vanguard and instantly dash away, but regrettably, the enemy would for a fact be waiting for them. Due to ambushing soldiers, casualties might be enormous. Then, as for if they were to leave as the rear guard, that would be another hell, since there was a high chance of being surrounded by reinforcements from the north and south. It would be the end for them if they stopped moving, and they would definitely be annihilated. It goes without saying that the rear guard had a very high probability of dying. Then shall we decide it like this? I'm fine with either. Either way, she would do nothing but pummel the Liberation Army. What she would do wouldn't change. On one of the beans in her hand, she drew an X mark with her nail. Another one was left unmarked. After mixing them around, she took one in each hand, and held them out to Conrad. The heck? The one with the X is the vanguard. Your luck will be tested. Good luck. Entertained, Shera brightly smiled, and presented two separate fates. The sun set, and the Liberation Army withdrew their soldiers. No assertive offense came. Most likely, that they planned to escape had been seen through. The Liberation Army did not want to waste soldiers, it seemed. Dazzlingly casting light, the torches began to swathe the silent Belta castle. The final night had come. Looking over the surroundings from the intensely damaged castle wall, the torches on the east side did look lacking. Beyond them were woodlands, and a road that continued to Canaan. It would be a thorny path. Under Conrad and Shera's command, 5,000 soldiers of Belta Castle were gathered. With injured but able to move as the minimum, this amount was all that could be gathered. People who did not feel like escaping remained inside the castle. The Fourth Army that boasted of its majesty was now a shadow of its former self. There were now no other soldiers besides these that could move. As soon as the escape was successful, the ones that couldn't planned to open the gates and surrender. David had strongly refused to escape, and he remained alone in the main building. The chief staff officer took it upon himself to burn important documents. He threw all their past glory into the fireplace, and in the end he would probably take poison. Conrad sent Shera the signal. Shera raised her scythe in response. Someone could be heard gulping. If they were to run, this was their last chance. They absolutely must not stop, but, at that time, an explosion roared inside the castle. From the main building, tendrils of flame began rising. Except the east gate, all the gates were thrown open, and the Liberation Army that was tired of waiting flooded inside. It seemed a turncoat did this. There was no other timing to earn achievements than this. Open the castle gates. Conrad roared from on top his horse, and the final gate was opened. Conrad's unit, begin the advance. All members charge. Forward. OU. Infantry raising the flag of the Fourth Army began the charge. Each and everyone was fatigued. There were people who soon planned on throwing down their swords and deserting in the other direction. From the east gate, everyone had different thoughts, and they scattered in every direction. Command had already disappeared. The ones following Conrad's directions were merely 1,000 men. It was the unit directly under him that he had been leading way before. That they somehow maintained their morale was Conrad's skill. With their commander leading, they decisively charged, aiming for the woodlands. Shera saw off that unshapely procession. Her cavalry did not leave at the same time. Shera had a sudden premonition, and for some reason had stopped. "Major, will we not be going?" The cavalryman with archery experience asked composedly. Shera's cavalry, under their black flag with white crow, maintained high morale. They numbered 2,300. The somewhat smaller number was due to deaths during the siege. Shera thought that the deaths of her comrades was very unfortunate. That the people who would eat a meal together with her decreased, definitely made her feel lonely. But, that was war after all, it was inevitable. Shera ate the portions they would have eaten. "It's about time, shall we go? It's gotten considerably brighter." Flames blazed fiercely from the main building inside the castle, the place where David was. Tendrils of flames rose from every cast gate. There was now nothing anyone could do, Belter had fallen. Katerina reported. "Major. As I thought, Second Lieutenant Vander is not here. I fear that, no, I am certain that he was the turncoat. Will we weed him out and deal with him? If you will it, I will absolutely kill him. Let's leave that for next time. There are other things we must do right now." "Sir." Shera held out the scythe that was perched on her shoulder sideways. "They would sortie." "Then, are we going too?" asked one cavalryman, and Shera nodded. The cavalry members lowered the visors of their helmets. Shera did not like the heavy helmets that they were wearing. Not heeding her group members' warnings, she equipped a lighter made one that she liked. "Major Shera, your orders," prompted Katerina, pushing up her glasses. In her hand was her ready cane. "Shera's cavalry will change course. Follow after me." "Follow Major Shera. Raise the flags." OU. Kicking her horse, Shera dashed forward. The cavalry raised their spears equipped with the battle flag and orderly raced after her. Enemy soldiers in high spirits, not expecting there to be enemies, were trampled to death by horses, and mowed down by spears. Into the darkness, white crows were unleashed. A dogged pursuit of the Liberation Army had begun. Conrad's soldiers were falling by the wayside, starting first from the people with no stamina, and they were dying at the hands of enemy soldiers. They slipped through the enemy's offensive, and finally took refuge in the forest. Then, arrows were shot at them. I knew there would be an ambush. Don't confront them, keep running. But there are enemy soldiers everywhere. Concentrate attack on one area. There should absolutely be an opening. Conrad earnestly gave his orders. In the middle of doing so too, he was knocking down arrows while swinging his sword. Would there really be something like an opening? Wasn't this a dead end? Uneasiness was eroding him. Despite their numbers dwindling, Conrad's unit continued the hard fight. Don't let a single one escape. Massacre the kingdom's soldiers. If we take the enemy commander's head, we'll get a bounty. They absolutely aren't getting away. If it's the rumored death god, we're promised a huge bounty, and a promotion to a general. We have to kill them, and avenge our fallen comrades. They pursued the cavalry running in front of them. Their opponents were frantically running away, and a counterattack wouldn't come. There was no battle this easy. Victory was assured. They chased after the enemy soldiers while their mouths bent cruelly. They would kill them, take their heads, and earn achievements. That instant, the enemy cavalry faced them out of nowhere. They had suddenly dropped their speed and turned their horses. Confused at what was going on, the pursuers halted. Aiming for that lull, a rider wielding a scythe instantly assaulted them. It's Shera. The death god is. The scythe bit into the throat of the shouting soldier at the front. His body itself was raised up. From his mouth came an unreal scream, and his limbs convulsed back and forth. Just how much intense pain was assailing him? The surrounding soldiers couldn't even begin to describe it. After cheerfully, easily waving him around, she ripped him off, and licked her lips. Death searched for its next prey, prowling, and pounced. It swung its scythe in all directions, and blood began to gush in tandem with its swings. Afterwards, the coordinated cavalry trampled the Liberation Army infantry that had been in pursuit. What are you doing? The enemy is in the middle of retreat. Spread out and surround them, surround them. A heroic rider went to attack, but he was split from his head by a single blow. Helmet, armor, even the horse, was bisected vertically. Another man no longer had an upper body. The horse with the lower body on it began to wander about, as if looking for its master. Hi. Next one won't come? Anyone's fine. Hurry, come at me. Get her. Exhaust her. Permission to use bows. We can bring her down if we concentrate fire. No. Do you want to friendly fire? Bows weren't useful. They were too close. Stray arrows would hit their encircling allies. Seeing that the pursuers had stayed their hand, Shera's cavalry began to change course again. Marching at a deliberate speed that just begged to be attacked, the infantry would surround them again, and then a massacre would start. Every time, the number of dead bodies increased. Perhaps they were seized with fear seeing this calamity. Reinforcements didn't come. No one wanted to do something like stand before death. All the more as the battle had been won. Enough. Any more is pointless. We'll leave them to the guys in front. Ha. Monster. Shit. We weren't told about dealing with the death god. After 3 massacres were repeated, the pursuit unit gave up. This was a battle they had won. Why did they have to die? Why were they the only ones who had to face against this kind of monster? They helplessly watched White Crows race into the woodlands. Major Shera. Ahead of us in the woodlands, Conrad's unit is in combat. It seems they were ambushed. Well then, we shall hit them in the flanks. It's a bit dark, so I guess we have to brighten it up. Katerina. Shera decided their objective while taking a stance with her scythe. On its blade was skewered a pitiful corpse of an enemy soldier. Katerina sent magic power into that corpse using necromancy. I am ready whenever. All right, take this. Tensing up, she hurled the corpse. The corpse was thrown into a thicket, where it seemed ambushers were concealed. Katerina snapped her fingers, and the corpse exploded, setting the thicket on fire. The surprised ambushers hastily jumped out, whereupon Shera's cavalry stormed and crushed them. Katerina. Next. Please leave it to me. Shera had obtained many sacrifices. She was picking them out from the pile at her feet and lobbing them one after another. Each time Katerina snapped her fingers, a tremendous explosion with thunder, and enemy soldiers were scorched. Each time, there would be screams and torn-off limbs flying in the air. My cavalry, charge! Kill them! The cavalry unit began faithfully charging as per Shera's order. Thrusted spears from the shadows skewered several cavalrymen. The skewered riders, though vomiting blood, still plunged into the mass of enemies. Kill the enemy! Shera's orders were absolute. Until they ceased to breathe, they would continue to kill. Even if 5 spears pierced their torsos, the cavalry continued to battle. They drove forward while pierced, and cut off the heads of enemy infantry before their eyes. Then, they died while laughing. Major! Enemy troops from behind us. Their numbers are 1,000. Kill all of them. Katerina, you take half and go ahead. Meet up with Conrad. Be brave and plunge through the fire. Come with me afterward. We will kill all of them entirely. She threw a corpse, and it exploded. The woodlands bursted into red flames. The ambushers escaped outside, unable to bear it. Sir. Second Lieutenant Katerina will advance forward. Katerina and the cavalrymen as instructed marched into the fire. Seeing them gone, Shera turned around and confronted the pursuit unit. A man who seemed to be the enemy's commander postured with his sword and spoke up. Quietly surrender. You can't escape anymore. Throw down your swords and dismount. Immediately. Behind Shera blazed evil fires of hell. The black flag was brilliantly illuminated by the flame's brightness. While baring its teeth, death smiled ferociously. Next to her, the cavalrymen raised their spears and formed ranks. My cavalry will continue to fight even when dead. Of course I will too. Right, what do you say? Long live Shera's cavalry. Victory to Major Shera. All members brandished the battle flags even higher and chanted in unison. Seeing that bizarre spectacle, the pursuit soldiers stopped in their tracks. There was something uncanny about these guys. Right, they were like soldiers who had resolved themselves to die. They weren't afraid of dying. Therefore, they resented the living, and would drag them to hell. Fighting against the dying, repulsive. The pursuers didn't want to die in this kind of place. The soldiers' hands were shaking, the platoon leaders included. The trembling of their bodies wouldn't stop. Oh, why did come to chase these guys? They cursed their own misfortune. Very well. Then we will not lose. Even if the kingdom's army is defeated, I will continue to win. I'll make you scum know your place. Death to the filth. Death to the rebel army. Gee, go away. They're monsters. These guys are monsters. It's death, death is coming. Ah, run. The pursuit unit that had been vastly superior was utterly demoralized, and they began to flee, fallen into a state of panic. From behind, the cavalry unit began to overrun them. The flags of the Liberation Army were trampled, and spears pierced into the back of soldiers' heads. A one-sided counterattack was beginning. In the captured Beltacast, sensing that there was a disaster, Vina had sent out the soldiers deployed to the north and south as a pursuit unit. Through pressure from overwhelming numbers, they had finally driven Shera and the others into the woodlands, while sustaining countless numbers of casualties. With this many sacrifices, it really didn't seem like a mopping-up operation. There was no strategy. Through overwhelming violence, every pursuit was being repelled. Vina recognized that he had misjudged Shera's power, and thereupon, he was even more convinced that they had to kill her here. Kill the death god. She'll be a source of evil if she gets away here. Make sure to kill her. Sir Vina, please calm down. Vina's follower restrained him. The nearby generals too were in mute amazement at this unfamiliar side of Vina. What is that? Don't screw with me. I won't recognize something like that. I can't recognize something like that. Sir Vina, calm down. Belter Castle has already fallen. Is this not according to your plan? Thina didn't lend an ear to Behruz either. That cannot be left alive. If that gets away here, even more blood of the Liberation Army be shed. When he thought they would withdraw while making the best use of cavalry's mobility, they charged at him. Furthermore, it was a thoughtless method of attack with no regard to their own deaths. He would not accept such a method of fighting. He could not accept it. That's why he necessarily would kill it here. The Liberation Army was Thina's everything. Shera killing them like worms could not be left alive. Send in Finn's lion cavalry. Strictly order him to unconditionally kill that thing. Why, your will be done. The messenger ran away hastily. While biting his nails, Thina continued with bloodshot eyes to look down on Death's forces. Katerina had linked up with Conrad's unit. Shera was toying with the Liberation Army while continuously hitting and running. Utilizing the darkness and their mobility, she repeatedly changed directions, conducting pincer attacks from the left and right as if the two groups were at a constant understanding. Despite suffering immense casualties, the Liberation Army continued their tenacious pursuit. Now joined by cavalry spearheaded by Finn, they finally began to regain composure. It was through this brave commander standing at the head of the army and admonishing them that they had regained calmness. While isolating and severing coordination, Finn was crushing every soldier of the kingdom. You men have fought well. You have done enough. Please throw down your swords and surrender. We will absolutely not treat you poorly. I guarantee it. Finn advised surrender to the cornered enemy. In front of his eyes were 10 cavalry covered in red. They had separated from Shera's main group, and in such an unexpected situation, they had decided on their own to stand their ground. On their spears were skewered the corpses of the Liberation Army's militiamen. Their black flag was soaked with blood, and it released a slimy, disgusting radiance. There's no surrender for Shera's cavalry. There's no defeat for us. Long live Major Shera. Death doesn't exist for Shera's cavalry. We will continue to live alongside Lord Shera, replied the cavalrymen, unconcerned. They pulled out their spears from the corpses of the militiamen, and turned their bloodlust towards Finn. Seeing that, Finn's adjutant Mila gave a warning. These guys are mad in some respects. Persuasion is impossible, I believe. They are dangerous. So it does seem. There is no helping it, but let us do them in. When Finn gave the signal, they formed ranks and surrounded the cavalrymen. The cavalrymen, showing no fear, commenced their final attack at Finn. Colonel Finn. There is no problem. Dash. He exchanged sharp thrusts, and skewed with a counter. At the same time he pulled out, he sweeped, and knocked the rider off the horse. The other cavalrymen too were killed at the hands of the infantrymen's spears. Every enemy soldier gripped their spears tightly, showing their will to fight, until the end. As long as they had stamina left, they would probably continue to fight again. You cut it out and die. They're still breathing. Soundly finish them. Ha, ha, are these guys monsters? Having surely given them the final blow, Finn and infantry decided to head towards the next place. Come, let us go towards the next, dash. From behind his back, a cavalryman who should have been killed leapt up and rushed forward, trying to sever his carotid artery. It was the cavalryman who had been stabbed in the heart earlier. He shouldn't have been able to move, and yet. Finn struggled, trying to shake him off, but due to absurd strength, he didn't as he would have liked to. Impatience showed on Finn's face for the first time. Vict. Ori for Major Shera. Colonel Finn. You, let go of the colonel. Mila forcibly tore him off and cut off the head with her sword. Finn's breathing was ragged, and he stared at the corpse. The face of the corpse, freed from its helmet, had a ghastly smile on it. U.S. saved me, Mila. As an enemy, how dreadful. Battle instinct such that they try to kill the enemy even when dead. They do seem to be Death's cavalry. What spurs them on to such extents, do you think? They do not appear to value the depraved kingdom that much. Who knows? I personally do not. Perhaps the commander's charm? Finn made a small sigh and resumed pursuit. Warning bells were going off, his instincts telling him he ought not mess with death. He stifled that, and advanced into the darkness with not a trace of light. Trepidation could be seen on the soldiers' faces. They were under the daring and resolute insignia of the lion, however, the darkness stimulated their fear. They didn't know when, from inside the darkness, a scythe would reach out for them. They held up torches as if performing an exorcism, and they marched inside stillness, while praying they wouldn't be fascinated by death. Night expired, and the pursuit continued even after they crossed the woodlands. Conrad's unit was totally exhausted and could no longer fight. On the other hand, Shera's unit continued to march, not breaking rank. If an enemy appeared, they would change course and intercept them. After forcing them away, they would once again return to rank. The Liberation Army had organized 5,000 as a pursuit unit, and they advanced to the Canaan area to kill the death god. On the other side, Yalda in Rushenak's stronghold heard news of the enemy movements via his deployed scouts. Repel the enemy troops, and immediately rescue the friendly soldiers. Kicking a staff officer stopping him, he personally led 4,000 out and launched a surprise attack on the flanks of the Liberation Army in a column formation in hot pursuit. As their fire extended in a line, they were divided and fell into disorder. Matching them, Shera's unit also decisively charged again. They thoroughly beat up the pursuit unit and routed them. The surviving forces of the Fourth Army was 2,000. When leaving the castle, the soldiers that had numbered 5,000 was diminished to 2,000. These men who had gone through hell finally stepped into Rushenak's stronghold while receiving Yalda's assistance. Everyone had suffered some wound, and their personal appearance was run down. It was a miracle they made it this far. Without Major Shera's actions, these men probably would not have reached Canaan. This strenuous labor is very befitting of a death god. General Yalda sang praises of Major Shera's laborious battle. Although bearing wounds, Conrad, who had survived, stated his thanks. He had chosen correctly at death's choice, and had seized his good fortune. At the same time Shera's promotion to lieutenant colonel was decided. She was conferred the Knight of the Kingdom medal. That was unprecedented in this kind of defeat. Shera appropriately received it. She didn't care for medals, and what she wanted right now was something completely different. Afterwards, she received special feast that Yalda had prepared, and she finally had a contented smile. Everyone, you all have truly fought well. The soldiers not here with us are always with me. Thus I have to eat their share. Shera murmured to herself while moving her knife and fork. The only one who could hear her was Adjutant Katerina beside her. Major Shera? Curious, Katerina asked Shera. No, nothing. Eat, don't mind me. This is a privilege of the living. Sir. 1,500 remained of Shera's cavalry. All the forces of Rushenak's stronghold, 7,000. General Yalda, when he decided to meet the Liberation Army here at Canaan, received a messenger from the royal capital. Field Marshal Sharov directly appealed to the kingdom, and made them approve to dispatch half of the First Army, 50,000, to the Canaan area. They would divide each corps into smaller units, and continuously send in forces. Incidentally, Staff Officer Sidamo had escaped from Belta Castle, and once again took his place as Yalda's assistant at Rushenak. He had disguised himself as a plain soldier, and finding an opening, he had escaped. Witnessing the fall of Belta, the Empire, deeming the time had come, proclaimed a declaration of war against the kingdom. They began marching towards the kingdom's northwest. They set about capturing the line of forts in their way. The season was already early autumn, and they sought to capture them in the early stages before the harsh winter set in. Meeting them was the kingdom's Fifth Army. They were a solid army corps with men born in the kingdom's northwest, and their unity was extraordinarily tough. They had strong anti-empire sentiments, and an envoy coming to advise surrender was executed on the spot before he opened his mouth. In the kingdom's southern area adjacent to the Union was the kingdom's second army rooted to the spot. It was by nature an area with strong feelings of independence, and the instant the second army were to leave, it was certain for the feudal lords to revolt. The tied-down commandant of the second army could only grind his teeth, watching the strife everywhere else. The other party, the Liberation Army who had taken control of the Belta area, was faced with a choice. Do they seek to capture Canaan and make a beeline for the royal capital? Or do they look past subjugation of the royal capital and seek to capture the southern area, where there were dangers of independence? Or maybe, do they go ahead and do both? Everything would depend on the decision of the Liberation Army's young leader, Altura. Having turned traitor to the kingdom's army, Vander had thrown open the castle gates, and taking advantage of the confusion, he had been successful in taking the head of General David. Recognizing this success, he was welcomed by the Liberation Army and received as a captain. He entered under Thina's command, and it was decided he would lead the former soldiers of the kingdom who had surrendered. Captain Vander, I heard that you were under Major Shera's command, and her adjutant. Sir, that is correct. There is something I would like to ask you. Do not lie, and tell me the truth. Okay? I am already a man of the Liberation Army. I will tell everything I know. Thina decided to obtain information regarding Shera. He wanted even the most trivial of details. The death god's personality, thinking, leadership method. He would grasp and understand those, and in the next battle, he would bring them together. Sure, Belta Castle had fallen, but individually, he had lost this battle. He hadn't been perfect, he had let Shera escape. He had wanted to kill that annoying death god. He would kill her next time. Without fail. Thina interrogated Vander, while concealing his surging desire to murder. TL note, Keikaku means plan. I'm sorry I had to. From what little research I did, this term is used for soldiers who go or are sent to battle with the intention of dying. Kind of like martyrs, but more general, any time when someone is resolved to die. I couldn't find an official English translation, so I used a phrase instead. Chapter 18, The Royal Capital's Treats Must Be Delicious. Belta Cast, undergoing repair work post-haste. In the conference room inside the castle, the opinions of the generals and staff officers were completely divided into two between the fast war plan immediately make Canaan surrender and seek to capture the royal capital, and the safe plan capture the southern area, while gunning for Canaan. The men bolstered by their successive victories strongly asserted that they ought to aim for the royal capital as soon as possible. I would like you all to remember what our great cause is. To liberate the royal capital from the hands of the despotic should have been our mission. Then, why do we have to go a roundabout way? I'm having a hard time understanding. That's right. While we are twiddling our thumbs, the people are suffering. It's also obvious that the enemy has already caved in. All the more so because the Empire has also declared war. This detour road where we go out of our way to make the kingdom's south fall is not necessary. Altura had not yet revealed her own opinion. Until she heard every member's views, she would not give her judgment. Her decision was just that important. The lives of all the Liberation Army's soldiers were at stake. When Altura sent her gaze towards Thina, he lightly coughed and began speaking. I think we ought not be impatient. Time is on our side. The more we wait, the more advantageous it is for us, and the more disadvantage it is for the kingdom's army. Also, the harsh winter will set in soon. Canaan is not so weak that it can fall in a short time frame. There were people who showed bitter expressions hearing Thina's opinion. They were people belonging to an opposition faction, who didn't think well of Thina's rise to prominence. They were long-serving members of the Salvador faction, who had accompanied Altura ever since she raised an army. The reinforcements who came from the Empire were also included in this faction. Or, they were of the Belta faction, surrendered soldiers who midway through had approved of her motives and assembled. Those closest to Altura were of course mainly the people of the Salvador faction. But, going by just numbers, they were exceeded by the Belta faction, and so their opinions couldn't be ignored. Altura sought a delicate guidance. When she leaned any which way, that would birth dissatisfaction. It would accumulate, and then explode, just like the current kingdom. Oh my, I would not have expected such words from Sir Thina, who excels in ingenuity. In the battle a few days ago, the one who sent 5,000 troops in pursuit to Canaan, wasn't it you? They were repelled without accomplishing anything. I won't let you say that you've forgotten all the blood you've spilled. Criticized Gumze, a staff officer of the Belta faction, and other members agreed. That is what happens. Soldiers are moved without thinking. Sure, it was you, Sir Thina, who felled Belta. That was due to your skill. But, the ones who accomplished it were the officers and men of the Liberation Army, and especially the militiamen who risked their lives participating. I would be worried if you were to forget that it was by the efforts of everyone with alike ideals. Then, does Staff Officer Gumze have a plan for felling Canaan? Of course. I have already put arrangements in order for its capture. I have considerable ties with the feudal lords of the royal capital region. We have exchanged messages saying that they will absolutely revolt as soon as we Liberation Army invade the royal capital region. Gumze took out secret messages from his breast pocket. On many letters, the names of feudal lords of the area past the Canaan area were written down. He had leveraged the connections from when he was affiliated with the kingdom's army and put this plan to action. What the feudal lords were seeking was guarantee of security. This had been easy work for Gumze. Afterwards, he would monopolize achievements in the Belta faction, and had to make a foothold to seize power after gaining control of the royal capital. A puppet regime of the empire was a very real threat. At this rate, the empire would take advantage of the civil war and act as they pleased. This was a fear that the people formerly of the kingdom's army had. The one who brought about this fear was tactician Thina. He was a suspicious character close to Prince Alan, dispatched from the empire, and his birthplace was unknown. He was a thorn in the side for the Belta faction, and they were vigilantly waiting, like a beast hunting its prey, waiting for a timing to overthrow him. He hadn't shown many mistakes before, but the pursuit defeat a few days ago was their long-awaited chance, they were sure. Sir Gumze. I believe I asked about the capturing of Canaan. Capturing the royal capital should be a conversation for later. Now don't be so flustered, Sir Thina, as I will explain in detail hereon. Of my subordinates there are many who know of this area's geography in detail. Please take a look at this. Gumze started to explain while indicating with his finger on the spread-out map. If we are to go for a frontal attack, we will have to control this main, connecting road to the royal capital. However, this road is tightly surrounded by steep mountains. A level castle though it may be, there is also Roshanak's stronghold. If they were to take battle formation in this mountainous region, they would be difficult to assault, wouldn't you all say? True, our opponents can fight while making the best of natural, strategic positions, while on the other hand, we will have to constantly fight on level ground. Altura nodded. Thina was silently listening. Exactly. If we decide to recklessly attack, we will suffer terrible losses of troops. Here, let us change the conversation for a moment, please. Beyond this mountainous region of Canaan are 3 fortresses. The first is our target, royal capital Blanca. Southeast of there is Saye Fortress. And then soon to be completed is Cyrus Fortress to the southwest. He pointed out the places one by one. From Belta, the closest one was Cyrus Fortress in the southeast. Once they traversed the road, to the west would be Cyrus and to the east would be Saye. Then right between them was royal capital Blanca, which could be seen. This 3-pronged defense, assuming they traversed Canaan, would be the kingdom's final bastion. It will become a troublesome enemy for us for how close it is to completion. Beiruz observed while rubbing his white facial hair. While in the middle of capturing one, they would undeniably be attacked from behind. To deal with that, as much as they hated to, they would have to divide their forces. Still, I conclude that it is not dangerous as of now. As it is near completion, guards still have not been stationed. The only ones there are citizens gathered as laborers, inspectors, and a small number of guards. Then for us, we are in luck, for we have the guidance of the stars. While talking about the information gotten from his spies, Gamze proudly tapped the map. Vina prompted him to continue. And this good fortune is? In the Canaan Mountains, there exists a pass that only the local people know. Naturally, it is not on maps. Strangers were also not notified of it. Past this shortcut is the back of this Cyrus fortress. From their planned site of capture, he showed an area further west. It was a steep, mountainous area called Golbaha Ridge. Gamze was saying to cross this ridge, expropriate Cyrus, and drive a linchpin into the royal capital area. However, is this not dangerous? You will not be able to avoid annihilation if you find yourselves isolated. That does not seem to me a place easy to send reinforcements. Altura showed her concern, and Gamze shook his head, saying there was no need for anxiety. It is for that reason that I have schemed with the feudal lords around Cyrus. The people who have the spirit will absolutely cooperate with us. I want to borrow 3,000 light infantry as an advance unit and 5,000 for a rear guard. With just that many, we can defend to the end. It will soon be the advent of winter, and if it snows, it will be impossible for a large army to march. During that time, we will pressure Canaan from the front and back. Vina, what do you think? If this succeeds, Canaan will probably fall without any effort. We will be able to cut off their supply line. As a consequence of Canaan being barren, it will be extremely difficult for domestic production. The supply from the kingdom is their lifeline. But, the probability is 50-50, I'd say. Vina showed misgivings, but Gamze blew it off. He had made preliminary preparations up to here. Though he of his own judgment laid the groundwork with the feudal lords, he had poured in not a negligible amount of funds. He would not pull back after all he had done. He kneeled, lowered his head, and appealed to his own resolution. It wasn't a lie that he had done it for the Liberation Army's victory. Princess Altura. Dangers necessarily exist in any plan. But, the Liberation Army would not have come this far if they feared danger. I beg of you, please give me the order. I will surely bring you success. After brooding for a while, Altura gave her decision. Understood. Gamze, I leave the command of the operation to you. However, we will concurrently go to capture the southern area. Vina. You go hasten the plans for the kingdom's south. Beiruz. You will take the soldiers and go with Vina. Sir. Understood. The Liberation Army had decided on their policy. As the 1st Division, 30,000 would deploy to the front of Canaan and set up camp. They would tie down the opponent's defense forces. They would refrain from attacking, and just confronting was their goal to the very end. As the 2nd Division, 30,000 would cut off Canaan's supply line, aiming for the kingdom's army to perish on their own. If the enemy were to retreat, they would carry out the suppression of Canaan. Vina and Beiruz were sent for the capture of the kingdom's south. It was decided that Altura would take overall command from Belta Castle. That night, Vina released his agents given secret orders into the kingdom. If his doubts were correct, they were the insurance. Even if he was worrying for nothing, there wouldn't be a problem. In the Rotten Kingdom, there would definitely be people who would make use of the false information they would sow. The kingdom had already become and ground ripe for secret activities. Soon, an honest tree would wither. All that would remain would be rotten plants. It would be a simple matter to mow them away. Kingdom army controlled Canaan territory. Roshanak's stronghold campsite. While surrounding a bonfire, everyone was having a meal, drinking alcohol, healing their fatigue, and amusing themselves with conversation. There were few pleasures for soldiers. In this kind of remote place, there were no other amusements. Having earned spectacular war gains and having saved allied soldiers, Sherah's cavalry was received as heroes. The soldiers of Sherah's unit were very popular, and were being asked, What kind of person is Shera? And, are the rumors of her prowess true? So, is it true? About Yall and Sir Shera? Isn't that death god thing just a fable? As far as I can see from far away, she ain't no different from the village girls around here. The guard crossed his arms while groaning quizzically. That they had great activity was certain, he thought, but it was to what degree that he was uncertain of. They had broken through Belter's encirclement, and then beat up the pursuit unit Black and Blue. Just what kind of hero was that? He wanted to laugh. This wasn't some fairy tale. Major Shera, no, maybe Lieutenant Colonel. The rumors are pretty much on the dot. She is only about 18 though. If you just saw her fight once, you won't ever again say it's a lie. A man from Shera's cavalry said as he poured more alcohol. 10 men around him, overjoyed, crowded around and listened attentively. According to guys that survived, you guys also fought fiercely, they say. Maybe you get inspired when Sir Shera leads you? As if right? Ha ha ha. You guys even got rewarded. Ain't I jealous, cause we're pretty useless, ha. Maybe I'll try petitioning to change commanders too, since then I can get some achievements and get promoted. Everyone joked around while laughing. The man from Shera's cavalry, while gazing at the bonfire, plainly said, "How do I even describe it? When I'm under that flag, fighting together with the Lieutenant Cole, I don't feel scared anymore. I really don't fear dying anymore. Even I think it's kind of strange. That's just you being hyped up. Like there'd be anyone not scared of dying. Now that you say that, I guess. I get excited fighting, but I definitely am scared of dying. Death doesn't exist for Shera's cavalry. We'll never die. Even if we lose our flesh, always under the black flag's crow, we will be eternally be together with the Lieutenant Colonel. That's why Shera's cavalry will not be defeated. We'll never be. Duh. Faya. Ted. Everyone while speechless stared at the man who had continued the conversation with blank eyes. As if like reciting from scripture, the man was convinced of the righteousness of his faith. In his eyes shone a fanatical light. Hey.
You okay?
The man snapped back to reality, and looked around his surroundings. He lightly laughed, and gulped down his drink. What? Just speaking figuratively, we fight with that kind of enthusiasm. The Lieutenant Colonel always fights at the vanguard for us. Following her is the least we can do.
Oh, okay.
How reliable. Well, let's drink. If you don't drink when you can, you're going to regret it. Why, yeah. Come on, drink. After that, everyone continued to drink in silence. Like trying to smother the fear of death. Like trying frantically to avert their eyes from it. It, being the black flag fluttering high above the stronghold. Its white crow, they prayed that it wouldn't swoop down to their own backs. If they were possessed by it, they would surely become like that. The man of Shera's cavalry was happily gazing at the flag. Roshanak's stronghold, officer dining room. Shera was invited to a meal by Yalda. Though Belter may have fallen, for individual military gains, she had earned merit that no other could match. Yalda was in an extremely good humor, and was drinking alcohol while heartily laughing. Major Shera. No, Lieutenant Colonel. I wasn't wrong to have recommended you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Don't worry about the formalities. Don't hold back, eat. I heard from Sidamo that you like eating more than anything. Isn't that right, Staff Officer Sidamo? Sir, you are not mistaken. Having made it back from Belter, Sidamo nodded. He had some wounds, but not to the degree that he couldn't move. He had once again taken his place as Yalda's aide, and was working as a staff officer. Shera looked at Sidamo with a sidelong glance and returned to eating again afterwards. Some kind of grilled fish that she didn't know of, rabbit meat, mushrooms, wild plants, fruit. Maybe they could be called blessings of the mountains? Though the ground may be barren, the mountains by themselves would have these harvests. At the dawn of the Third Army's revival eventually, I plan on having the Lieutenant Colonel be the force's keystone. We will absolutely take back the pride of the fallen Steel Division at the next battle. Got it, Sidamo? Sir, I, Sidamo, will expend all my power. Good to hear. Well then, you should slowly enjoy yourselves. Eat as much as you like, I won't mind. I will be going first. If something comes up, don't hold back and come look for me. Understood. Shera saluted while eating, and Yalda departed after a stifled laugh. His former manner of haughtiness was becoming more subdued. Sidamo, thinking that this was a good trend, nodded to himself. As long as he didn't have his arrogance, Yalda was a peerless commander. Though if he didn't have it, without any special connection to nobility, Yalda would not have been entrusted as the commander of the Third Army. Well then, Lieutenant Colonel, I will also excuse myself. You've done well living and making it back. Your instructions have not changed. If you're going to die, die outside. Dying inside a fort is a waste of the cavalry. I understand, Staff Officer Sidamo. Don't worry about that thing with Vander. We will make him accept punishment for turning traitor someday. This will not be your duty. Though you probably understand without me telling you. I will massacre the rebel army. He will be killed by my hands invariably. A death sentence from the death god, huh? Humph, I wish I could let that guy hear it. Sidamo snorted and left. Shera strongly stabbed the fork into the lump of rabbit meat, and violently bit some off. It tasted of rich blood. Next day, the main body of the First Army led by Field Marshal Sharov took up their new post at Roshanak Fortress. Sharov immediately called the generals and opened a war council. He had sent out the scouts that had come with him here and was getting a general picture. Losing Belta was a serious setback, but he would not cry over spilled milk. Now, they had to defend Canaan to the last and absolutely prevent an invasion of the royal capital. We have lost the Belta area, but we still will not permit an invasion towards the royal capital. I have heard that the Fifth Army in the northwest is putting up a good fight against their opponents, the Empire. If they continue at this rate, they probably won't fall before winter. Once winter comes, the ones to die will be the Empire lot. The Imperial Army was struggling in the northwest fortress area. Unexpectedly, the kingdom's soldiers were maintaining discipline. If the Fifth Army had faced off against the Liberation Army, the northwest region would have probably easily fallen. But, to the residents of the northwest area, the Imperial Army was an absolutely irreconcilable archenemy. There was a long hatred of mutually killing and being killed. After all this time, compromise was unimaginable. The people took the initiative, and got to their feet to fight with the soldiers of the Empire. As shitty as the kingdom was, it was more preferable than surrendering to the Empire, they thought. If placed under the Empire's control, it was clear that they would suffer unsparing oppression. Old, young, men, and women, everyone realized that this was a grim hour, and they all wielded swords and rose up. They met the Empire's main force at the forts, and disrupted the enemy's supply train with commando units lurking everywhere. The Imperial Army, having commando units of the kingdom with home field advantage as their adversaries, were at a loss. Repeating these raids at the most unexpected of places and at the most unexpected of moments, the citizens voluntarily lended their aid. Who was military and who was civilian could no longer be distinguished. If they were defeated, the rain would become even more distressing. Also, winter would soon come. Supplies would become a trouble, and marches would not go well. The plan to blitz the fortress area and aim for the royal capital was already at a standstill. But for their honor, they could not withdraw. They would draw both sides into a nothing but wasteful war of attrition. Starting the war in autumn was the cause of all the Empire's problems. They had taken the area lightly, thinking that if they displayed military force, the area would immediately capitulate. We have obtained intelligence that the enemy is moving their soldiers to capture Canaan. So that we can deal with them whenever, we have to put our preparations in order. No, instead, how about we launch an assault on Belta? If the enemy is drunk on their victory and show an opening. Proposed Lieutenant General Barbour, but Sharov rejected it. Leave out the nonsense. If we suffer a crushing defeat next time, that would affect the life and death of the kingdom. We must be prudent when moving the army. Refrain yourself from rash speech and conduct. Sir. I beg your pardon. After glaring at Barbour, Sharov turned his gaze to Yalda, concerning his duty of defending Roshanak. Your Excellency Field Marshal, I, Yalda, had blundered at Antigua, and have no reputation nor honor. Nevertheless, I would like a chance to wipe out this disgrace. In the next battle, please appoint me to the vanguard. I will slay the rebel army without fail, I will show you. Appealed Yalda while flushing red. Being a warden of Roshanak was not a joking matter. He would be the head of the army and defender of Canaan. For Yalda, that was a role he wanted to undertake no matter what. Yalda. Until we arrived, you've done well protecting Roshanak's stronghold. You are acknowledged as far as that goes. But, it seems you have not listened to my directive. What would that be? Do not act rashly and avoid excessive ardor. That should have been my order. Yalda. You were imprisoned by what was in front of your eyes. How would you take responsibility if the fortress fell? If the enemy had sent in a detached force, what would have become of Roshanak? You would have repeated the same blunder as with Antigua. Rebuked Sharov, who was unusually indignant. Yalda sputtered while he objected. Our allies on the retreat were being pursued by the enemy. What was wrong with helping them? I could not just abandon them. Yalda. It seems you haven't reflected. If you're here, the defense of Canaan will be in jeopardy. That Roshanak has been safe was nothing more than luck. Your Excellency Sharov. Seeing that, Barbour snickered. He had been troubled that Yalda had been reinstated and given the meritorious duty of defending Roshanak. He couldn't stop inwardly laughing at a reprimand that he hadn't expected of Sharov. He wanted to clap his hands. That urge would probably be taken to the extreme in this next instant. Yalda, you are demoted to Lieutenant General. Take the soldiers of Belta and return to the royal capital as you are. Your punishment will be designated later on. Here is a written notification of your demotion. Pass this on to Staff Officer Sidamo afterwards. Open your eyes, and drive this into your head, Sharov cold-heartedly told Yalda while showing him an envelope. Yalda's face had gone pale, and he had been listening in a daze. Why, Your Excellency? Please reconsider. I beg of you, please, one more chance. Annoying. The order has been given. Someone, take Yalda outside. It seems he's too tired and unsteady on his legs. Instructed Sharov, and Barbour approached with a smile. General Yalda, Mr. Yalda. This is not a place for you. It would be great if you could just hurry on back to the royal capital. Barbour? You bastard. Guards. Accompany Sir Yalda back to his room. The Lieutenant General is a little tired. Yalda decided to struggle, but he was subdued by the guards that came running, and was carried out by force. Seeing him gone, Sharov let out a small sigh. Well then, let's carry on the War Council. Shera's office. Having received a report from Katerina, Shera was nodding her head disinterestedly. Shera's cavalry, which had been of the Fourth Army, would be sent back to the royal capital. His Excellency the former General Yalda was completely disheartened and seemed likely to commit suicide. Sidamo had said that these days, he didn't even have that normal energy of his. Having his ups and downs, the former general also had his various troubles, it seemed. Take preparations for battle, Shera murmured in a small voice. She was probably thinking about something. Considering it was Shera, what she would do would not change, so she didn't particularly care. Katerina also seemed to be thinking about something, but she didn't decide to speak of it. Second Lieutenant Katerina. Got candy? Sir, please take this. Katerina took out a candy from a bottle and presented it. Shera pinched it up and threw it in an arc into her mouth. Shara had a dubious expression, because it tasted of salt. Second Lieutenant Katerina. What is this, I wonder? A hard candy with added salt. I have heard that the good parts of sweet and salty mix well. It is an excellent item where you can take in salt and sugar at the same time. Oh. So, have you tried it? No, of course I have not. I had bought this for you, Lieutenant Colonel. It was quite a high-class item, sold in the town of Canaan. I'll give all of them to you. It'll be a present from me. Make sure to eat all of it. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Katerina pushed up her glasses. While watching that, Shara crushed the candy that had a complicated taste. The last bits were extremely salty. The royal capital Blanca. Shara had not once been there. Surely, it would probably be an amazingly lively place. She had heard that there would be many treats. While imagining them, Shara began to doze off little by little. Katerina moved her to the bed. Everyone was tired. They had always been fighting together. On a day like this, they should leisurely rest. Roshanak garrison, a mixed unit of the 3rd and 4th Armies, under Lieutenant General Yalda, were ordered to return to the royal capital. Afterwards, they would be named Yalda's United Legion. They numbered 7,000. Not technically correct, but United Legion sounds more badass. Chapter 19, Well-boiled tomato soup is wonderfully delicious. Yalda's United Legion had been ordered to reposition to the royal capital. Taking along the defeated soldiers from Antigua and Belta, Yalda headed towards his destination with heavy steps. After having been demoted, he had lost his appetite, and his face had become pale. Since Yalda was rather overweight, Sidamo inwardly thought that this was a good thing. An express messenger from Sharov visited this depressed Yalda. Stand by and wait for orders. Hearing that, Yalda was exasperated, thinking, is he harassing me now? Sidamo went to comfort him. This is a unique chance to rid yourself of the dishonor, he said. Yalda, not understanding what Sidamo meant, had a question mark above his head. Let's just follow instructions right now. Strongly counseled Sidamo without answering Yalda's confusion. Also, as to carry out one more secret order, Sidamo gave instructions to Shara's cavalry. She was the strongest card in his hand, the card of death. Flush out the colluding feudal lords, and gather information. In the kingdom's southern area, the feudal lords' movements reeked of conspiracy. This had reached Sharov through his scouts. Through investigation, he understood that they were gathering an excessive supply of goods and mercenaries. Judging that the possibility they would rise to action in concert with the enemy was high, he had feigned dismissing Yalda, and sent them in as a covert squadron. Pity for the person concerned, but Yalda's personality was one that couldn't put up an act, so he had no choice. Since he had a suitable reason to be dismissed, and it wouldn't give the colluders misgivings, Yalda was chosen. Sharov needed to put on the act since they were in a situation where even the contents of the war council would be passed to the enemy through their spies. Sharov had sensed signs that an enemy surprise attack was probable, but he couldn't read as far as their route of invasion, Cyrus, Saye. There was also the possibility they would outwit them and assault Roshanak's stronghold. Currently, the enemy's main force was heading towards the front of Canaan's main road, and a division of Sharov's first army had taken formation to meet them. Normally, he wouldn't be concerned about losing. The enemy was also just confronting them, and an assertive offensive wouldn't come. Only sporadic skirmishes were occurring. I knew it. They're waiting for something, that much is obvious. I feel no will to attack from the enemy. I think it is as you say, Field Marshal. We ought to increase the number of scouts and strengthen our lookouts. Sharov muttered while looking at the map. Major General Laras agreed with him. He was a general barely approaching 40, and he didn't particularly excel in military prowess, but he had steady leadership, his personality was very cooperative, and he was a good commander to work with from Sharov's point of view. As these kinds of people had become scarce, Sharov was desperate to have him. He didn't mind comrades who had desire for promotions, but there were too many of them who behaved based on their own judgment. He didn't want to speak ill of David, who had died in battle, but losing Belta had definitely been devastating. Even if they protected Canaan, it was not unlikely the Liberation Army would aim for the royal capital via the kingdom's south. Before the kingdom would gradually fall to ruin, he had to take some kinds of measures. But his pieces were too few for that. His own first army couldn't even move freely. Wasn't there any way to eliminate that parasitic fiend, Fartsam? He inwardly thought. We will not make any progress at this rate. We might as well launch an attack. Has not a request from the royal capital come, saying to annihilate them? Lieutenant General Barbour called for a proactive offensive. This man, a lump of desire for promotion, was absurdly strong when the wind was behind his back, but was weak when beaten down. He was the type of person unsuited towards defense. For the most part, it would be this kind of recklessness that would cause a firm formation to be broken. Sharov hadn't wanted to appoint him, but there were political nepotism circumstances, so there was nothing he could do about it. Ignore the request of the man who doesn't know the actual situation. Now isn't the time for incautious movements. What are you saying? That may have been the field marshal's words, but that is disrespect towards His Majesty. Myself was talking about Fartsam. The foolish instructions all came from that man. Some youngster who hasn't ever been in the army shouldn't boldly meddle in a war. Grief, what a terrible era it has become. How he lived this long is a mystery. Your Excellency. Any more is. You're right. Myself talking is of no help. We should just consider how to successfully defend Canaan. When Laris requested prudence, Sharov cleared his throat. Barbour harumphed in ill humor. It is about time soon that Lieutenant General Yalda arrives at the royal capital. To change the subject, Laris spoke of Yalda's case. He'll probably arrive after a few more days. Sometime in the future, I plan on giving him another chance. His decisive personality is not displeasing to myself. What's essential is that he becomes humble. Calmly fibbed Sharov while rubbing his facial hair. If everything went as planned, they should have already began work weeding out the conspirators. Also, that death god who has recently become the talk of rumors was under Yalda it seemed. In such a critical situation, her presence was quite reassuring. While gazing at the map of battle formations on top of the desk, Sharov racked his cobwebbed brain. It was evening, while basking in the red rays of the sun, 100 cavalrymen lead by Shera were marching in rank. We met quite a bit of unforeseen difficulties. Unexpectedly, it appears they had a strong sense of duty. Shera spurred on her horse while putting her scythe on her shoulder. Next to her was Katerina in line holding a sack. The strangely bulky sack would be necessary proof in the next town. The thing held in the cloth sack was fresh, and its fluid was soaking through. However, due to the Lieutenant Colonel's superb questioning, we have gotten hold of most of the information. You were also able to extrapolate the principal offender. Splendid. Praising me won't net you anything. Unfortunately, I don't have anything anymore. Shera shrugged her shoulders. She looked back at the cavalrymen trailing behind her. Once we arrive, start preparations for food. I'm already so hungry I could die. I've eaten all that we have sadly. She turned over a small bag. All that fell out were crumbs of bread. Whether she liked it or not, there was nothing left. Even if she shouted, that wouldn't fill her stomach. It would be a waste of stamina. Sir, please leave it to me. I have packed a set of cooking tools. I have also obtained ingredients some time ago, so I believe you will definitely be satisfied. A cavalryman smiled, showing his white teeth. Yo, when do you buy them? When you guys were languidly on guard. Oh, you trying to make yourself look good? The crowd of cavalry around her went into an uproar. Shera nodded a few times, and smiled cheerily. I'm looking forward to it. Let's hurry up and finish our work, and then eat some good food. I hope this time won't take too long. Sir, we will be arriving shortly. The town of Millard was in sight with its front gates tightly shut. This city was located west of the soon-to-be-completed Cyrus fortress. Its feudal lord, Evgen, seemed to understand reason in comparison to other nobles, and his reputation amongst the soldiers and citizens was favorable. Moreover, he excelled in leadership, and they heard he often bore the role of mediator between neighboring feudal lords. The kingdom's flag was waving over the town, but on its surrounding ramparts glinted the eyes of archers prepared for war. Sherah's mouth curved, thinking how helpful it was that he was truly easy to understand. They exchanged a back and forth in front of the gate, and finally entered the town an hour after that. Milard's feudal lord, Baron Evgen, was distressed. Before long, a Liberation Army unit would cross over the ridge, yet, why at this timing would a unit of the kingdom come along? There had only been a small crack in his discretion, that much was certain. But there wasn't enough time. Goods and personnel were necessary to rise up and hold out until winter would come. He had taken out funds for just that, employed mercenaries, and prepared goods to offer the Liberation Army. He had needed to coercively hasten things along. What should I do? Honored father, the unit of the kingdom has not yet entered the town. Let us immediately drive them away. They cannot come inside. Evgen's eldest son suggested a hardline policy. He was Evgen's prided son, overflowing with wisdom and with a future to look forward to. He would someday be the successor of this Millard territory, and would maybe develop it further. But he was still young. He lacked experience. For a 20-or-so-year-old, it was impossible to escape from this situation. If they chose to fight, the kingdom's army would immediately march on them, and Millard would fall. In the plan, the Liberation Army would first aim for the barely occupied Cyrus fortress. The kingdom would probably ignore Millard, which would have fallen. The kingdom doing that may seem heartless, but as a tactic, it was correct. This operation would come to naught if the main target, Cyrus, didn't fall. If we chased them away, our will to rebel would be clear, and their forces would immediately head towards us. That danger has to be taken into account. After all, we still don't precisely know our opponent's motives. Still, I cannot believe that the kingdom's cavalry would come all the way out here at this time. It is obvious that they have gotten wind of something. Ushering them in would be suicidal. Evgen spoke up to calm his shouting son whose face was reddening. Gee. But there's still no way they know everything. Their forces are too few if they were coming to suppress a rebellion. It's likely they're here to descry the situation while showing off their might. It serves as both a check and a threat. Evgen's decision would affect the lives of the neighboring feudal lords. Their lives were very much intertwined here. They had wagered all their chips into the Liberation Army. They could no longer backtrack. Then, will you really let them in? Making them wait any more would probably make them suspicious. It'll be fine if we play it off as vigilance against night burglars. As for their questioning, we shall adapt ourselves to the situation and respond. Leave the rest to me. You take the other things and go to the room. I understand. Honored father, I beg you to take care of yourself. While having an expression that showed he didn't agree, the eldest son returned to the room where the family was waiting. Evgen called the guards and fortified the perimeter of the reception room. He instructed the mercenaries outside to take up arms and ordered them to kill everyone immediately upon the signal. If by any chance the discussion were to break down, he had to kill the 100 cavalry. It would be fatal if even one rider were to escape. He absolutely had to exterminate them. Well now, the rest depends on the opponent. Though I would love it if they somehow quietly went back. As of now, there's no need for pointless bloodshed. Evgen took a big, deep breath to calm his nerves. Then, he steeled himself, straightened his back, and headed to the reception room, parlor, surrounded by guards. There were 2 female officers. One officer had a small stature and wasn't even mature enough to be 20 it seemed, but was clad in black armor very unsuited for her. The other was a nervous officer with glasses. As soon as he entered the room, they turned their eyes towards him, as if surveying him. My, Thank you for taking the trouble of coming all the way to a place like this. I am called Evgen, the one governing this belt of Millard. I hope to make your acquaintance. While making a forced smile, he sat down across from them. The small-statured girl was sitting with a smile on her face. The woman with the glasses stood beside her, and was whispering something into her ear. Somehow, it seemed the short girl was of a higher rank. When he squinted his eyes to check, her proof of rank was lieutenant colonel. The woman with the glasses was wearing one of a second lieutenant. How did this kind of girl who looked powerless become a lieutenant colonel? Was the kingdom's army just in that much distress? It seemed his decision hadn't been wrong, Evgen inwardly thought. Good evening, Baron Evgen. I am Lieutenant Colonel Scherer with a cavalry unit affiliated with Yalda's United Legion of the Kingdom's Army. This is my adjutant, Second Lieutenant Katerina. I am Katerina. It is an honor to lay eyes upon the renowned Baron Evgen. The woman officer called Katerina very deeply lowered her head. At her feet was a sack wrapped in cloth. Maybe it was intended to be a visiting gift. Lieutenant Colonel Scherer, and Second Lieutenant Katerina? Well, please make yourselves at home. It must certainly have taken great effort for someone so young to have made it up to Lieutenant Colonel. You flatter me. After killing enemies, before I knew it, I made it up to this rank. I myself am bewildered. I have no handle of commanding after all. Responded Scherer while laughing. Her eyes weren't laughing at all. She was continuing to observe Evgen's behavior. Same with Katerina. Her feet were slightly apart, and she had a stance like she would unsheath her sword at any moment. They completely distrusted him. Sweat appeared on Evgen's brow. And so, just what business is there at this late hour? Recently, a kind of night burglar has been frequenting. I have taken labor to get validation. If I could, I would welcome any advance information. Evgen clapped his hands, sending the signal, and wine was poured into the glasses prepared in front of Scherer and Katerina. Red wine. He instinctively thought it was an inauspicious color. When he clapped his hands one more time, that would be the signal for the guards to barge in. These pitiful officers would be caught in a bloodbath. If possible, he wanted this to end peacefully. He prayed they were reasonable people. At the worst, he was fine with them taking money. Or maybe, if he got them on his side, these women's futures would be bright too. There shouldn't be any reason to stay with a kingdom that was heading towards ruin. That would be something you would know the best, right? Baron Evgen, what are you saying? Said Scherer as she tilted the glass. Red fluid sloshed. Dear me, I am unable to understand what you are saying, but it seems you harbor doubts about this humble me. I swear to the star god that there is no such thing. He declared, sticking out his chest, and there was loud laughter. Ha! What a cheap god, Baron Evgen. Please do not make me laugh so much. My stomach is rumbling. Even if you say so, the truth is the truth. First, I would like you to clearly say, so that this humble Evgen can understand, what you want to inquire about. When Evgen feigned innocence, Scherer exasperatedly shook her head. Katerina had her eye on him without so much as a blink. Simply put, Evgen, when and from where is the scum of the Liberation Army coming? If you confess everything right now, I'll permit you only your life. Scherer's attitude took a completely change, and she threatened with an expression like a beast. Evgen was involuntarily lost for words, but he quickly pulled himself together. This was after all a threat. There was no way she could actually do it. He could not yield here. What an impolite use of words for a lieutenant colonel. That was extremely discomforting. What a rash remark towards a man who swears absolute loyalty to the kingdom. Then, you won't mind if I take that as you having no intention of speaking honestly? I am not in a position to speak honestly, I do not know at all what matter you mean. If your business is just that, I would like you to immediately leave. I will send a protest to the kingdom in due form about this matter. You should resolve yourself as much as you can. Guards, Take the lieutenant colonel back. See her off. Evgen shouted, but there was not a quiver from the guards waiting next to the doors. They were petrified on the spot, as if they were sculptures. Hey, didn't you hear me? Guards. How noisy. Katerina, seize this fussy man. Sir. Katerina produced her cane and called for the guards. They grasped his arms and pressed his face onto the table. Evgen was restrained by strength not owned by humans. What are you doing? You bastards, have you gone mad? He angrily shouted, but the guards didn't move. Their eyes weren't focused on anything. Their complexion was darkish, and out of their throats stuck out sharp knives. The blood had coagulated, and only that area was dark red. What's that wound? Why can they move? Why, just what? Evgen. This isn't a situation to worry about others. I'll give you just one more chance to choose. Think carefully. If you honestly speak everything now, I will kill only you. There's also proof, so how about confessing, I wonder? Shera tapped the table slowly with her finger and offered him the choice. Proof? There's no way you would We have it. Amazing proof that would absolutely satisfy you too, so fresh that it might still be living. Please take a good look with those eyes. Waiting nearby, Katerina placed the cloth sack at her feet on top the table. The bottom part of the cloth had changed color to black and was giving off a stench. Katerina skillfully undid the knot, and there was. See, Cheswov. Cheswov, the feudal lord of the town neighboring Millard. The two towns were nearby, and he had a close friendship with him. He was the man Evgen had first revealed the plan to. Now looking, however, he had become a tragic figure. The former feudal lord of the neighboring town. He had been quite stubborn, but in the end, he spoke his heart out. About the locations of the letters you two had exchanged. About what kind of plan it would be. Except, the most vital informations are something only you know, right? That was the reason we came all the way out here. Do you understand, I wonder? Next to Cheswov's head, she threw a bundle of letters, secret messages that had been strictly safe-kept inside of a vault. So, your answer? Shera asked the final question. Evgen, after keeping silent, shook his head sideways. I don't know. Even if you show me something like that, it means nothing to me. If you understand, hurry up and leave. He tried to squirm free from the guards restraining him. But his body couldn't move. Seeing that, Shera tiredly let out a sigh. I'm hungry, so I didn't want this to be something troublesome. No matter, let's get it over with. Lieutenant Colonel, please leave it to me this time.
I will make him spit everything out, absolutely. You'll be okay?
If it's impossible, I'll do it. No, there will be no problem. I may look like this, but I have knowledge more or less. I will do it so that he himself will want to talk. Please allow me to show you. Katerina made some toying motion with her hand. It gave an impression like something spherical was rolling in her palms. It was probably some bad habit. Shera, deciding well it'll fine, entrusted everything to her. Well then, I'll return back to beside everyone. The materials are shut up in the aforementioned room. It seems to be quite a large family. Use only what's necessary. Freely to your heart's content. Sir, please leave it to me. Well then, Baron Evgen, shall we go? Katerina approached Evgen and whispered quietly into his ear. At the tone of her voice, he reflexively got goosebumps. Stop. I don't know. I really don't know. It took 3 people for Baron Cheswov. How many will you take? You foo-fa-foo. Making the guards gag his screaming mouth, Katerina left with him on their shoulders. After finishing the wine, Shera left the glass upside down. A red stain spread on the white tablecloth. In its center, some dark stain was spreading out. What a strange sight, thought Shera, like it was none of her business. Millard's Central Plaza. The cavalrymen were making a bonfire while cooking. Surrounding them were mercenaries revealing their bloodthirst. Shera cheerfully spoke up. "How's cooking preparations?" "Sir, they are going well." "The menu?" "Fish and vegetable soup. There are bread, cheese, and the usual dried meat. The centerpiece is the soup. The taste of seasoned vegetables has been brought out and is delicious. I'm looking forward to it." "Well then, I wonder, let's do some exercise first." Shera grabbed her scythe that she had leaned on a wall. Except for the chef soldier, everyone took up their respective weapons. "Why, you bitches. Wanna go? You think you can win with this number of people? If you don't want to die, drop your weapons." From the mercenaries' mouths came words of intimidation. They were waiting for Evgen's signal, but they had surrounded them without waiting. They were itching for a fight. They were men from collapsed bandit troop. They wouldn't wait for something like instructions of a noble. "Lieutenant Colonel. Kill everyone holding weapons. Treat the others as civilians. For now, this is a town in the kingdom's territory. If we make a mistake, that'll be bad in all sorts of ways, right?" "Understood. Get them." At that signal, the soldiers rushed at the mercenaries. Shera had hurled small sickles and had already killed 2. Around the bonfire unfolded a tragedy. There was no way a mishmash of mercenaries could win against the cavalry members who had different training and higher morale. Their numbers were diminishing incredibly fast. Hey. Shouldn't we also back them up? Wait. Drop your sword. Absolutely do not get involved. You'll be killed. The man trembling in fear threw his sword in front of him and warned the mercenary next to him to absolutely not get involved. Why? Look at those guys' flag. Black, with a white crow coat of arms. I've seen that on the battlefield. That's bad news. It's the death god. Shera's emblem. If you don't want to die, hurry and throw away your sword.
I get it, okay.
I don't really get it though. I just think your words are kinda true. Suppressed by the other man's authority, he threw away his sword in front of him, not understanding what he meant. He didn't agree, but the vicinity near the bonfire was already a sea of blood. Soldiers stepped on the backs of feeble-breathing mercenaries and skewered them with spears. A girl not to be trifled with was bisecting humans while easily handling a scythe. He couldn't understand what was what. And so thus, the last man was thrown down, and his head was stepped on by the female officer. Along with an exhale at the point of effort, his head was exploded, smashed like a tomato. That scene was like watching some kind of bad dream. "Lieutenant Colonel. We are done for the most part. The 2 over there are the only ones remaining," reported a soldier while wiping off dust. No one had suffered any wounds, it seemed. Everyone was checking their weapons. "Good work.
More importantly, is the soup okay?"
Did I go too overboard, I wonder? Shera worriedly looked into the cauldron. Something red was mixed in. The chef soldier started mixing it, saying it was fine. He had been constantly cooking in the middle of the battlefield. Maybe as a result, a fragrant smell that tempted the appetite began wafting in the air. "There is no problem. It has been a while, so I tried throwing in tomatoes and mixing in spices. This will warm up your body when you eat it, as a result of the spiciness." "That sounds great. Probably thanks to the approaching winter, it's been really cold recently. Let's have everyone taste it. A meal is more enjoyable with everyone. It will be about time soon for Second Lieutenant Katerina to return. I will properly finish up before them. I leave it to you. I will greet the remaining humans." While waving her scythe to get rid of the clots of blood, the character who played the leading role in causing this tragedy approached. The 2 survivors didn't do anything but stand stock still while shivering in terror. Shera approached, to scythe range, and further to point-blank range, and she smiled, showing her white teeth, while her palm, wet with red, brushed the cheek of a mercenary. The slimy feeling made the man feel death. "You guys, have made the correct choice. Very fortunate of you. You should happily live out your life from here on. It'll be a waste if you die in vain. Hi, H. Shara rubbed his cheek. Red thickly painted his face. Mixed in with the blood was some kind of piece of meat that stuck to him. The man didn't want to know what that something was. Fufu, I'm not going to eat you or anything. There's tasty soup over there after all. If it's all right with you, wanna eat together? No, well, if you change your mind, come talk. Tonight, we'll spend the night here. See ya. Shara removed her hand and returned to the bonfire in good humor. The man had gotten over his fear and was gazing at Shara's face before he knew it. The mercenary neighboring him tried to get his attention, concerned, but his words didn't reach the man's ears. 1 hour later, Katerina came out from the feudal lord's mansion. The soup was simmering pleasantly. It would soon be time to eat. Katerina, how'd it go? Were you properly able to do it, I wonder? Sir, he spilled out everything. I used 4 people. He was quite obstinate, but in the end, he said, I'll say everything, so please forgive me. He should have just said that from the beginning, that stupid man. Reported Katerina with a smiling face. Her entire body was covered in blood, and some unrecognizable things were sticking to her. The person herself showed no signs of caring. The cavalrymen were also composedly chatting. Shara wiped the filth off Katerina's face with a towel, and then wiped the filth stuck to her armor. While that was happening, Katerina muttered, extremely sorry for causing you trouble. During that time, she was making a toying with something gesture as always. This time, her hand wasn't empty, but had the actual item in it. They bumped around, and she skillfully rotated them with her hand. They looked much like walnuts, Shara thought. Second Lieutenant, even if you hold those kind of things, they won't fill your belly. I'll give you these, so throw those away. Shara tossed 2 walnuts that she kept hidden on her to Katerina.
Oh, okay.
Phew. I was about to drop them. Thank you very much. Flustered in case she dropped them, she caught them and dropped the 2 things she had held up until now towards her feet. They were dirtied by the soil, so she stepped on them while they were on the ground. It seemed she was much more taken by the present from her superior officer. She started rolling them around again. The walnuts made clacking sounds. Come, let's have our long-awaited dinner. We've been waiting for you. As for the report to Staff Officer Sidamo, let's tell him we left right after finishing eating. Understood. Katerina saluted and approached the open fire in a jog. Now, let us eat. There's a great smell. The person who made this must be skilled, I wonder. I am honored to receive your praise. When she praised the soldier, he shouted, standing up from his spot and saluting. The surrounding soldiers were throwing complaints that he was too loud. They were also throwing pebbles. In order, the soup, bread, and dried meat were distributed, and everyone gave praise to the white crow of the black flag. This wasn't something someone had started. It just naturally became like this since they felt like they would be blessed somehow. To where they were having the meal, hesitatingly came the mercenary that had thrown away his sword earlier. When Shara handed him soup, he said his thanks and started drinking. At the large plaza littered with corpses, the cavalrymen spent their time very enjoyably. Report from Shara's cavalry. The rebel army will cross Golbahar Ridge, designing to assault Cyrus Fortress. They will number 3,000 light infantry as the vanguard, and 5,000 as the rearguard. Their estimated arrival is 3 days from this day, in the morning during the coming of dense fog. The neighboring feudal lords will merge with them and rebel. Consult the enclosed documents for the conspiring feudal lords. In addition, as 2 men, Evgen and Cheswov, have been recognized as of the rebel army, they have been judged. End of transmission. A possible wordplay by the author. Literally this can mean to spend the night, but overall it can mean to do an all-nighter. Maybe suggesting that Shara's cavalry will not rest. Chapter 20, The flowers in a painting are inedible but look delicious. Flags of the kingdom's army were raised all over to obstruct Canaan's main road. On the high ground to the left and right were built instant encampments, and if the Liberation Army were to attack them like this, they would suffer a great deal of damage. While viewing their encampment through an eyepiece, Gamze in the field headquarters nodded. Everything was going according to plan. Arranged into 3 divisions, the Liberation Army had chosen to line pikemen in the front, then archers, and behind all of them were cavalry. The role of cavalry would be to wrap around and attack from the side, but in this current operation, they were not planned to be used. To their utmost, their main purpose was to attract the enemy's main force. I knew it, Canaan is going to be rough. That's almost like a natural fortress. It would probably take a large quantity of soldiers all in one surge to take it down. The general currently taking command said to Gamze. He was a man of the Belter faction and was an old friend of Gamze's. He was popular and excelled in leadership. What he lacked when he was with the kingdom was luck and connection to nobility. Just because of that, his road to promotion was closed, and he was sent to a do-nothing job. That is correct. But in that state, the enemy's supply train will also have a hard time. In other words, as long as we pressure the main road, they are like rats in a bag. Before long, they will suffocate and die in anguish. It is near impossible for them to procure supply locally after all. If the unit led by Colonel Hasty took down Cyrus, they could expect to get their hands on the bag known as Canaan. They were somewhat taking a risk, but even so, it was an operation worth trying. It was for that reason why Thina didn't strongly oppose either. If the surprise attack this time goes smoothly, the road to the royal capital will instantly be opened. If that happens, Sir Gamze's position in the Liberation Army will also become unshakable. You will be able to work for Sir Altura more and more. Ha, no, that doesn't matter to me. I fight only for the Liberation Army's victory, said Gamze modestly, making an insincere smile. Presently, the mutual factions were locked sword to sword. To win Altura's trust, he wanted to succeed no matter the cost. However, if we just exchange glances like this, they might suspect we are conniving something. I think it is about time we send in the cavalry and provoke them. The general advised to send in the cavalry. It wasn't a bad idea to test the waters and rain a blow on them. You're forbidden to chase too far, and if an attack comes, you are to strictly order an immediate withdrawal. If we're temporarily able to get the enemy to bite, that'll be a good deal. Let's hit them hard. All right, send a messenger to the cavalry unit. When Gamze agreed, the general hurled instructions for the cavalry to launch a diversion attack. The messenger nodded, and departed from headquarters, almost like they were exchanging places. Another messenger reported. Sir Gamze. Contact from an operative concealed in enemy camp. General Yalda has been accused of violating military regulations, demoted, and sent back to the royal capital. He leads the defeated soldiers from Antigua and Belter. So General Yalda's also has it hard, huh? His established fame is crumbling, isn't it? It's like a lie that he was once known for his steel division. I hope I don't end up like him. In that respect, it was quite helpful for us. Thanks to his carelessness, we were able to take Antigua. A general muttered like he was sympathizing, and another general cracked a joke. Fumu. After reading the report, Gamze crossed his arms. The one currently carrying out defense of Canaan was Field Marshal Sharov. He was acknowledged and established for his profound prudence and steady leadership. Would such a man really decide to split valuable forces before a defensive battle? A bad premonition ran through his head. Should he continue the operation? But there were too few reasons to stop. He judged that he was too timid. What is the matter, Staff Officer Gamze? No, nothing. I was just thinking a little bit. Ha, even if you worry, since it's Colonel Hasty, he'll absolutely accomplish his mission. When it comes to fights on hills and fields, he's the greatest in the Liberation Army. Even Colonel Finn can't outdo him. That is true. No matter what it takes, He has to take down Cyrus Fortress. For the Liberation Army's victory. And also for the sake of the oppressed citizens. Gamze strongly nodded, like shaking off the doubts running through his head. He could order the operation to be discontinued here. But, the time, people, and money invested here would all go down the drain. They would also have to meaninglessly withdraw the large force spread out in front of them. If by chance this was just groundless fear, he would let victory go right under his nose. Stopping an operation once it was put in motion was more difficult than starting it. It'll be fine. It'll surely go well. I can't consider stopping after all this. Wouldn't that for sure go along with Thina's expectations? I'll show him, I'll absolutely succeed. First Army's Mountain Camp Headquarters. While looking down at the enemy soldiers, Sharov was stroking his white facial hair. He was convinced that his own judgment wasn't mistaken. He couldn't sense from the enemy the spirit that they were going to assault this fortification. From his long years of experience, he would smell out the various moods of the battlefield. He couldn't explain it with words, but he could understand more or less from the smell. It was an absolutely illogical sensation. But Sharov had confidence in his own judgment that their adversaries were JG. Waiting for something. Likely, somewhere not here where they were confronting each other. Somewhere where if overlooked would probably be fatal for this Canaan area. Your Excellency. A company of the enemy is coming to attack. Will we intercept them? Ignore them until they enter bow range. If they get even closer, chase them away with spears. Pursuit is unnecessary. There's no need to get caught in a blatant diversion. Your Excellency. Just staring at them and defending will affect the morale of the soldiers. Please, give my unit the order to attack. Allow me to display that I will absolutely crush them. Barbour strongly proposed to Sharov. His proposal wasn't too off the mark. If they simply let by the enemy's provocation, the soldiers would begin to think that the commander had lost his nerve. Before long, this would be tied to a feeling of war weariness and might also become a cause for collapse. Sometimes, the boldness to launch an attack was necessary to maintain morale. Barbour. Your chance will come shortly. Be patient until then. Nevertheless, Your Excellency. Already among the soldiers, a rumor is spreading that we cannot ignore. We ought to make an assertive offensive here. Recently, a rumor had begun to spread widely among the soldiers. Why was Field Marshal Sharov not actively fighting the Liberation Army? Was there some deeper reasoning? Or was there a different reason? They had heard that Sharov was a long-time acquaintance of the rebel army commander Behruz. They had also heard that he had been invited to rebel in many occasions by the enemy Supreme Commander Altora. Inside the Field Marshal's heart, maybe he was considering it. Etc. Ridiculous. Ignore the idiotic rumors. If we go ahead and launch an attack trying to dispel the rumor, that'll be to the enemy's satisfaction. If we leave it alone, it'll eventually smother out. Sharov rebutted and once again looked towards the enemy encampment. After having sent the dismissed Yalda instructions to stand by, he had sent in another order: in the event of an emergency, move according to your own judgment, no need to wait for orders. Barbour glared loathsomely into the back of Sharov, not at all perturbed. He couldn't earn great achievements by just defending. Also, he didn't know if that rumor was authentic or not. Sharov and Behruz having a relationship close enough to be called best friends was a famous story. In the succession struggle, Sharov had maintained neutrality, and Behruz had been on the losing side. Behruz had contended that the eldest son ought to succeed the throne, but after the current Christoph won, Behruz had been exiled. Sharov also privately agreed about the eldest son, but he didn't want to get involved in the succession, so he had stayed neutral. Hence, he arrived at his current position. If the winners had been reversed, Behruz should have been the one to sit in the seat of Field Marshal. With an expression that didn't conceal his ambition, Barbour clenched his closed fist. Whether the rumor is true or not doesn't concern me. Someday, I will seize you by the tail and pull you down from that seat. Gulbahar Ridge halfway. While hidden in the dense trees, 3,000 light infantry were silently marching. The fog began to set in, and their field of vision was narrowing. There were people who got lost from the main group. There were poor footholds, and there was no shortage of unlucky people who slipped. Even though they had been trained, it was meaningless if they couldn't see. While carefully treading on the ground, they kept walking, forward and forward. Standing at the head of the unit, Colonel Hasty had a strange premonition. They weren't on the wrong road. Their hired guide was also nodding that they were moving as planned. Timing was also part of the plan, so they weren't very behind schedule. After they descended the ridge, they would run full speed towards Cyrus. That was it. What is this unpleasant ambience? It's very unlikely due to the fog. It's almost like criminals heading to the gallows. That kind of ludicrous vision floated in his mind. This should be a road to glory, absolutely not a road to ruin. That's what he had been told. He was silently, intently pushing forward on the dark, mountain road. He became intimidated. I'm thinking too much. I'm a commander, I can't be daunted. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and forced himself to believe that. He looked back at his subordinates following after him. Everyone's faces were drooping, and they were marching while silencing their breathing. They were elite soldiers, people chosen who could function even in the mountains, yet despite that, their faces were somewhat gloomy. They didn't look at all like a unit who would conduct a surprise attack hereafter. They were like defeated soldiers. It wasn't just him, they too were feeling this repulsive air. They advanced forwards, like trying to shake off the feeling. If they stopped, they wouldn't ever be able to move again. The male guide spoke up in a small voice. It's quite rare, for this ridge, to be this silent. What do you mean? Usually, birds will be chirping, and there'll also be things like deer, boars, and other small animals, yet today I haven't even seen a single one. On the contrary, I haven't even heard the sounds of bugs. They may have been crushed by this strange chill. The voices of birds, the voices of bugs, and the voices of animals, not one could be heard. All that could be heard was the occasional passing wind, and their own footsteps only. There'll be days like that, right? Don't say something so ominous. It's kinda eerie, and it doesn't feel like the same mountain. The guide with a humble appearance began rubbing both his arms like he was cold. This man had been hired with not a small sum of money. He wasn't particularly connected to the kingdom or the Liberation Army. If there were greater benefits, any side was fine. Not only that, there was money right in front of his eyes. Hence, he had accepted to be their guide. But he was regretting it today. If he had to suffer this uncanny atmosphere, he ought to have quietly stayed at home. He wiped the nape of his neck with a towel. Cold sweat honestly felt disgusting. Colonel, will this go well for us? Seeing the guide scared of something, a soldier softly came to ask. For this man, who had served long enough in the unit to be considered a veteran, to leak a misgiving was rare. Hasty spontaneously wanted to speak of his uneasiness, but he resisted and answered. That will depend on our labor. We'll absolutely pull it off. That kind of enthusiasm is necessary. Why, you're right. Please forgive me. I understand your tension before a surprise attack. But you are a veteran. You cannot show your anxiety. Fear is contagious. Yes, sir. Encouraged Hasty, slapping the veteran's back. If he didn't let out this bravado, he felt like he too would have fretted. He grasped his sword tightly. Stressing agility, the soldiers were armed with swords or javelins. Longer spears weren't carried, as they would hinder the march. Those equipped with bows used short bows. The rearguard, accompanied by the supply train, would have their usual weapons, and they would hand them over as soon as they arrived. Due to their load, their marching speed was slow, and Hasty's group acting as the vanguard had to fell Cyrus. The night will begin to brighten soon. Guide, are we almost there? Why, yay. Just a little longer. It'll be easier than before here on. The ground getting more level is proof. Good, please continue your good work until we finish descending the mountain. Everyone, persevere a bit more. Hasty inhaled, and started walking again. Around when the sky began to grow light, the 3,000 light infantry had finally finished descending the ridge. The fog had already set in, masking the plains near their feet. Before it cleared up, they would march as much as they could, and they had to get close to Cyrus' fortress. Hasty signaled with his hand, giving the order to advance. Loud voices could not be used. In case there were patrols, there was the danger of being noticed by the enemy. They had marched for maybe an hour. A silhouette appeared in the fog. A human silhouette riding on a horse. A black flag was fluttering. It seemed to be slowly heading towards them. Before suspecting it of being an enemy, he considered the possibility of it being an ally. They had imparted to Baron Evgen, who managed the area around Cyrus, their path of march and when they would arrive. Perhaps he had come as reinforcement. Though it would be out of place with their light infantry, it would be heartening if they could use cavalry. They would have already been attacked at this distance if it was an enemy. But just in case, he had his subordinates make preparations for battle. Wait to attack until I instruct you to. However, stay prepared. Sir. Understood. The infantry unsheathed their swords and took battle positions. We are the fox that crosses the ridge, are you the fox that lies in wait? They wouldn't name themselves as the Liberation Army. Several passwords had been established with Evgen beforehand. It was also to prevent friendly fire after taking control of Cyrus. No reply came from the team of horses in front of him. They further approached them. His spoken words should have reached them. If his words were ignored, the possibility they were of the kingdom's army was high. Tension ran through the soldiers. To a range inside the fog where they could see, they drew closer and closer. When he decided to ask one more time, from behind blasted a scream. If you do not respond, we will attack. Are you the enemy attack? The back of our unit is being attacked by enemy cavalry. What? Then these guys are. When Hasty faced front again, the figure of a female officer on a horse entered his vision. A female wearing black armor that did not suit her body, wielding a large scythe. From her gushed out the accursed feeling that he had felt earlier. It wasn't bloodthirst nor was it anger. It was a darkish presence hard to describe. While naturally clad in that grim aura, she came before Hasty's very eyes. He strengthened his grip on his sword. Cold sweat streamed down his back. That bad sensation I felt was because of this monster. That female smiled ferociously, and at the same time Hasty swung out his sword. His skull was gouged out by that crooked, evil blade. Fresh blood sprayed into the fog, and a very fantastical spectacle was born. The female that had killed Hasty, Shera, began silently swinging her scythe. With every swing, the souls of Liberation Army soldiers were reaped. The scene of red fountains gushing up one after another inside the fog was strongly burned into the minds of the Liberation Army soldiers. The humans of Hasty's unit who were witnessing that would continue to be tormented by this terror in the future. There would be people who would have mental disorders, and even those who would go insane. A certain soldier, deciding to leave a record of this beautiful tragedy, madly continued to paint a painting in only red and white. He was confronted by no one, he simply painted endlessly. Before long, he finished one painting, and that soldier slit his throat. In his final moments, after he had signed it with his own blood, he died while laughing loudly. In the magical fog was a young girl gently picking flowers with slender hands. Her countenance was like a deathly white. From the ground welled up red fountains, drenching the little girl's feet. In red puddles were drawn many red flowers and white skulls, making observers feel a degenerative fear. In future years, it would be put on display by someone who thought it regrettable to dispose of it, and it would become highly evaluated by nobility. This painting that modeled and was modeled by Shera of the kingdom's army was named Sherazade's Flower Burial. Inside the fog, the one-sided slaughter continued. Inside, where vision was altogether useless, Sherah's cavalry played the light infantry. Before their swords could reach the bodies of the riders, they were skewered by lances, and one, and then another, collapsed. Even so, they desperately resisted, and there was even a brave soldier who pulled a rider down to the ground. But his resistance was in vain, and many lances opened holes in the veteran's body. The surprise attack unit that had lost its commander, now leaderless, decided to turn back to the ridge while inducing panic. The fog gradually cleared up. An ambush from the kingdom's army was waiting. Ha ha ha! All my resentment will be cleared up. Here. Kill the rebel army. All forces charge. Now's the time to dispel our grudge from Belter. Oh you! From the base of the ridge rose Yalda's angry words as they commenced the attack, leaping at those going first. Generals of the former Fourth Army also raised their swords, their voices trembling. War drums violently boomed from around the area just to add to their voices. Having foreseen the rebel army's path of advance, Yalda sent in Sherah's cavalry to the front and stationed his united legion to the side as an ambush. Sherah's cavalry would halt their advance, and at the same time the fog cleared, he would pincer them. Hasty's group had marched to their own deaths. Hasty's unit collapsed under severe attack from four sides. Of their 3,000, 2,000 were killed, and the survivors scattered, routed, in all four directions. Furthermore, Yalda, of his own judgment, decided to advance and cross the ridge. His staff officer Sidamo also counseled that they ought to take advantage of this opportunity. He sent a messenger to Sharov. Sherah's cavalry was entrusted with defense of Cyrus, and the United Legion began climbing the ridge at full speed. We'll give them a taste of a downhill charge, show them our United Legion's ability. All the debts we owe will be cleared up here. Long live Yalda's United Legion. Long live the Use Kingdom. All units charge. Achievement is yours for the taking. Forward. The 5,000 rearguard of the Liberation Army, having been surprise attacked from high ground, was thrown into violent disarray. They had no composure to get into rank. Their weapons were adequate, but the movement of the supply unit accompanying them was slow. Riding the momentum of victory, Yalda could not be stopped. Provisions and arms were thrown away, and everyone began retreating for their lives. Yalda's unit doused the retreating soldiers with an intense rain of arrows and a hail of rocks, and they were successful in inflicting a great deal of casualties. The brave general did not stop. Yalda's United Legion descended the ridge while resting, and invaded the Canaan area from the opposite side. The confrontation in front of Canaan's main road continued. Yalda showed signs of attacking the Liberation Army's main force of 30,000 from the side. Having received the report from the messenger, Sharov also decided to attack. We'll take advantage of this and launch a general offensive. Chase out the rebel army. They resolutely sallied out from their secluded mountain camp, and in a fish-scale formation, they faced the Liberation Army. The two sides clashed on the plains. At first, the battle seemed to unfold favorably for the Liberation Army with superior morale, but the situation reversed when Yalda's legion struck them from the side. Cleaving a gap into their formation, the First Army's vanguard, Barbor's division, crushed the enemy infantry units. Taking along his elite guards, he too was swinging his spear, inspiring the soldiers. The Liberation Army's infantry were killed one after the other. Massacre the trash of the rebel army. Don't let a single one return alive. They're a mix of small FRY. After all, there's nothing to fear. Gamze of the Liberation Army, deeming any more was dangerous, decided to loosely retreat. One general spoke up in protest, saying it was still early to give up. The situation was disadvantageous, but they still hadn't been defeated. They had suffered a fierce attack, but their formation of 3 ranks was still intact. Since the enemy soldiers had come out from their mountain encampment, there was also the choice of toughing it out and waiting for reinforcements. Since soldiers led by Altora were on standby at Belta, retreating here would have the same meaning as defeat for the Liberation Army. Their morale was high from successive victories, and they had schemed with the feudal lords. This would have inevitable consequences for their future strategies too. But Gamze calmly judged the progress of the battle, silenced the general's objection, and ordered a retreat. Any more fighting is meaningless. Now that our mainstay, the ridge crossing, has been impeded, it would be best here to retreat. I have all the responsibility. I would like you to follow my instructions. Strictly ordered Gamze, curbing his boiling anger. Having 30,000 annihilated here would affect their control of Belta. They only had to prevent the very worst situation. That was the duty of staff officer who decided the strategies. Making their rearguard cavalry lurk as an ambush, they gradually began to retreat. Sharov judged that any more pursuit would increase the number of casualties instead. Despite being routed, they were withdrawing while maintaining discipline. If they were tempted and sent out a unit, there was the concern of being surrounded back. Rejecting Barbour's opinion for a full-on pursuit, he ordered to pull back to the mountain encampment. Why are we discontinuing the attack here? If we inflict catastrophic damage here, Belta's recapture would be easy. Damn it, Sharov, forget your concerns. There is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right before your eyes, and you want to let it go? However, a report from scouts say there are troops in ambush. You fool. We'll just give the defeated ambushers the boot. The ones with the more superior power is us. In one more step, can't we drive the enemy's main force to annihilation? Barbour snapped the staff of command he had in his hand. Despite pressured by that threatening attitude, his adjutant reported, "Sir Barbour, our allies are pulling back. If we don't also move, that might be seen as a breach of military regulations. Much to my chagrin, I've no choice. We're withdrawing." "Sharov, you coward." Not agreeing, Barbour hesitated to withdraw till the last, but he finally returned to the camp, cursing his superior officer all the while. If Sharov had complied with Barbour's advice here and launched an assault with the entire army, certainly, there was the possibility of the kingdom's army achieving victory and gaining a foothold in Belta. Of course, their forces would be reduced by counterattacks, sufficient enough to cause anxiety that Canaan's defense would be in jeopardy. Preferring slow and steady, Sharov chose to defend, and was successful in protecting Canaan. But the kingdom's army still continued to have the numerical inferiority, since they weren't able to drive the Liberation Army main force into destruction. Which choice would have been correct was not known. But just looking at the result, it was victory for the kingdom's army, which had crushed the enemy surprise attack. Having finished fighting, Shera's cavalry entered Cyrus' fortress as per orders. She let their war horses rest and everyone recover stamina. While nibbling bread, Shera headed to the medical clinic, established inside the fortress. It was a sick clinic for treating disease and the wounded. The cavalrymen wounded in the battle earlier greeted and saluted their superior officer. Among them too were people on beds scattering blood while receiving treatment. If they were generals or nobles, they might be able to receive magical treatment. But for them, normal soldiers, prescribed painkillers were all they would get. A man who bore serious wounds, inside his hazy consciousnesses, was dying. He drifted on the threshold of life and death. Shera approached a medical soldier wearing a white coat. When his eyes met hers, he regretfully shook his head, and headed towards a bed where another was waiting. When Shera lowered her eyes, a young man with a pallid face was whispering something while his body was twitching. Shera smiled. "You did well earlier. Thanks to everyone's efforts, we were able to gain a splendid victory. Hereafter too, fight together with me to kill the rebel army. There's still much fighting after this." When she caressed his cheek, he turned a reliant gaze towards Shera. But his gaze was unfocused, and seemed to be looking up somewhere in space. Shera's figure probably no longer entered his vision. Lie. Lieutenant Cole.
S. Shera, I.
He violently vomited blood from his mouth. On the white sheets was spreading a red stain. He had a fatal wound on one of his organs. He did well just being able to make it back here. Through sheer tenacity that he would act alongside his commander until the end, he had made it back here. But nothing could be done for him in a place like this. No, it would probably be impossible no matter how excellent the doctor. The medical soldier had given him a large quantity of painkiller. There was no other means to take away suffering. There was only one thing Shara could do. There was only one thing Death could do. While holding that in her left hand, she had a candy in her right. "Hey, you hungry? I have a sweet and yummy candy, you know. It's one that Second Lieutenant Katerina always shares with me though. I took one of those. I'll share one with you too. How very fortunate of you. Lieutenant Cole, S. Shara." In the mouth of the young man calling out Shara's name with blank eyes, Shara tossed in the white candy. Then, gently holding his red-stained mouth, she performed the final treatment with her other hand. "That red candy looks really good. But that's something I've given to you, so I'll control myself." Shara closed the eyes of the soldier, no longer moving, and she lightly smiled. Leaving the red candy that had spilled out of his mouth and fell next to his face, she tucked that in her left hand into her waist. Shara waved to the wounded, performing a salute around her, and she left the medical clinic. Shara grandly stretched and annoyingly scowled at the blazing sun. When she looked up above the main tower, next to the kingdom's flag was triumphantly fluttering a black flag in the wind. Someone from the cavalry had arbitrarily mounted it probably. Tearing the completely stale bread into fine pieces, she threw them into her mouth. A black crow from somewhere came along to her feet. When she threw just a bit of breadcrumbs at the ground, it began hopping, pecking at the ground. It looked up at Shara and cawed, as if wanting something. "I don't have any more food to give you, crow. Don't be lazy and go get your own. After all, you can fly freely in the sky." With nothing left to do, Shara turned and left, having eaten everything remaining. The crow watched her leave with eyes not feeling like it. Losing interest before long, the crow flew away, heading towards a place of rest. Afterwards, until Katerina came to call her, Shara passed the time and took a refined nap atop the watchtower. There were a mountain of things to do, like sending a report to Sidamo, but deciding not to care, Shara left them to her excellent adjutant. Next to her stubbornly loitered the crow that had failed at procuring food earlier. Chapter 21, Sardines are salty and delicious. Belter Castle, in the middle of an audience. The generals were arrayed, while the defeated General Gumze was prostrating himself, rubbing his face against the floor. All the responsibility was on him, who had command and conducted the operation. There had been a chance to halt the operation, the news that Yalda's division had been relocated. He ought to have temporarily stopped the march and performed a detailed reconnaissance. Gumze's regret was bottomless. Everything had come to naught. After this, Thina would no doubt have complete hegemony. I, the lousy Gumze, have faulted, despite being entrusted with soldiers from the princess. I have no excuses. I am prepared to accept any condemnation. As well as to maintain discipline, please inflict punishment on this worthless me. You are mistaken, Gumze. The one who ordered you to carry out the mission was I. You and your men have fought bravely for me. I would like you to lend me your strength from here on as well. Please do not be rash, the battle will yet continue. Princess. Morale cannot be preserved in that case. In times like this especially, it is vital to not let a fault go unpunished. I beg of you, please give me judgment. Sympathy is unnecessary. Objected Gumze, the words almost bursting out of him. He was prepared to absolve the Belter faction's mismanagement via his death. Understanding that, Thina came to his aid. He was doing this as an investment. Gumze himself was clearly not a fool. He had connections in the royal capital area and had talent able to draft plans. This time ended in a failure, but in a sense, they were successful in driving a wedge into Canaan, since hereafter, the kingdom's army now had to also allocate defense forces to Cyrus. Sir Gumze, it's folly to throw away your life after only one defeat. There is only one victory in this war, when we liberate the royal capital and overthrow the despotic government. Your strength is still very much necessary. I, Thina, respectfully request of you, please, for the sake of the Liberation Army, lend us your power. Thina took the hand of Gumze, who still had his head down, and made him rise to his feet. It was all an act. But, to appeal to those around them that there were no hostile feelings between factions, it was a necessary act. With this, Gumze would for the time being become docile. During this lull, Thina planned on crushing the Belter faction. That faction, comprised of former men of the kingdom, was throwing their weight around, acting as they pleased, and they had forgotten for what reason they were in this liberation war. The project for the southern part of the kingdom was happening at the same time, and they needed to speed it along. What was important was that everyone's wills were united with Altura's. These were Thina's true feelings, who had once part of the Salvador faction. On the dawn where they salvaged the monarchy, they needed to press forward a host of reforms, and that wouldn't go smoothly unless everyone was united. Still, to have laid its hands on so many of our like-minded brethren, what is that death god? Vola, Borjek, Hasty. Every one of them had been brave men. For them to have been killed so easily, even now I can't believe it. Lieutenant Colonel of the Kingdom's Army, Sherazade. A female officer not even 20 leading a cavalry unit of the former Third Army. According to surrendered officers, she originally grew up in a farming village and personally applied for enlistment. She is a pitiful human who has fallen off the path she ought to have walked. She knows not justice and merely drowns herself in killing. Parts of her may deserve our sympathy, but we cannot overlook any more of her transgressions. Thina calmly recited her background, but inwardly, he was seething in boiling rage. She was a human Thina knew in detail. He intended to kill her in the next battle without fail. That prowess of hers was certainly a threat, but after all, she was an incompetent girl who knew nothing except offense. If they laid a trap and surrounded her, they could absolutely kill her. He had heard exhaustively from her former adjutant, Vanda, that she wasn't knowledgeable about the art of war. After he killed Shera, he would tear her body limb from limb, and then his rage would finally settle, maybe. A carefully thought-out, scrupulous plan should not be defeated by an individual's reckless bravery. He would absolutely not recognize such a thing. A simple soldier born in a farming village promoted to lieutenant colonel within a few years? Despite being a woman, to have that degree of prowess on her. Truly hard to believe. I can only bow my head to her fame as a death god. Beiruz muttered while stroking his white facial hair. Please leave the matter about the death god to me. I will wait for an opening and carry out the bitterness of our killed comrades. Please allow me to show you. Sir Gumze, at that time, please by all means give me your cooperation. Understood, Sir Thina. I, Gumze, will devote myself to the Liberation Army hereon as well. Gumze had been silent for a short while, but he finally lowered his head deeply and agreed. Thank you, Gumze. I will be relying on you from here on. Thina. How ought we progress from here? Asked Altura, and Thina answered without missing a beat. Sir. We will soon be visited by the harsh winter. We will prepare our forces during that time, and first, let us reconstruct the lives of the civilians. The good news is that the enemy General Sharov will persist in being on the defense. It is hard to believe that he will launch an attack on us. If for example he does come, it will be a simple matter to stop him in his tracks. The snow is the strongest bulwark for us. Right now, we should gather those who agree in our cause, train the troops, and spread the word of our great cause widely to the world. As the saying goes, rich country, strong army. Currently, the Liberation Army's plan was to devote themselves to that. Having exhausted much of their war potential, gathering strength took utmost priority. In that case, you are saying that we will wait until the advent of spring to aim for the royal capital? Yes. We will move out after that. The Empire, who has been bestowing upon us their support, is attempting to capture Madro's fortress in the kingdom's northwest. Even with winter here, they will grant the kingdom's army no reprieve. Prince Alan nodded at those words. The man closest to the throne, Prince Alexander, was on an expedition accompanied by 100,000 soldiers. Alexander had invaded, leading the 1st Army Corps and taking along the 7th Army Corps that was defending Welf Fortress in the empire's northeast. He was Alan's older brother, and a fine man in the eyes of his father, the emperor. He could handle everything flawlessly and was skillful in grasping a man's true nature. Once this campaign succeeded, his position and status would probably become unshakable. For Alan right now though, this matter wasn't of much concern. Since my older brother, Alexander, is leading them, they will capture Madros without fail. If they posture to attack the royal capital, the defense of Canaan should also become thinner. It would be to our advantage to gather strength and wait for a good opportunity, I believe. Hearing Alan's words, Altora encouragingly nodded. When she looked at Behruz for affirmation, he too didn't have an objection, it seemed. The plan is decided. Everyone, I would like you all to strive to do your very best and work for the realization of our dreams. I will also devote everything I have. Sir, please leave it to me. Everyone left. After ascertaining that Altora and Alan were starting to have an intimate-sounding conversation, Thina also departed for his own room. There were so many things he needed to do. The more time there was, the easier he could carry out his schemes. The next time they attacked Canaan, it would surely fall. But, because their opponent was Sharov, they would probably be drawn into a long battle with many sacrifices. That composed and reliable man must first be taken out of the equation. That man had the conceit and belief that if he bunkered down, he could defend the strategic position of Canaan against anything. And he would be correct. For the Liberation Army, it would be expedient if they could lure out the thoughtless kingdom's army and crush them. It's about time Field Marshal Sharov ought to retire. Apologies to the General Behruz, but I've not the luxury to entertain his personal feelings. He had already sown the seeds for that very purpose. The only thing left was to induce them to bud. This kind of machination was Thina's specialty. Thina's lips curled, and he began writing a detailed, secret message to give instructions to his agents. Having successfully defended Cyrus, Shera's cavalry and Yalda's united legion was headed for the kingdom's northwest under Sharov's orders. In the kingdom's northwest, Madros Fortress was the foremost front line with the empire. To their west was Welf Fortress under empire dominion, and the two had a long-standing history of conflict. As for Canaan, Sharov had set up in Roshanak Fortress, Babur was on front-line security, and Laos was moved to defense of Cyrus Fortress. As he had no plans to launch an offense in the winter season, surplus soldiers were sent back to the royal capital. There were soldiers gathering fatigue and dissatisfaction. Babur called for an offensive in the winter season, but Sharov had rejected it, saying the risk was too high. In the winter, even the transport of supplies would be difficult. Incidentally, Yalda had earned spectacular contributions, having repulsed the enemy's surprise attack unit, crossed the ridge, defeated the rearguard, and struck the enemy main camp from the side, but unfortunately, he was not approved to be reinstated to general. Sharov's report to the king was dismissed, and Yalda was given a directive that he would be reinstated depending on his future activity. Yalda was once again dispirited, but he roused himself, saying that he'd overcome this adversity, and pumped himself up alone. Similarly, Shera's promotion was also thrown out the window. Thinking that a promotion to colonel was indeed going too far, she was told, later. The man who expressed that worry was Prime Minister Farsam. He felt apprehensions at a person he had never met before climbing the ranks amidst resounding applause. It was likely that the birth of a hero would threaten his own position. Shera herself didn't mind at all, and she indulged in a meal as always. From the start, an immediate meal was much more important than promotion. Shera was right now eating sausage with onions, and well-boiled vegetables like carrots. There was a stupidly large amount of edible grass, so Shera's face twisted as she dealt with them. Katerina was in a good mood and seemed to really enjoy eating them, so she transferred the grass on her own plate to Katerina's. She definitely didn't like grass-type foods, and she also didn't really like bitter foods. Northwest of the kingdom, Madros area headquarters, Madros Castle. Well, if it isn't a former candidate for Field Marshal, His former Excellency, former General Yalda. So you were still doggedly living. Man, that stubbornness is going to make you go bald. Ha ha ha. Coming out to meet the arrived Yalda was the boorishly laughing commandant of the Fifth Army, Lieutenant General Kerry Madros. While patting his completely bald head, he bade the indignant Yalda to sit. Violently sitting in a seat, Yalda shouted without reserve, loudly in a voice that would even reach the heavens. I don't want to be told about going bald by you, you filthy baldy. It's easier to put on a helmet like this, you know. The time when you'll understand will come sooner or later. That's if you can keep that head of yours on. Wah ha 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 ha. Kerry laughed, and the officers inside the room also laughed. They were all brave men that Kerry had expectations for, and they were overflowing with spirit to fight to the end. The Fifth Army was a heterogeneous army united by inhabitants of the Madros area. They would never submit to the Empire. You ingrates. You would even insult me. Even though I expressly came here as reinforcements, what treatment is this? My God, everyone's making fun of me. Yalda slammed the desk. His face was becoming as red as a lobster. Man, calm down, Yalda. We're the same rank now, so can't we have a more casual talk? General and Lieutenant General are pretty much the same thing. The two don't really matter to me. Don't you think so? Come on, drink. Kerry poured alcohol while patting Yalda's shoulder. The cold of the northwest was fierce, and the alcohol would offer some warmth. Snow hadn't yet fallen, but it was cold enough to pierce the skin. Normally, one wouldn't think of starting a war during this time. Yalda downed the drink. He took a deep inhale, and then exhaled, making himself calm down. He had known this man quite a while. Kerry made fun of people and had an extremely displeasing character. Even so, he was greatly popular amongst the soldiers and excelled in valor, truly a disagreeable man. Screw this. I'm moving to the main topic. How far have those guys from the Empire come? The retards of the Empire, huh? Even though it's now this damn cold winter, those guys ain't gonna pull back. We fought, intending to hold out until the winter, all for nothing. The cause of all this is thanks to that shithead that moved David's army corps. The Fourth Army, which had been led by the now deceased David, and Kerry's Fifth Army had maintained resistance in this area. Thanks to the fool of the royal capital recklessly moving them, they were in this state. If they naively secluded themselves in their new fortresses that should have been a bulwark against the Imperial Army, they would probably be soundly annihilated. Kerry had readily abandoned the now useless, recently completed first fort, and he brought them into a war of attrition while evacuating the civilians. He began conducting guerrilla warfare, using every advantage and means he had, to interfere with the enemy's supply train. To that effect, they had halted the enemy's advance and were successful in holding out until winter. Kerry. About Sir David, unfortunately at Belter. I know. He wasn't a very careful man, but man, he had an eye for liquor. The liquors he chose were really delicious. Only shame there is. Yeah, truly regrettable. There was no reason why David, boastful of his family lineage, and Kerry, whose birthplace was in the backwater Madros area, would get along well. That being said, the two never got into any mutual conflict, and they had a relationship where to the best of their ability they tried not to interfere with each other. The liquor David had sent to him as courtesy had been unexpectedly delicious. Is the story about Prince Alexander being the supreme commander of the Imperial Army true? Yay, he's probably earning points to secure the throne. Those guys' enthusiasm is the real deal. The bastards from the Wealth family also came to invade us with steam coming out of their noses. It's irritating like you wouldn't believe. Lieutenant General Gustav Welf was the commander of the 7th Army Corps from the Welf area in Empire territory. He was a sworn enemy that Kerry had a grudge against extending back to his ancestors. Kerry, to protect the Madros area, and Gustav, to protect the Welf area, had a relationship where they mutually killed and were killed. They had a blood-stained, inseparable relationship that had been going on from 200 years past. This fate was also the foremost reason why Kerry and his company would not surrender to the Imperial Army. If Gustav were to take control of the Madros area, he would surely take revenge for all that had happened. If their positions were reversed, Kerry would too. After all this, there would be no pretty settlement. It was kill or be killed. This would possibly continue until their foe's city was destroyed. Before they were killed, they had to kill. That was the feudal lord's duty. The beginning of this hatred was said to have stemmed from surrendered Madrosian civilians being killed, or Madrosians killing surrendered Welfian civilians. At this point, no one knew whose viewpoint was correct. No one even wanted to know. No matter how it turned out, the Madros family was with the kingdom, and the Welf family was with the empire. That was it. There was a habit of Madrosians tattooing a guardian beast on their breasts. Welfians would carve a sacred bird on their shoulders. The irony was that these became symbols used to distinguish their ethnicity and ended up further fanning the flames of their mutual hostility. Despite it almost being winter, they show no signs of withdrawing. 100,000 is a huge army, it must be challenging just to maintain it. Even so, they're invading us with energy to spare. The prince himself is leading them after all. That's a place to make a name for yourself. They're coming though we're withdrawing while burning all the crops we've carefully raised. Goes without saying we ain't even leaving a scrap for them to eat, we're turning every piece into charcoal. Winter's here, and after their supply line gets shaky lies our true victory. We'll show those imperial idiots hell. The Fifth Army had evacuated all the residents on the Imperial Army's route of invasion, poisoned the wells, burned the fields, and killed the livestock. They would give not a thing to the Imperial soldiers. This methodology was shared not just by Kerry and the soldiers, but even down to the citizens themselves. If they were caught, they would be savaged and killed. Precisely because they knew that ad nauseam, there was not a single person who said no to it. Kerry drained the liquor in his glass and grasped it tightly. Yalda had also unintentionally strengthened his grip. He looked at the map spread out atop the desk and rubbed his jaw. Northwest from Madros is the 2nd fort, to the west is the 3rd fort, and to the southwest is the 4th fort. The 2nd fort is along the coast, and the 3rd is tightly surrounded by mountains. The 4th then is Madros's weakest spot. It's on the plains and would be the easiest to fall. If it were me, I would target the 4th fort. Yalda preferred frontal attacks. Without any thought, he chose the fort easiest to attack. If he had a large army and no worry for supply, he wouldn't be mistaken. There was no need to go out of their way and attack a difficult location. There were times too when it would be necessary to prepare for losses and go for a head-on attack with just power. Kerry asserted that the 4th fort would not be a problem. He had the resolve and confidence that they would defend it to the end. Accordingly, it was made the most robust. Man, it ain't gonna fall that easily. I've personally taken command there after all. Yo Yalda. I plan on having you head to the 2nd fort at the coastlands. Under it lies a path to the provisions storehouse. If that fort falls, the 5th Army and your own legion will fall into a predicament. It's a dangerous place though, how about it? Kerry pointed out the 2nd fort built along the coast. It was a barrier built to obstruct the main road. But it was difficult to call it sturdy, and if siege weapons were brought into the equation, it would be difficult to hold out. That's basically giving me a great position. I, Yalda, and my glorious United Legion, will assuredly defend the fort. Allow us to show you. Also, I'll make those guys in the royal capital recognize my activities this time for sure. While amusedly watching Yalda grinding his teeth and pumping himself up, Kerry smiled. He knew that Yalda wouldn't agree with his plan, but they were old acquaintances, so he wouldn't be rejected. Yalda would undoubtedly be enraged and hit him. Man, don't be so hasty, Yalda. Let me finish. This is a duty that only you guys can do. A job I can only entrust to the demoted Lieutenant General Yalda and his defeated, miserable United Legion. Make Su'ur to listen with that pig brain of yours. I won't forgive failure. Alright? The heck you say? Making a grave face all of a sudden, are you insulting not just me but even my troops? If it's something stupid, I won't forgive you. Here's the plan. Lowering his voice, Kerry explained to Yalda. Before he finished speaking, Yalda flew into a rage and punched him with his right fist, and Kerry retaliated with a headbutt. The conference room became chaotic. The officers around only egged them on, showing no signs of stopping them, and the two lieutenant generals continued their fist fight, leaving as many bruises on each other's faces as they could. The current situation was much like two drunkards brawling violently in a tavern. The horseplay continued until Sidamo, hearing of the ruckus, brought along guards to break them up. Just as Kerry had anticipated. He gave Yalda's body a glance, and it was full of wounds. As far as he could tell, they weren't very serious. It goes without saying that Kerry was in a similar state. Night, several days later. Leaving behind the second fort with flames reaching to the sky, Shera leading her 2,000 cavalry was heading for the Imperial Army's encampment. On the soldiers' horses were fastened the heads of 100 soldiers of the kingdom. Furthermore, bound hand and foot with rope was the second son of the Madros family, Darius Madros. He was gagged and his face swelled with bruises, and there were traces of having been a struggle. He would be an offering to the Imperial Army, a sacrifice. Katerina. Are we almost there, I wonder? Sir. There are signs of scouts in the vicinity. It seems we were caught sight of. Oh. According to plan then, raise it. When she gave the instructions to the cavalry behind her, they tied a white cloth to their spears and raised it high. It was the universal sign of surrender, a white flag. Shera's cavalry raised many of them conspicuously and continued to march. Shera chewed on the head of a dried sardine, Madros's local specialty. It was a food for the masses, and so they could take in precious salt. It was extremely salty. It wasn't often eaten by itself, and it wasn't intended to be. The correct way of eating it was to put it in a soup. Shera's face puckered in saltiness. Katerina extended a water flask, but Shera shook her head and declined. She took out one more from a bag, and this time sucked on it from the tail. A bitter taste spread inside her mouth. I wonder if the Imperial Army has any delicious food. I'm pretty excited. In this season, I believe you should not hold such high expectations. Lightly. Katerina was going to bring up Wealth's local product, but infantry from the surrounding thickets jumped out menacingly, interrupting her. They raised their torches and intimidatingly turned their pikes towards the cavalry. Shera instantly crushed the dried sardine. She crunched it into small pieces, the small bones making cracking sounds. After a bitter taste came out the salty taste, and Shera's face crumbled in saltiness again. Halt! Stop your horses. Don't move. Don't you dare move. Any suspicious movements and we'll kill you on the spot. Soldiers of the kingdom, huh? Do you know what that white flag means? While everyone shouted in loud voice, they intimidated Shera and her group. The cavalry showed no unrest, and they were waiting for their commander's orders. Not even the horses made a sound. The imperial soldiers observed this strange cavalry with suspicious glances. Normally, these types of people would be cowering in fear. The patrol unit's commander, after cleared his throat, addressed them in a bellowing voice. We are a patrol unit of the Keyland Empire's 7th Army Corps. On what business have you men come here? Depending on your answer, we will launch an attack. It would behoove you to answer carefully. At that question, Shera had her horse take a step forward and replied quietly, but penetratingly, I am Lieutenant Colonel Sherazade, cavalry affiliated with the Use Kingdom's Special United Legion. To surrender to the Keyland Empire, we have set fire to the second fort and taken captive a man of the Madros family. I would like to meet with the commander of the Imperial Army. We have no place to return. At Shera's signal, her cavalry flung the heads they were carrying. The Imperial soldiers picked them up to examine them. Far in front of them, they could see a red light blotting the night sky. There were certainly flames rising from around the second fort. When the commander of the patrol unit made sure of that, he glared at Shera while alert. "You're not a Madrosian, are you? The people of Madros would never surrender." In other words, if they were Madrosians, he intended to kill them here. There. Why? Were many of the Empire's 7th Army Corps that were born in the Wealth area. This commander was a Wealthian. "I was born in the Central Border Zone, what about it?" "No, I get it, however, it is not in my power to accept your capitulation. I will guide you from here to headquarters, and you should explain your circumstances there. Don't have any strange intentions. We aren't the only soldiers around here." "I appreciate it. Please guide us then." "This way. Follow me." At Shera's prompt, the commander guided them and started walking. Spearmen and bowmen were in formation with weapons ready surrounding the cavalry. If there was any suspicious behavior, they would probably immediately fire their arrows and strike with their spears. The cavalrymen showed no fear, and silently followed Shera. Unnoticed, the white flags had been replaced by black ones, with ominous birds depicted on them. Their prides probably couldn't bear it, there was no defeat for Shera's cavalry. The Imperial soldiers didn't notice at all. Giving them a glance, Shera's mouth warped in great amusement. "I'm really looking forward to this." Chapter 22, Because Wealth Potatoes Fill the Stomach, Delicious. At the Imperial Army campground, brilliantly illuminated by campfires, a war council was being conducted to decide their plan to capture Madros. The foremost specialists in every field were mustered full force around the commandant of the First Corps, the first prince of the Empire, Alexander Keyland. Alexander was clothed in luxurious war garments, and a sword laid with excessive ornaments was tucked into his waist. He also had gold hair, a symbol of the Keyland family, inherited from his father. The Keyland family heavily valued, almost fanatically, that gold color. If things went wrong and the child was born with silver hair even, his right to the throne would likely be revoked, even if he was the eldest son. If Alexander inherited the imperial throne, these elite commissioned officers would probably become his advisors. They were all without exception personally selected by Alexander, and they were men who excelled in ingenuity and valor. But right now, everyone had heavy faces, making one feel the grave situation. What happened to the provision supply? Alexander gently asked, while tapping his finger on the desk. "Sir, the fields have all been reduced to ashes, and the houses in the farming villages are completely empty. Poison has been thrown into the wells currently. Those guys have been thorough in their scorched earth tactics. So it is extremely hard to raise supplies locally. We must request them to be transported from our home country. Commando units of the kingdom's army have repeatedly raided our army's conveys. If we split soldiers to their defense, it might hinder our supply train hereafter, I believe." Their supply line had stretched out accompanying their invasion of kingdom territory. Kerry's Fifth Army had switched to guerrilla warfare and were meticulously obstructing their supply line repeatedly. Currently, the amount of supplies that reached the front lines safely wasn't even 50%. At this rate, there would probably be a serious deficiency of provisions. "Your Excellency, we have captured the first fort. What do you think of waiting here until the spring season? The transportation of goods will progress, and our marching speed will also increase. There is no need for us to hastily attack any further." One general proposed to halt the march. It was an opinion laced with reason, and Alexander also inwardly thought that the best course of action. But he was in a situation where he couldn't stop. He had been given an overriding order: capture Madros at all costs. It was an order from his father, and at the same time, the Emperor, Alf Keeland. As he grew older, he became more incapable of flexible thinking. Even so, until he gained the throne, Alexander couldn't incur his displeasure. "If I could, I wouldn't have made a campaign in this season from the beginning. His Majesty commands that we make Madros fall as soon as possible. Our focus should be on how we break through the enemy line of forts and sink Madros. Gentlemen, rack your brains for me," declared Alexander in a strong tone. Responding to him, Lieutenant General Gustav, commander of the 7th Corps, remarked, "To have a large army of 100,000 men march any further is an act of suicide. I believe we ought to put the ordinary soldiers on defense of the first fort and escort for the supply convoys. 50,000 elite of the 1st and 7th Corps will launch a concentrated attack on one point of the line of forts, break through, and make Madros Castle fall in one fell swoop. This is best, I believe." A slender and paranoid man, Gustav was the lord of the wealth area, and at the same time, he also led the 7th Corps. He had crossed swords with Kerry, who governed Madros many times in small skirmishes. He was deeply distrustful, and a man who exemplified discretion and composure. He was fundamentally indifferent to strangers, but the soldiers born in wealth held him in high esteem. He continued to fight and live only for the protection and growth of wealth. Soldiers with a low amount of training would be put on standby, and despite being on a conquest, they would continue to march with only the necessary numbers. In this situation where provisions were insecure, Gustav's opinion was appropriate. The Fifth Army of the kingdom had roughly the same numbers on defense of their fort line, but they had to scatter their defenses. The Imperial Army had the privilege of choosing their course of march. Where would they aim? That question would decide Madros's fate for certain. What a pragmatic plan that is. Without food, we cannot fight, and we cannot stupidly advance. Afterwards, all we can do is pray for good luck. Luckily, I am an ardent adherent to the Star Church. We certainly will have divine protection. Alexander gave a cynical feeling, sarcastic laugh and drained his glass of water. He didn't believe in the thing called religion. But saying that aloud was akin to heresy, so he just didn't say it. Being able to believe brought rank, money, and power. If he could be saved just by believing, that wasn't very fun. That's why he aimed for the throne that possessed everything. He made maximum use of the good fortune that he was born as the eldest son, and he devoted himself to study with no rest until he almost bled. That had been recognized, and he was now one step away from his prize, the throne. He could not fail here. There were countless people aiming for the throne. The only one he could relax his guard around was his real younger brother, Alan, who had quickly withdrawn from the competition to earn the throne and had ran away from the imperial capital to join the Liberation Army. Once Alexander acquired the throne, he intended on calling him back and giving him an important managerial position. Now that the rough plan had been decided, they moved to deliberating how to capture their most important target when a messenger rushed in from the campgrounds. The bodyguards in heavy armor around them crossed their long spears, hindering the messenger's path. Alexander ordered them to let him through. The messenger was aware he was being impolite, yet he entered in. It was probably an urgent report, Alexander predicted. "We're in the middle of a war council. What's the matter?" "Sir, a cavalry unit from the kingdom's army has come to surrender. They number 2,000 riders. The commander is a female officer, and she has come forward wanting an audience with your highness." "Ho? Isn't that good news? Don't you think so, Gustav?" Interested, Alexander's lips warped, and he addressed Gustav. He knew that Gustav held feelings more intense than hatred towards Madrosians. He was testing what reaction Gustav would have. Gustav frowned. Madrosians would never obey the Empire. If they untactfully allowed an audience, that might pose a danger to Alexander. "Is that female commander you spoke of a Madrosian?" "No, she says she is from the central border zone. Also, she has brought someone related to the enemy commandant, Darius Madros." "Darius, you said? Isn't he the son of that vexing Kerry?" It's rude to keep them waiting too long, wouldn't you say? How about we meet them immediately? A female officer leading cavalry of the kingdom's army, huh? How truly amusing. Take their weapons, bring only the female officer, and impose a strict surveillance. We must pay maximum caution so there's not even a 1 in a million chance of something befalling His Highness. Absolutely do not take your eyes off their behavior. Gustav stringently ordered the bodyguards. They saluted and began implementing his orders. If they allowed injury to the prince, they would lose their lives. How prone to worrying you are, Gustav. You won't live a long life like that. It is thanks to this personality that I have consequently lived this long. If she appears suspicious, I will show her no mercy. Treat her as an enemy when you meet with her, Your Highness. Behind her smile may be concealed a sword. You don't have to tell me, I know. This kind of thing leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Alexander expressionlessly nodded. Behind smiles lurked desire and treachery. He had been in contact with such dirty feelings since he was young. He had faith in his ability to smell out schemes. While surrounded by layers of armed guards, Shera was brought to the tent Alexander was in. Spearheads were pointed towards her, and if she made any suspicious movements, she would be immediately skewered. While disinterestedly looking at them, Shera was walked with her scythe carried on her shoulder. In front of the tent, she was stopped by 2 bodyguards wearing splendorous armor. It was unrealistic to be admitted through while bearing a weapon. Halt! Ahead of us is a tent for those of a particular high class. You are not allowed through while holding such a dangerous thing. Should I give this to you, I wonder? Shera tapped the scythe on her shoulder. A bodyguard nodded with an unpleasant expression. That scythe will be put under my custody. Don't make any impolite pretenses. The bodyguard went to roughly take the scythe, but at its disproportionate weight, he unintentionally dropped it. The large scythe was heavier than it looked, such that even lifting it was arduous. He couldn't believe that the small-figured girl in front of his eyes had been carrying it. She had been easily carrying it on her shoulder.
Fufu, you okay?
It seems like your hands are shaking though. You shouldn't push yourself unreasonably. You'll whittle down your soul. Why, your concern is unnecessary. Come, you should enter quickly. His Highness is waiting. When Shera entered inside the tent, in its center was a gold-haired, young man sitting in a seat. To his side stood merely 10 men, all decorated imposingly with medals. Then, surrounding the area were tensed bodyguards with glittering eyes. Of course, they were stationed behind Shera too. Shera boldly walked inside all of them and reverentially kneeled at place slightly distanced in front of the young man. You're the one who wanted to join our Imperial Army? You seem surprisingly young though. Sir, I am called Sherazade. Rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the kingdom. I command cavalry. I have come at this occasion wanting to be a member of the Imperial Army. Alexander looked down at Shera. At a glance, she appeared to just be a normal little girl wearing armor. But there was no way such a person could command 2,000 cavalry. Above all else, despite coming to this place, basically hostile territory, he perceived no manner of unrest. It seemed she possessed considerable mental strength. Despite having the body of a woman, you acquired the position of lieutenant colonel at that age. It's apparent you are quite capable. I'd like you to tell me just what about the kingdom dissatisfies you. I'd like to hear your reason for surrender. My activities were not properly valued, and also, the kingdom has no future. Its interior is rotten, and the higher-ups only think about themselves. They are not worth fighting for and risking my life. I also lead 2,000 soldiers. I only want to avoid dying futilely. Shera bitterly criticized the kingdom. Then, she put her hand in her breast pocket and took out a letter sealed with wax. She handed it over to a bodyguard lingering next to her. Alexander took the letter and asked, "This letter is?" "From my superior officer, Yalda. He is currently serving as the defense commander for the Second Fort. If his rank and position is guaranteed, he will vacate the fort and promptly surrender. The flames rising from the second fort serves as proof of that. The generals were astir. If that was true, this was an unparalleled opportunity. Alexander broke the seal and scanned the letter. I have received an insult like no other with no regard to how I have loyally served, and therefore, I would like to surrender. If. Why? You can guarantee my position and the lives of the castle garrison. I promise to throw open the gates of the second fort without resistance. In a location slightly eastward of the fort is concealed the kingdom's food storehouse. An attack there with a simultaneous attack on Madros Castle could inflict catastrophic damage, it said. A detailed map had even been courteously attached. Alexander handed the letter over to the generals, and the inside of the tent instantly erupted in excitement. Hold on. It's still early to take this as fact. There are things we ought to confirm with this officer. Messenger soldier. Bring Darius and several prisoners from the kingdom's army. Sir. Thundered Gustav at the excited generals. It was still too early to take this as truth. If this was a fake surrender, they would be the ones to fall into a predicament. Gustav did not trust Shera at all. There was no emotion in this girl's words. It wouldn't be strange for her to attack them the next moment. Indeed, he couldn't feel any humanity in her. Even when he glared at her with a gaze laden with killing intent, she calmly eluded it off. It wasn't something a young, female soldier should be able to brush off. Gustav was cautious. Alexander was silently watching the chain of events unfold. Perfect timing to ascertain her sincerity, he thought. Lieutenant Colonel, excuse this discourtesy, but there is first something I'd like to check. On your breast, is there a tattoo of a beast? Inquired Gustav to Shera. There was no better proof of a Madrosian. If there was a tattoo on her breast, any more. Conversation was unnecessary. He would immediately kill her. Shera silently unfastened her chestplate and slowly exposed her breast. There was no wound on her withered body, let alone a tattoo. Is this enough? If you like, I will take everything off. The generals averted their eyes from Shera's body. As one would expect, fixedly staring would go against chivalry. I apologize for Gustav's discourtesy, Lieutenant Colonel. I understand you are not a person of Madros. Gustav, do you agree? Sir, I, Gustav, had just thought too much it seems. Lieutenant Colonel, forgive my distrust. When Alexander apologized, Shera said nothing and expressionlessly fixed her appearance. She showed no feelings of shame or anger. Before long, Darius, bound with rope and gagged, and several prisoners of war were brought into the tent. When the bodyguards took off the gags, Darius turned around and spewed profanity towards Shera. He had been attached to the second fort, but Shera had assaulted him out of nowhere, and in the end, he was taken captive. Shera. What is the meaning of this? Are you betraying the kingdom that promoted you from a private to lieutenant colonel? You filthy traitor. It's because of ungrateful whores like you that we're in this hell. You're in front of His Highness. Restrain your mouth, you son of a bitch. You pig of wealth. My father will exterminate your family, nay, he'll butcher all of you wealthians. Silence. You dog of Madros. Gustav kicked his face with all his strength, and Darius collapsed while coughing blood. He rose and started cursing Alexander this time, so he was gagged again. The other prisoners were similarly forced to kneel, and their heads pushed to the ground. Your Highness. How about leaving their execution here to Lieutenant Colonel Shera? We'll make this a chance for her to demonstrate her loyalty to the Empire. Lieutenant Colonel, of course you won't say no, right? Good thinking, Gustav. Lieutenant Colonel Shera, this is your first mission. Execute these vermin. These are shameless men who once surrendered and then conspired to desert again. I'd like you to immediately judge them. I don't mind if you do it right here, right now. Of course, you can do it. Alexander brutally smiled as he ordered her. He then exchanged looks with his bodyguards and made them enter battle readiness. This was to restrain Shera if she said no. Understood.
My weapon is under custody, so is it okay if I asked it to be returned?
Shera with not second of hesitation consented and stood up. When Alexander ordered the weapon to be returned, 2 bodyguards appeared, carrying her large scythe, and out of breath, they handed it to Shera. After flourishing her scythe like a dance, Shera placed its edge on Darius's neck. Its crooked, naked blade caught the light from the braziers, and it let off a dull shine. After mercilessly smiling, she pronounced the death verdict. Captain Darius. Nothing against you. But you don't have to worry. I'll make it quick and painless. I've gotten quite used to it. Darius raised a deathly scream, begging her to stop. Alexander, judging that Shera was serious, reconsidered this performance. This man, Darius, was the son of the enemy commander, and he still had usable value. He could be used as a bargaining chip. Even if they would execute him, it would be more effective to do it in a way to show the enemy. Killing him here would definitely be a waste. Alexander quickly came to a conclusion. Wait, Lieutenant Colonel Shera. We'll put off this man's execution for the time being. I've forgotten that there are still things I want to ask him. Execute the other prisoners, I don't mind, don't worry about the cleanup. Do what you want with them. Alexander made a motion of cutting his own neck and pushed for their execution. He didn't dislike seeing blood. Understood. Stop. I won't run away again, so forgive me. Spare me. The prisoners prostrated themselves and begged for their lives. Shera slowly shook her head, side to side. Sorry. But humans have to accept their fates. After walking away from Darius, she relentlessly harvested 5 heads with flowing motions. The lives of the prisoners were cut without time to scream. The direction of the tent's entrance was dyed with red blood spray. Darius was lost for words as he silently watched. Had Alexander not stopped her, Darius's head would have certainly been separated from his body. Seeing her responses and actions so far, Alexander more or less had a grasp of Shera's nature. This girl was what he called the mercenary type of human. They were humans who were agreeable if one properly valued their workings, or if one gave them what they sought. There was no room for ideology or honor. As long as their toll was paid, they would never turn traitor. When it wasn't, they could easily abandon their homeland and kill their brethren. From Alexander's point of view, they were good people, extremely easy to deal with and easy to use. And seeing her handling of the scythe, it appeared she also came with decent strength. Enough to even make his bodyguards pale, it seemed. And what captured his interest above all was her form and expression when killing. Alexander was just slightly fascinated with death. She wasn't a beauty by any means, but she left a stronger impression on him than any of the women at the imperial palace. Gustav. I believe she has shown her loyalty to the Empire, but what do you think? Sir, she certainly has. She will become a reliable ally for us afterwards, I believe. Gustav nodded with a grim expression. He didn't completely agree, but there were no more suspicions to be proved. She had killed the kingdom's soldiers as commanded. If she was someone who still had attachment towards the kingdom, she would show a little hesitation. There was certainly not a shred of it. Your seat now smells of fresh blood, but we give you our heartfelt welcome, Lieutenant Colonel Shera. I will give you your instructions later, so take a break today. If you need food, you can visit our supply wagons. Sir, thank you very much. I swear unchanging loyalty. Then, please excuse me. Shera saluted, and left the tent afterwards. Red fluid was dripping from the scythe in her hands. Quite an interesting woman. It seems she's somehow quite skillful too. Depending on her deeds, she might be very useful. There appear parts of her that don't seem human, but she'll become a good piece if we handle her. Your Highness. That woman is dangerous. Please don't get too deeply involved with her. I cannot figure out what she is thinking. Uncertain as always, Gustav, as long as we give her money, status, and a place to work, it'll be fine. She's that kind of person. I don't think you'll be able to understand though. I am just making sure. I believe we should separate Lieutenant Colonel Sherra's cavalry and disperse them in their appointments. He would split 2,000 cavalry into 4 groups and attach them to each of the Empire's cavalry. Even if they were planning something, the damage would be fewer with fewer numbers, and above that, they probably wouldn't be able to link up with each other. He also hadn't forgotten to order the scout unit to search around. Do as you please, I don't mind. However, make sure not to injure the Lieutenant Colonel's mood. Oh right, hand her a reward for giving us valuable information and bringing heads of the kingdom's soldiers. I don't want her to believe that our generosity is mediocre. Ordered Alexander, and one staff officer nodded. By your will. I will immediately have it arranged. Good, then let us concentrate on the operation again. From here on is possibly the turning point of the expedition. At Alexander's urging, the generals once again contributed their opinions while staring at the map Sherra brought. Things were different than before. Their morale had risen considerably. I don't doubt His Highness's eyes, but that woman definitely cannot be trusted. Gustav decided to keep her under further surveillance. This would be unprecedented so far, but just as he thought, he couldn't shake this nasty feeling. He attached Second Lieutenant Karl to Sherra and ordered him to report if there were any suspicious movements. The man Karl wasn't known for his cleverness, but he would reliably carry out his orders. This kind of duty was the most suitable for him. Imperial Army campgrounds. The soldiers were resting their bodies, and everyone was amusing themselves with chatter and food. The cold was harsh, and open-air fires were placed all throughout the campgrounds for warmth. Scarce provisions and unsparing coldness, these two sapped the morale of the Imperial soldiers. They hadn't yet reached a point of breakdown, but the situation was serious. Sherra headed with quick steps to the tent where her own cavalry was. If she didn't hurry, she wouldn't get any food. Before long, she saw Katerina, who was beside a campfire studying their surroundings. It seemed Katerina also noticed her, and she walked up to Sherra. Everything go well? Lieutenant Colonel? Yeah. No problems. More importantly, what are you eating? She turned her eyes towards the soldiers stuffing themselves. It was some kind of potato, and they were smearing something on it and eating it. The light from the campfire shone on it, and it looked really delicious. Sherra swallowed her saliva. Distributed rations. Tonight is bread and potato. Katerina knitted her brow and responded. Why she wasn't making a happy expression was simple. These potatoes weren't delicious. I wonder if there's some for me. I almost can't bear it anymore. I will go get some right away. Please wait for a moment. Just when Katerina was about to go to the supply wagon, a young man called out to them while holding bread and potato in both of his hands. That will not be necessary. I have brought the Lieutenant Colonel's share. Please help yourself, sir. While smiling civilly, he handed them over to Sherra. With a dubious expression, Katerina asked him. You are? Please excuse my late introduction. My name is Karl. My rank is Second Lieutenant. I have received orders from His Excellency Gustav to function in your unit. If there is anything you may need, whatever it may be, please bring it up with me. I strive to be your strength. He turned towards Sherra and saluted. Oh. Well then, I look forward to our relationship from here out. I will be eating for now, so please let me hear the story later. She quickly bit into the bread, and stuck the potato on a stick and began toasting it over the fire. A savory aroma tickled Sherra's nose. It gradually began to char, and the heat permeated inside. It is best to smear on cheese or butter when eating it. Allow me to give an introduction. The specialty of our wealth, this wealth potato has much nutrition and can be harvested in large quantities, though the taste is to be desired more or less. There is nothing perfect in this world. The wealth potato was strong against disease and bugs, it had high nutritional value, and it could offer large yields. As long as it was not during the winter, it could be cultivated at any location. They had brought large quantities of it as provisions for this expedition. The provisions being transported here were also for the most part these potatoes. It was easy to preserve and extraordinarily cheap. However, it wasn't very popular with the soldiers. It had poor consistency, and above that, it was bitter. Not only that, they had this potato every day. This was also one of the reasons for dropping morale. Their higher-ups, having no concern to the soldiers' misgivings, planned to plant more in occupied territory. In the near future, they would probably be able to see a disgusting amount of potato fields. As long as it's edible, I won't complain. It really isn't delicious though. Indeed so. Those are words I wish the other soldiers could hear. Complaining is proof of luxury. Driven to a corner, they wouldn't say such things. What a wise saying. Carl, show my admiration. Well then, I will end the day here, please excuse me. I beg your pardon, but there are preparations needed to be done. I would like to work with you starting tomorrow. He saluted and left Shara. Carl had been smiling, but his eyes couldn't conceal his suspicion. It was clear from a glance that he was there to observe them. I have my eyes on you, so don't try anything strange, is what his vigilance meant, thought Katerina. They would need to take countermeasures against Carl later on. Disinterestedly watching him go, Shara palmed the well-baked potato. While enduring the heat, she broke it in half, and steam wafted up. Katerina lathered butter on the potato for her, like a mother would for a child. Shara opened her mouth wide and devoured even the potato skin. It had texture, and the taste of butter mixed with the bitter taste, creating an indescribable taste. The guys who said this was unappetizing were spoiled beyond belief. This would be classified as tasty enough. Everyone of Shara's unit was watching the sight pleasantly. They wouldn't ever get tired of watching their superior officer enjoying herself eating. How is it? I think the bitter taste is too strong, but it's good enough. Also, it's better than grass. There's nothing more bitter than that. I don't think I could take grass even if I spread butter on it. When you talk about eating grass, I start to wonder if you are a lieutenant colonel or a horse. Humans will eat anything when they're hungry. Be it grass or rotten meat. No one can win against starvation. Still, the only things I won't eat are humans. Never. Katerina, do you know why I wonder? I am not quite sure. After thinking for a short while, Katerina answered honestly. She hadn't thought about eating human meat. She didn't feel guilt when manipulating corpses, but just thinking about eating human flesh gave her reservations. Even if she was starving, she probably wouldn't speak of it. That's because I am human. It's that simple. Responded Shara while chewing, with eyes that seemed to be broken somewhere. Katerina nodded, and then changed the topic afterwards. She swallowed the question she almost reflexively asked. Are you really human? Would be disrespectful without bounds. What was your impression of the Empire's generals? They're altogether smarter than the kingdoms. His Highness Alexander is also quite an interesting human. He'll become a fine emperor in the future, I wonder. Though that has nothing to do with me. While carefully licking the butter on her hands, Shara replied indifferently. The bread and potato didn't make her full at all. Anything was fine as long as it wasn't grass, but she still wanted to be full. I know, we will accompany you to the very end, Lieutenant Colonel. As you will, please walk your own path. Murmured Katerina, lowering her voice. Her words were filled with deep, implied meaning. If Shara wished it, they were fine with joining the Imperial Army, was what Katerina was saying. Each and every one of the cavalrymen also had the same resolution. Their vows of loyalty were not to the kingdom, but to Shara. Thank you. I'm truly happy. Well then, I'll tell only you something nice. Shara drew closer to Katerina while smiling sweetly. Then, she whispered in her ear. There are 3 reasons why I fight. First is to eat. Second is to kill the rebel army as much as I want. The final one is a secret. I can satisfy all of them fighting for the kingdom. She fought to satiate her appetite. She swung her scythe to clear up her grudge and to obtain food and money. There was no other place to work as wonderful as here. Moreover, she had made comrades who would eat together with her. With this status quo, Shera was contented. One day, her 3 wishes would probably be granted. It wouldn't be that far in the future. Katerina was extremely curious about the final one, but she didn't ask about it. Even if she asked, it seemed she wouldn't get an answer. The day would come that she would understand eventually, so she was patient. Then, what about the Empire? Fufu, you probably know without me saying, Katerina. I wonder who's supporting the rebel army from the shadows. For me, there's not much difference. Yes, that's how it is. She distanced herself from Katerina and ravenously smiled. The cavalrymen who scrutinized her appearance accurately surmised their commander's intention. Silence enveloped the surroundings for a while, with only the sounds of the bonfire crackling resonating. Shera was toasting the rest of her bread and enjoying a long meal. Suddenly, something cold fell on Shera's cheek. Soldiers of other units also looked up towards the night sky and sighed deeply. So it's finally falling. Ah, it's so cold. Don't do this to me. Bring more booze. And also a blanket. Get it yourself, idiot. Damn it. I didn't come to pass the winter in a place like this. Disregarding the noisy surroundings, Shera was enjoying the rare feeling of snow. The cavalrymen wrapped themselves in pieces of cloth to protect their bodies from the cold. Katerina also took out her mantle, and she covered Shera. Snow, huh? It seems the march will be quite severe. But, it'll surely be fun. It's white and pretty. It'll really make red look attractive. A white, spread-out landscape, with red droplets scattered here and there. While imagining that, Shera tossed the last bit of bread into her mouth. Chapter 23, The Feast After a Festival is Delicious. In the weather cold like it would tear one's skin off marched Alexander leading the imperial army, aiming for the second fort along the northern coastline. Faint white snow began piling up on the road, and the soldiers marched, huddling together to avoid their body being snatched away. En route, a raid party of cavalry of the kingdom's army appeared, and postured to attack their supply wagons. It came to Alexander's mind to test out Shera here. He sent out a messenger, summoned Shera's unit, and gave his instructions. Lieutenant Colonel, I want to see how you fulfill your duties with my eyes. Will you lightly kick around those guys for me? If you hit them once, they should immediately run away. A deep pursuit is unnecessary. Sir, understood. This is your first battle for the Empire. I wish you good luck. Alexander mischievously smiled, and Shera trivially nodded. 100 riders follow me. We'll give the enemy cavalry a beating. OU. Shera's cavalry, charge. Follow the LT. Col. Don't fall behind. Aiming for the enemy cavalry, she kicked her horse and began briskly galloping. After her followed 100 of Shera's cavalry with black flags raised. All the members of her cavalry were wearing armor of the Empire, but the flag of their unit hadn't changed. Commanding officer, what shall we do? It seems the enemy is of the same number. They're expecting us to run away immediately. Humph, if that's the case, how about we try them out for size? There's no one who can match us Madrosians in handling horses. Sir, we will show them our pride. The cavalry of the kingdom's army temporarily postured to escape, but seeing the small numbers of Shera's unit, they decided to exchange blows. They raised their spears, reorganized the ranks, and resolutely began the charge. Their main duty was to hinder the supply line via a raid on the supply wagons, but the actual call for offense and defense was entrusted to the commander at the location itself. After all, it was out of the question for a superior officer to give directions to all the commando units separately. Kerry had stationed these kinds of independent commando units in various places. Cavalry of the kingdom and empire crossed. Shera's scythe drew first blood, sending the heads of the first 2 riders flying. Both cavalries crashed, and several people fell off their horses. While grappling with each other, many hand-to-hand battles unfolded. Spears were thrusted from atop horseback, but aiming for that opening, other riders skewered their bodies. Black flag with a white crow coat of arms, aren't you death god Shera? Why are you with the Imperial army? Have you betrayed the kingdom? Indignantly shouted the commanding officer of the kingdom's army while swinging his spear. Shera replied in a disinterested tone of voice. I wonder why? How truly strange. You shameless. Become rust on my spear. After spinning his spear above his head several times, he forcefully swung it down, aiming for Shera. She slightly flicked away the blow with his body weight behind it, and then swept his body with the handle, knocking him off his horse. Having his body potently struck, the commander swooned. With no hesitation, she penetrated his skull over the helmet. After she twisted her scythe once, she pulled out, and fresh blood scattered over the area. See, commanding officer was done in. Retreat. Retreat. We cannot be annihilated. We will pay back this debt. Having their commanding officer killed in battle, the raiding cavalry immediately decided to withdraw. As Shera had been ordered that the pursuit was unnecessary, she returned to beside Alexander. Because both cavalries had only exchanged one bout, casualties were few. This would probably be considered Shera's victory since looking at the results, the enemy had been repelled and their commander killed. Alexander had watched the spectacle with an eyepiece for validation, and he nodded in satisfaction. Then, when he was informed that Shera had returned, he openly praised her. The Madrose family's boasted cavalry were like babies. Your prowess was honestly splendid. I am honored by your praise. From what I've heard, you've been given the alias Death God because you use that scythe. At first, I suspected it was some fool, but now I've seen it in practice with these eyes, I can agree. For me, this is the easiest to handle. It fits my hands very well. Shera lightly shook her large scythe, and dark red clots of blood dripped down. In that instant, the bodies of the officers and men around her stiffened involuntarily. For some reason, they perceived an illusion like that blade was being swung towards them. It wasn't the cold air, a different chill ran throughout their bodies. Alexander's countenance changed for just a second, but he immediately pulled himself together. Lieutenant Colonel, I have great expectations for your activity in this expedition. Depending on your achievements, I plan to place you under my direct supervision. I have great need of those with talents. When Alexander said direct supervision, he meant officially ushering her into the First Corps. Currently, Shera was only temporarily affiliated. If Alexander felt like it, there was also the possibility of further promotion. The field officers around them showed expressions of jealousy. Alexander was the future emperor, and even just having one's name remembered would prove useful hereafter. They couldn't accept this turncoat newcomer capturing his interest. Your Highness, warned Gustav, but Alexander was not paying attention. He had confidence that someone of his caliber could handle her. I am a human who properly values talent. I won't let my personal feelings interfere. Consequently, I highly value your gifts. Lieutenant Colonel Shera, I want you to freely wield your power for the Empire. Sir, I, Shera, will serve with wholehearted devotion. Shera said appropriate words and deeply lowered her head. She didn't particularly have anything against the killed cavalry of the kingdom. So that Yalda also wouldn't appear suspicious, she had been authorized to not hold back and fight with her full power. Incidentally, the heads that had been brought during that time when she surrendered to the Imperial army were of soldiers that had been killed in battle. There had been people opposed to it, saying it was blasphemy against the deceased, but Kerry had faced them down. Those living were more essential, he declared. Then, he offered up his own son, Darius, as a sacrifice. Darius knew nothing about this matter. He probably thought Shera had truly turned traitor. Also, during his execution earlier, if she hadn't been stopped, she would have certainly killed Darius. She had been strongly ordered by Kerry to kill him without hesitation when the time came. Your Highness, do you really intend on appointing Lieutenant Colonel Scherer to an important post? What, Gustav, are you dissatisfied? I'm extremely interested in that thing. Isn't that thing a truly fine weapon of destruction? We should utilize it until it breaks. That physical strength despite having the body of a woman, what a fair sight for the eyes. Of course, I don't intend on taking her as a concubine. There are places that I'd like more meat on if possible. Though Sir Death's face isn't too bad. Alexander laughed in a good humor, and Gustav knitted his brows. Your Highness, please refrain from such rash remarks. This is the most critical time. I know. Just a joke. I don't have the freedom to choose my partner anyway. Alexander reverted to his serious expression, and sent the signal to begin the march. If Yalda opened the gates when they arrived at the second fort, then Alexander's First Corps would head to capture Madros, and Gustav's Seventh Corps would conduct a raid on the food storehouse. In other words, Gustav would only be beside Alexander for a little longer. His misgivings about Scherer still not dispelled, Gustav prompted vigilance, but Alexander again had no ears for him. Gustav had known Alexander for a lengthy amount of time, and he had admonished him many times up until now. Alexander was someone who had the capacity to take that harsh criticism, but on the other hand, he had too much conceit about his own high caliber. That being said, Gustav couldn't state definitely that Scherer's actions were suspicious. She had executed the prisoners without hesitation, and was going to kill the hostage Darius. Even in their fight with compatriot cavalry just now, there was no hint of her going easy on them, and she had killed the commander. She certainly was fighting as a member of the Imperial Army. Nevertheless, why Gustav couldn't trust Scherer was because of a vagueness, intuition from his long years of service. Vague it may be, but it was strongly warning him, telling him to be careful around that woman, telling him that if he was negligent, she would kill them in their sleep. That thing wasn't something that could be tamed. This may incur His Highness's displeasure, and nothing against the bodyguards, but it would probably be best to attach more guards. His Highness is still too young. He has too much faith in his own judgment. There is no shortage of people in this world that cannot be understood. Gustav called together the staff officers for a confidential meeting, and directed them to increase the guards around Alexander. The staff officers also weren't listening at first, but when Gustav strongly declared he would take full responsibility, they hesitatingly agreed to the conditions. 3 days later, Alexander's Imperial Army with not a bit of resistance entered the second fort. The defense commander Yalda had opened that gates as promised. Alexander called Yalda to headquarters to immediately meet him. But, instead came a staff officer, a man who named himself Sidamo. We have received your order to convene at this occasion, but our commander Yalda says that he cannot show his unsightly appearance to His Highness. Just this one time, he begs for your pardon. What's there to be ashamed of after all you've done? Don't worry and call him. If this expedition ends in success, Yalda's merit will be greater than anyone's. This is an order. Tell him to unreservedly show himself to me. Alexander declared, and Sidamo lowered his head deeply and departed. Several minutes later, Yalda supported by Sidamo appeared before Alexander. In his right hand was a cane, and he appeared to be unable to decently walk by himself. His face swelled hideously, horribly enough that he couldn't open his eyes. His brow was wrapped in bandages, and he bore wounds serious enough that walking every step was difficult. Sir Yalda, what's with that appearance? Alexander stood up from his seat and asked about the situation. Yalda's voice shook as he replied. As a military man, this is my end. Please, laugh at me. This is the fate of the man once known as the Commander of Steel. And, that poor treatment? I was dismissed, and in the end, demoted to Lieutenant General. Further, I was sentenced for violating military regulations and immediately punished by cane. To think that this is their treatment of a man who has devoted himself to the kingdom for many years, it is truly, truly vexing. Yalda cut his words off there. He was lost for words, and a groan leaked out of his lips. The conversation continued again at Sidamo's urging. We were ordered to be a sacrificial piece here. This is the only role left for a defeated army corps, they said. The executives of the kingdom planned to put preparations in order during that time and launch a counter-offensive, not just us, to force even those under our wing to die. A dog's death is intolerable, and so we made the decision to surrender to the Empire. I see now. My sympathy to your suffering, Alexander said with a compassionate expression, and Yalda kneeled, begging. Your Highness, please add us to the vanguard unit. I want to show those fellows who slighted us the spirit of a soldier. I beg you. I beg you. No, not with that body of yours. It's probably tough to use a spear. You should devote yourself to healing right now. Stimulation will reopen your wounds. Sir Sidamo, take Sir Yalda to his room. Until they actually opened the gates, I had my suspicions, but it seems Yalda's surrender is genuine. What do you all think? Alexander asked Gustav, and even the strongly suspicious Gustav nodded in agreement. Yalda is famous for being a man with high pride. He is hot-blooded, and he is not a man who can come up with strategy. Anyone would feel disgusted risking his life and being rewarded like that. Either way, we were able to occupy the second fort. This is favorable for the operation, I'd say, said Alexander, and the staff officers nodded. Then, they turned to deciding who to entrust the defense of this fort to. Until those trailing behind us arrive, let's put Yalda on defense. His division is a little less than 7,000. Just the right size, I'd say. However, thinking about the worst-case scenario, how about entrusting command of defense to someone else? Gustav offered a prudent policy to his superior, but Alexander laughed it off. While he has those kinds of injuries, he can't do something like decently command soldiers. If we bring defeated troops, I don't believe they'll be useful. They will only increase the food consumed. In that case, I believe it would be the best course of action to have them watch this place, said Alexander, and the staff officers showed agreement. I agree with you, I believe, Your Highness. If we leave some people to observe them, we won't have to worry. Above all else, those guys don't have a shred of loyalty left towards the kingdom. Not only that, speed from here out is more important than anything. We must immediately begin the march, capture the storehouse before the enemy prepares their defenses, and surround Madros. One staff officer laid out a plan while indicating on the map. Alexander encouragingly nodded, and gave his orders. 30,000 of the First Corps will begin to march to Madros. Gustav, 20,000 of your 7th Corps will continue to head east and destroy the storehouse. Afterwards, supplement the Madros encirclement. I intend to have it fall before then, though. By your will. Your Highness, please take earnest caution. Looks like your worried disposition isn't any better, Gustav. I'm no longer a child, your excessive concern is unnecessary. I beg your pardon for that. I, Gustav, have misjudged His Highness. Jested Gustav, and Alexander made a wry smile. Gustav inwardly gave priority to wealth territory over the empire, and Alexander only thought and labored to acquire the throne. These two people were on different sides, and they kept up a strange, mutual give-and-take relationship. This fight will be a bridge to our glory. Gentlemen, I expect much more labor from you all. Alexander expressed his determination, looking over the generals arranged around him, and all of them hardened their wills and nodded. 50,000 of the Imperial Army began marching from the second fort. Their targets, the food storehouse and also Madros Castle. The 7,000 of Yalda's surrendered legion were on defense of the second fort. Assigned as a commando unit of the First Corps, Shera's unit of 500 were the tail part of the Imperial Army's column formation. They had orders from their superior officer to defend against raiding cavalry of the kingdom's army on their supply wagons. The rest of Shera's unit, 1,500, were scatteredly arranged, and they were given the same duty of defending the convoys. In simpler terms, Shera had gotten the short end of the stick. Of course she would defend it to the end, but if by chance the convoys took damage, her head would likely be sent flying. Alexander stressed marching speed generally. The front of his army were light cavalry, the middle was the main body of the army, and to the rear were the convoys and siege weapons. They continued the forced march even during the night, relying on light from torches, and approached Madros Castle with astounding speed. A road which should have taken a week normally was travelled momentously in merely 3 days. They hadn't been discovered by the enemy, and 30,000 of the First Corps had been able to continue to promisingly march. Then, when they were a day away from enemy headquarters, Alexander had the entire army take a rest. Rest a lot tonight. Tomorrow we will finally attack Madros. Everyone maintain your spirits. Concealing themselves in the convenient woodlands, the imperial soldiers relaxed their weary bodies while stifling their breathing. Fires to warm themselves were prohibited. There would be no point in coming so far if the enemy discovered them. For provisions, pre-prepared cold meat and bread and potato were distributed. Even so, the soldiers put up with their discomfort. If they won this battle, they were promised enormous reward. Also, they were almost there. If the city fell, they would probably get the chance to plunder. On that occasion, they planned on letting out all of their boiling desires. Confirming that the vicinity had fallen silent, Shera came out from her shabby tent. Soldiers of her cavalry under compulsion to camp, wrapped in scraps of cloth, slowly raised their heads. Their eyes were keen with no sense of fatigue. Katerina sent the signal with her gaze, and Shera laughed. Showing her white teeth, the cavalry members also were about to smile when Karl, tasked with observing Shera and group, appeared accompanied by one infantryman. "Just what do you intend to do so late at night, Lieutenant Colonel Shera? Leading your cavalry members, maybe you are heading out somewhere?" "It's too cold, so I thought I'd go move my body. Karl, how about you come too, I wonder?" Carrying her scythe, Shera replied undisturbed. The cavalryman was silent, watching. "No, I am fine. Apart from that, I have been put on strict surveillance. I have been given instructions to cut down anyone unnecessarily noisy and anyone moving without authority. Lieutenant Colonel, please go back. Otherwise..." Karl raised his hand, and the infantryman unsheathed his sword with slow movements. "Otherwise, what, I wonder? Hey, Katerina. I'm curious." "Indeed, Lieutenant Colonel. Just what does Second Lieutenant Karl plan to do? Perhaps he is threatening us." Katerina responded to Shera's question with scorn. Behind her clouded glasses were concealed eyes brimming with madness. To make them understand that it wasn't just a threat, Karl ordered for Katerina, who had taken a defiant attitude, to be punished. Of course, they couldn't cause an uproar, so they couldn't do anything showy. He was going to gag her and then cane her. Thought it was cane, the strikes would be with a sheath, and it was quite capable of causing death if done improperly. "I have received special orders from Lieutenant General Gustav. If Lieutenant Colonel Shera has suspicious activities, punish her. Second Lieutenant Katerina, I will drive into your body for you, that I am being serious. I do not discriminate against the female gender. I treat everyone equally, so be at ease." When Karl waved his hand down, the accompanying infantryman grabbed the arms, forced the person to kneel, and put the gag in to prevent any sound. Seeing the person writhing, wondering what was going on, Shera made a grand smile. "Karl, because I am indebted to you for giving me food, I will kill you painlessly. You are a really lucky man. Really, I intended on your scream substituting for the signal." Katerina snapped her fingers, and the accompanying infantryman corpse placed his sword on the nape of Karl's neck. This had been Katerina's measure to keep watch over Karl. "With that, shall we do it, Lieutenant Colonel?" "No, I've thought of something good. I've never seen fireworks before. In the clear winter sky, they appear very pretty, I've heard. So, let's make Karl a firework in the night sky." "Great thinking. It will also be a signal easy for our other comrades to understand. Second Lieutenant Karl, this is farewell. Goodbye. The wealth potato was truly delectable. After Shera gently stroked his face, she impaled his skull with her scythe, and gave him an instant death. He had probably died without feeling any pain. She pulled out, and grabbed him by the collar with both hands. She took a stance, and checked for confirmation with Katerina, and then the cavalryman. Everyone silently nodded and took up their weapons, their eyes fierily gleaming, saturated with bloodlust. Well then, shall we begin? It's cold, so let's do this magnificently. Ready. Set. Shera hurled Karl's corpse up into the sky as hard as she could. A dark object climbed high in the air while spraying blood into the fluttering powder snow of the sky. Once it reached its apex, Katerina snapped her fingers, and the dark object was engulfed in dark red flames, and then exploded with a boom. Shera merrily watched, and then licked the snow dotted with red that had accumulated on her hands. The fun festival had begun. After the roar of the explosion, flames rose forth throughout the area, and shouts, screams, and shrieks covered the Empire's campgrounds. Shera's cavalry, wearing armor of the Imperial Army on their bodies, shouted false information while slaughtering and setting fire. The exhausted Imperial soldiers were crushed without time to decipher anything. Major General Gale's division has betrayed. Take up your swords and fight back. Surprise attack from the kingdom's army. We're being ambushed. The supply convoys have been destroyed. All the provisions have been burned. It'll be a massacre at this rate. Kill them back. Reports contradicted each other, and the soldiers swung their swords and spears without knowing who the enemy was. In the darkness, terror and madness infected them. You idiots! Can't you shut up? The ones randomly making noise are the Batur. Rebuked a composed officer, and a lance went through his throat from behind. The soldier pulled out his lance that had a black flag attached to it, and silently went to set fire to another place. Commanders who had jumped to their feet tried to calm down the chaos. But Shera's cavalrymen that had been dispersed all over tried to kill those generals with maximum priority. Then, they would shout that the commanding officer had been killed and further expand the scope of casualties. Like termites devouring a tree, the casualties were spreading at frightening speed. There began to be vast amounts of victims killed by friendly fire in the First Corps of the Imperial Army that had fallen into havoc. A staff officer that had received a report from a messenger entered Alexander's tent. Your Highness, Alexander, Your Highness. Bad news. Enemy operatives have slipped into our army and are conducting arson. Forcibly woken from his shallow sleep, Alexander unhappily scowled at the panicked staff officer, and give him instructions with an indifferent tone. Then immediately capture the operatives. What's there to be confused about? Calmly deal with it. We are no longer in such a situation. Our army has fallen into chaos, and soldiers are beginning to kill their comrades. Your Highness has to take command as soon as possible and personally control this situation. Getting the feeling that the state of affairs were more serious than imagined, Alexander commanded his retainers and had them hurriedly put armor on his body. He gave out instructions to the head of his bodyguards, and the soldiers tightly arranged themselves around Alexander. Exiting the tent, Alexander was spontaneously lost for words. Flames rose from nearly the entire woodlands which were the Empire's campgrounds. Fire spread to the surrounding trees, dyeing the night sky with fluttering snow red. What is this? We're only a bit further from Madros. What are Gale, Rapp, Dawes, and the others doing? Send out messengers to get them to immediately assemble. Alexander was enraged, and he angrily shouted the names of the division commanders of the First Corps. They were generals who Alexander had saw potential in and gave them their ranks. They were people who might even be called his protégés. That is, Major General Gale has turned traitor, the soldiers say. One messenger pronounced, and Alexander rejected it. Foolish. Isn't that obviously the enemy's misinformation? Like there'd be anyone who'd turn traitor in this situation. Victory is right before our eyes. Alexander seized the messenger by the lapels, something rolled at his feet, it rolled unevenly, and losing momentum before long, it came to a perfect stop at a place slightly away from Alexander. It was a human head. It had a dreadful look on it, and he remembered seeing it somewhere. It was an exceptional, veteran commander that Alexander had taken up. It was that of Gale, who led one of the divisions. Gale? Gale? Why are you? He had been a very excellent commander. Your Highness has a discerning eye, it seems. That person tried to preserve command of the soldiers until the very end. From the dark resonated a voice that he was familiar with. Then, the atmosphere suddenly tensed. There was something abominable lurking. It was something sinister that made one feel dread. Something that couldn't be expressed with words. Snap, and something exploded nearby. Flames flared up, illuminating that thing. Lieutenant Cole, S. Scherer? Alexander and his surrounding guards doubted their eyes. A little girl covered in blood from head to toe was trudging closer. In that thing's hands were held 2 more heads. I'll give these to you too. There were so many outstanding men in the Imperial Army. They were also quite loyal, and they worried about His Highness until their end. Your Highness is truly a fortunate man. Scherer threw the heads. Those were of Rapp and Dawes. Their eyes were wide open, and had an expression stuck on them that made one think they had a heroic end. That moment, the bodyguards that had fallen into distress unsheathed their swords and pointed them at Scherer from every direction. Die, you monster! Scherer! You traitor! It's the deceived's fault for being deceived. Staff Officer Sidamo told me. After cleaving the foremost person vertically in half, the scythe turned, drawing an arc, and cut up the 2 to the left and right in turn. She dodged the spear coming at her from behind, and mid-turn the tip of that tempered blade split his face from the side. The bodyguards used their bodies as shields, obstructing Scherer's path and not letting her approach Alexander. Some risked their lives to launch an attack, but their swords did not reach, and with one blow they were turned into pieces of meat. Even so, they continued to attack. Everyone understood that it was their mission as bodyguards. No matter the situation, they had to protect the life of Alexander to the last manti were bodyguards. In the span of not even a minute, tragic corpses were strewn about the area. Small sickles crookedly protruded from the brows of soldiers who tried to snipe her from the shadows. They had tried to stab her with spears all at the same time, but not one attack reached her. Every time, a strong counter from Scherer had reaped their lives. Behind her, Scherer's cavalry were drawing closer. White ominous crows rushed through the blazing trees. They hastened to join their lord. So, Your Highness, it is dangerous here. Luckily under Sir Gustav's instructions the guards here have been augmented. Leave stopping the monster in its tracks to them. Let us temporarily retreat and rally this situation. Once the night brightens, the chaos will settle down naturally. A staff officer proposed, carrying out his own duty despite his face pale from the tragedy before his eyes. Are you telling me to run away? You're saying that the first Prince Alexander is frightened of merely a few hundred traitors and must withdraw? I command a force of 30,000. Why must I retreat? Your Highness, in the worst-case scenario, our first corps will be routed. Consequently, it is the commander's obligation to survive until the end. If you understand, then hurry and go. Shouted the aged staff officer, and Alexander was temporarily speechless. The staff officer ordered 2 bodyguards standing by to take Alexander to a safe place and take refuge. Protect him no matter the cost, he ordered. Take His Highness to a place where his allies are gathered. The whole army could not have fallen into chaos. There are likely to be units waiting for instructions. Evacuate until there and then take command of the whole army. You too must protect His Highness no matter what. Are you listening? You guys are the glorious bodyguards. What are you frightened of? Why aren't you answering? Thundered the staff officer, and the bodyguards plainly responded, Understood. Leave it to us. The two large bodyguards firmly grabbed both of Alexander's arms and pulled him away. After seeing them off, the staff officer unsheathed his sword and joined the bodyguards, stopping the monster. Reinforcements had joined Death, swinging its cursed scythe. They had set fire to the area as ordered, and they returned to beside their commander right after. There were 500 for the time being. The remaining soldiers were running full speed to come home next to Scherer while fanning the chaos. Seems His Excellency Gustav's intuition was correct, still, to have caused this many casualties. For our magnificent imperial army to have become like this due to just one lousy bug. Muttered the old staff officer. He reflected. Scherer's betrayal was clear. Which meant that Yalda's surrender was also a fake. In that case, their entire invasion plan this time was read by their enemy. The imperial army had thoroughly fallen into their trick and revealed this sorry state. As a staff officer, this was a disgrace that he couldn't apologize for even if he gave his own life. If it were me, I would wipe out the second fort, take advantage of this turmoil and launch a surprise attack. Then, I would launch a pincer attack coordinated with Madros Castle. However, for us to have been so profoundly disorganized, could only have been done by the monster before our eyes. Is that thing human? Isn't it actually death? The 7,000 of Yalda's legion were racing towards the imperial army that had frighteningly quickly marched here. Likely at dawn, or maybe even before then, they would sink their fangs into the first corps. Having adequately rested, it was obvious that Yalda's legion would be faster than the imperial army. Any rate, cuckoo, what is this? The stalwart imperial guards are being slaughtered by just a single little girl, aren't they? No, hold on. This is surely a dream. Yeah, definitely. There's no way something like this would happen otherwise. Hundreds of elites being killed by just one person, there's no way that could happen. This is a dream. This is a dream. This is a dream. This is a dream. The bodyguards were easily suppressed, and death that had eaten all of them, leaving not one remaining, approached the staff officer, continuing to mumble with a blank look. With an expression full of pity, it brushed his cheek and gently whispered, "Sweet dreams. Good night." Alexander had been brought to a small, deserted hill by the two bodyguards. There were no signs of any allies. Thinking this strange, Alexander questioned them, but the soldiers said not a word. Even when he struggled against the hold on both his arms, he couldn't escape from the inhuman strength binding them. These guys aren't breathing at all. They aren't even sweating. Their bodies are too cold. It's almost like. Putting his disordered breathing in order, Alexander studied the soldiers' faces. There was no light in their eyes. Their faces were too pale. Hey, you guys. When Alexander asked for the umpteenth time, there was the sound of fingers snapping, and both his arms were freed from their restraints with no prior warning. He fell forward, and someone hugged his body. When his brain registered whose face entered his field of vision, his body stiffened in overwhelming terror. Good evening, Your Highness Alexander. You don't have to be so scared. There's no one here besides us. Cackling laughed the blood-smeared Scherer in ridicule. Katerina and the cavalrymen surrounded them in a ring. What are you going to do to me? I'm thinking about that right now actually. Katerina, which do you think is better, killing His Highness or capturing him alive? I don't really care so. Scherer asked Katerina while wiping blood and sweat from her brow. Katerina closed her eyes and thought for a short while. In her palm were gripped the 2 walnuts that had been given as a present from her superior officer. She rhythmically rolled them as they clattered, collected her thoughts, and reported to her superior. I believe it will be more profitable to take him back alive. We can kill him whenever after all. We can likely use him as a bargaining chip for negotiations. That would be much more convenient for the kingdom, I believe. So that's how it is. If I had to go along with your whims, I'd rather. The instant Alexander shouted, Shera's hands tightly grasped both sides of Alexander's head, immobilizing him. Alexander's eyes were forced to look at the monster before his eyes. He was made to stare closely at her bared, white teeth and eyes filled with a deep, unfathomable darkness. "If you want to die, then please go ahead and tell me. But I won't kill you so easily. I won't kill you even if you beg me to kill you. Until your voice dies out, until your consciousness shrivels, you will continue to live. When your very being collapses, then I will kill you underfoot like a bug. If you have that resolution, please say it, Your Highness." Her blood-stained hands affectionately rubbed Alexander's cheeks. The sensation of the lukewarm slime was strongly burned into Alexander's brain. After stroking his cheek several times, Shera happily smiled. Lieutenant Colonel, you'll cripple him if you overdo it. That thing's value will drop if it breaks. Apologies. Certainly, it's not good to overdo it. His Highness did also give me food and money. If I'm going to kill him, I guess I have to do it more pleasantly. Also,